Tony's here as well. So how good is this, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to move into our final qualifying session for a lot of the sportsman categories. And first up will be qualifier number 4 for our fantastic guys from Real Street. Always remembering that Real Street is street real. Jamie Nielsen, Craig Collis, Tyner's Candy Shop, sponsored Jeep. And, of course, Jamie Nielsen, the Black Panther Racing Falcon. Here we go. Final qualifier. This is where these guys will know how they've done yesterday, whether they've done enough to give themselves four sweet time.
You require the staging lanes, super sedan to the staging lanes, please.
My name is Terry Dale, and I'm joined in the commentary box for this session will be Mr. Wade Benson. How are you, Wade?
Hello, Terry. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Watching the venue online. Taking lanes soon.
Just wait for Jamie now to bump into full stage, get our first pairing underway for this final qualifying session. So, there's a light from Craig.
Craig.
We'll take credit for that after talking him up earlier. So a 0.74 for Craig, 0.56 for Jamie Nelson.
Actually, even in this heat, both of those races, they've hit the tree quite nicely. So Jamie will go through for a 12.03 at 125, and Craig in the mighty Jeep, a 12.80 at 107. Yeah, we can't give him a hard time now after those two. Like, Craig will just go, yeah, okay.
They've redeemed themselves.
Terry, stop giving me grief. So there we go. Cooper Lay, good to see Coop back. And now in the blue ute rather than the orange one. And David Sheehy, of course, in the CPV tuning Mustang. This thing cooks pretty hard too. But the Lay Custom Imports car, there's a story behind that ute. And it's not really the time or the place to discuss it. But it's good to see Cooper back here and racing today. Really warms our little Real Street heart. Cuts are red, but that's okay. He's getting used to that combination in the new car. But David Sheehy, no, 0.68. He is out of their weight.
Yeah, what you expect from our Real Street races, isn't it? They've turned it on for their reaction times in that first couple of pairings, even though they're red there from Cooper. But test the limits before racing. A 10.29 for Dave and an 11.50, 130 miles an hour for Cooper.
So Tony Rogers and Brett Warren. Brett in the MFP Australia Ford. And, of course, the WPH Ultra Street Cars XR6 of Tony Rogers. Always like a little cheeky bit of banter with the Real Street crew. They're a good bunch. And as I said, really good cutting edge category that's now, you can go as quick as 900, as long as your car is scrutineered accordingly. But have a little look at this. Tony Rogers, 0.97 and a 140 for Brett Warren. So these guys are starting to get their time slip, their reaction times down. 11.73 for Tony and an 11.30 for Brett. So Shane Stewart and Peter Hoey. So, yeah, Peter Hoey, which is, I do believe, the stepdad of Dale Samuelson. So, look, a father-son really here again. We talked about it yesterday, Wade, how many father-sons and how many sibling pairings. So it's good to see that the family that races together is always a good thing. So Shane Stewart and Peter Hoey. Oh, I'll tell you what, that thing of Shane Stewart's gets out of right. 160 light, a 291 for Pete. But all eyes will be on that Ford. A 10.73 at 131. It's at 103 mile an hour at half track. And Pete with a 12.40 at 112.
Look at these two showing off with their burnout skills. Yeah. Nice and early in today's action. Dale Samuelson and Shane Grattan, newly crowned track champion, is Shane. So he'll be looking to. It's not our local track championship round this weekend, but looking to get some. National Championship points this weekend. And he's up against the current national champion, Dale Samuelson, in this qualifying session.
So everyone's got a good story with these guys. So Shane, as I said, he's on the hunt. Dale's done the deed. Got the car back. Everything's back and right. And car was looking good yesterday. 115 for Dale, 0.67 for Shane. That's it. Oh, hang on. The car has gone off there for Grattan's car. Not too sure what happened. Let's hope he can find the... Yep. He found it. We fished through the fluid, found a gear, and away he goes. But Dale will run a 12.49 at 112, and we won't worry too much about what Shane ran on that one because he's been running pretty consistent all yesterday. Great vision down the track there on the overtake lane to everybody who's sitting at home watching it. Oh, here we go, the lone BMW of Cody Lay. It's a BMW.
Something for the Euro fans to cheer on. A lot of Aussie engineered cars in the field, isn't it? Which is always good to celebrate on the Australia Day weekends, as we'll see Cody and the BMW go down.
Didn't we say it's got an LS in it?
No, that's
that was
Super Street BMW.
one.
Yep.
Cody probably wants to put an LS in it, but look, it goes hard as it is. 14:44 probably needs to be a bit quicker to be in the field. So we'll see what happens with that. But let's hope that Cody can, because we want to see that. We want to see that BMW. And that pretty well, Wade, will bring the end to our final qualifier for Real Street, I do believe. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
We're moving into Super Street.
100%. So final qualifier for all of our sportsman brackets. And here is that BMW with the LS in it.
There it is.
Dave Morton.
That was almost like...
good throw there, Terry.
Yeah, it was a segue, the ultimate segue. There it is. There's Dave Morton in the LS-powered GDR Motorsport BMW up against Tex Griffiths with the big number 1 on the side. Of course, the Texas Automotive 68 Plymouth. Big fat skid from Tex there. Never disappoints. And that is an interesting pairing, isn't it, though, Wade, really? The BMW with the V8 and, of course, the mighty 1968 Plymouth.
Yeah, certainly it's the new school versus the old school, isn't it?
Mm.
So just love the way that the Plymouth sits on the track, doesn't it? It's sort of got the front end pointed down, rear end sits up a little bit higher, got good stance.
Like straight from 1975, the stance. It's like, yeah, would have fitted right in it at a meeting at Surfers Paradise back in the day. Just watching these lads nudge in. Tex and Dave got out of right too, both of them. Dave a 0.41, a 0.79 for Tex. The big American car heads out and will run a 10.57 at 128. And Dave in the Euro will be an 11.78 at 120 mile an hour. Some nice top in there too from that BMW. Here's a couple of our locals, of course, Mark Rosso and Sam Yilton. The BL Race Engines Commodore of Sam, and of course the mighty Camaro of Mark Rosso. As I said, Mark used to race back at Surfers Paradise days in an altered. Sam, she has been 2 times track champion in the Street Series in Powder Puff. So both of these races got some very good experience. You would think that they would battle the field through, and you would hopefully think that one of them at least might make the final into the finals tonight.
Yeah, 100%. Look at the consistency from Samantha Yilton over the previous 3 qualifiers of 11.58 to 59 to 61. Rounds out qualifying, it goes an 11.63 at 118 miles per hour for Mark Rosso, and 11.69 at 114 miles per hour.
Yeah, the heat is surely going to give a few of these races in these categories a little bit of a grief. Probably knock a tenth or so off the times, but then that'll all change later on when it gets cooler. So Aidan Stutchbury and Eden Abella in the Sast Aluminium Commodore up against the dialed-in racing Commodore from New South Wales of Aidan Stutchbury.
Touch of red there does Eden, but his current number 1 qualifier with a 10.02. Aiden with the 133 light. Finished off at 10.84 at 124 miles an hour for Eden Abella in the Commodore at 10.17 at 141 miles per hour.
When you look at Aiden's times yesterday, you can see it's probably about 2 tenths off all of his other consistent times. So, and look, we've got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is warm out here, and it's warm enough to cook a chicken out there. And just appropriately, there's Big Bobby's Chickens with Bob Conley. That was just, there you go, you threw that in. Yeah. I feel like chicken now.
That was good. I'll tell you what, it would be interesting if you cracked an egg out there and put it on the racetrack, which I wouldn't recommend. But it would be interesting to see how long it takes to cook. Be a good science experiment.
Be casting it. But anyway, Corey Suchbury cuts his 0.42 in the dialed-in racing Commodore. Nice work there, Corey. 0.67 red from Bob, but that's okay. Let's see how close they go to their previous times. 11.25, so Bob a little bit off, and a 10.93 is once again Corey in the top end of where he's been recently. But we do understand that it is quite warm out there, ladies and gentlemen. So look, Sammy Joe Johnson and Troy Hutton, the TH Tiling and Waterproofing, the mighty HK Utility, up against the another one of the fantastic dialed-in racing. They've come here en masse, and they really look like they're here for business, don't they, the dialed-in racing crew?
Yeah, 100%. I'd be interested to know whether would Sammy Joe prefer to be in a race car or out on a cricket field on a hot day like today.
Yes, that's right. So 003 red.
Had a good crack at the tree. Troy Hutton, previous track champion, made the final at this event last year. Finished off at 10.96 at 121 miles per hour. And for Sammy Jo Johnson goes at 10.31. Just about in the middle of her 3 qualifiers previously at 128 miles per hour.
It just makes you wonder how much the races will actually take out of this morning as opposed to what they would have taken out of yesterday. Whether they'll be using the times that were in the cooler parts of the evening. But Ray Ross, Kevin Kent Racing Charger up against Christy Bauer, the Fernwood Landscape Supply, and you see the mighty little Tirana. So both of these races have had some good success here at Willowbank Raceway over the years, and rightly so.
.034 light for Ray Ross in the Charger. Christy Bauer 165 light in the Tirana, finishing off their final qualifying session in Super Street. A 10.13 at 130 miles per hour for Ray Ross. Christy Bauer goes at 11.44 at 115 miles per hour.
Yeah, Ray's seem to have done pretty well with the times there. He seems to have got a good handle on it. So Carl Grading in the Fairmont with a shot of Nos. Got the louvers in the back of the Fairmont. Wayne Nipperis in the custom-built kitchen 71 Camaro. The classic style, the white stripes. Both these cars. What a couple of good examples of the Ford and the Chevy. That was a bit of a nudge back there from Carl, but he got it right. Cuts a 0.56, a 0.43 for Wayne. As you can see on the overtaking lane, side by side as they go through the stripe. 10.89 for Wayne and a 10.85 for Carl. They definitely were eyeballing each other off, looking across, but they would have been... I don't know whether Carl would have been going, no, don't look at me, or Wayne's going, you know, don't look at me, mate, whatever.
Wait till the first round, it's not far.
So here we go. Josh Fletcher, the mighty Styromax Tirana. Josh, very successful, as we know. And he's racing the supercharged Outlaw car as well. So I need to ask Josh, has he got 2 different helmets? I'm sure he does. So you know you're in a different vehicle. You wouldn't want to get in the Outlaw and think you're in the Tirana, would you? You'll say, well, there's a lot of air around me. So anyway,
Someone needs to turn the air conditioning on.
Yeah, that's it. So a 0.24 for Josh, and he'll run it through for an 11.03 at 121 in the Tirana. So that very well might bring the end to our Super Street, which means we will be moving into our biggest category of the weekend, which is Junior Dragster. And how many did we say we had? We got 32? 32 competitors?
32. There's a couple that are yet to qualify that have made the trek up from down south after racing somewhere else yesterday.
So there'll be some others chucked in.
Travelling interstate, and then they want to chase those valuable national championship points in, of course, what is round 1 of their championship for 2026.
How would that be? How much of a trip would that have been? Would the junior racers who have come up from down south after the meeting yesterday, would they just slept in the back of the car, like just had a snooze, or mum and dad drove through the night?
Yeah, a bit of a chauffeur driven.
Like,
it's just take me to Willowbank, thanks, mum.
Are we there yet? Can we stop? And are we there yet? Can we stop at the takeaway on the way through?
Be a bit of
typical dad. Yeah. We're not stopping. We're not stopping anywhere, kid. So Xavier Paul and Michael Lai, old school metal fabrication, B Junior of Michael, the Lux Metalworks of Xavier. I don't know about you, Wade, but that's always the way it was back in the day. We're not stopping. Dad would say, no, we're not stopping. I need to go to the toilet. No.
Here's the bottle.
Yep, that's it.
Thankfully now the highway's a lot better, so it doesn't take as long to get there.
Yeah, true. I had a mate and his 2 boys. He said, oh no, I'm brutal. I've never stopped. I said, really? He said, oh no, I don't care.
I know a few travelling teams that are like that. We're not stopping.
Yeah. So let's see. This is our final qualifier. Qualifier number 4 for junior drag. So let's see what this can bring.
They don't have to worry about travelling because they're 2 of our locals here at Willowbank Raceway. 0.45 like there for Xavier. So nice work on the tree. A 1.99 for Michael. Pretty evenly matched in ET. A 9.18 at 71 miles per hour for Michael. A 9.14 at 69 for Xavier Paul.
You can see both of the heat is taking its toll on these juniors because both of them are a little bit off their best. You know, not much, but enough for it to be noticeable that we are in for
I know we got to feel sorry for the juniors. They got six rounds of racing plus the qualifiers. So that's seven opportunities that whoever's holding a trophy at the end of the day will be hitting the track in these heat conditions. But think for the parents as well. They got to do a lot of running around and keeping the cars.
That's right.
Some of them are racing themselves,
and we really should give them credit. We should be transparent with our comments and know that the junior dragster family is they've got a lot of work to do. So Jasmine Kidd and Xavier Lai. So we see Jazz in the A and Xavier in the C.
We know Xavier had issues in one of the qualifying sessions yesterday. Good to see that they were able to resolve those between sessions. So has been able to take part in the remaining qualifying. Up to 167 in the C Junior. Jasmine Kidd on the A, 0.29 red. That's
a bit disappointing for Jazz, a little red light, but that's okay. 8.31 is still, once again, that's a little bit high on the previous runs. And a 14.09 is still, once again, a little bit high for Xavier as well. But yeah, Xavier gave us a good lesson in safety gear yesterday, didn't he? It was really good. So if anybody goes back over the overtaking lanes coverage from yesterday, we were discussing the safety aspects because Xavier didn't want to play the game and he had to walk back to the pits, and we got to see him with his harness device, his helmet and all his gear on, and you got to see how safe these kids are actually, It's easy to look at it now and go, oh yeah, they've got lots of cages, but when you see them, they're geared up, they're kitted up as well. It's good to see.
It's pretty disheartening too when you don't get the run in. Every time you jump in, you want to be able to complete your 8-mile pass and get that time slip at the end of the run, but it took in his stride.
Well, there's only really 3 categories that are running over the 200 metres, and that's the Pro Mod, the Junior Drag Bikes and the Junior Dragsters, isn't it, today?
100%.
So Cody Robertson, Paige King, 875, 876, 86 for Paige, a 12.1, 4, 12.19, 12.43 for Cody. Once again, I think we'll probably see something like maybe a 12.5 from Cody and maybe an 8.8 even from Paige. And that'll be a good indication if the heat really is just taking its toll. We'll just shut them down because we're not too sure what's happened. Did one of the juniors stop, I do believe, or there's...
Got some of our track officials there competing in the 100-metre sprint down the side of the track.
Now, you might have missed it. You would have missed it earlier on. Before we went onto air, to all the people that are here over there on the grassy area, we were actually sitting here. Big welcome to you all, firstly, everyone over in the grassy area. We've got to tell you, we saw that Willy come through and cleaned up the marquees, the umbrellas and all the other little marquees, and then it made a beeline across the track and went up the grandstand. So if you don't know what a Willy is, because that's as Australian as a meat pie, that's a little dust tornado, and it came across the grassy area. Cleaned up. Where is the guys in the black marquee? There you go. Give us a wave. It cleaned up your marquee. You guys were struggling. I thought you were going to go end up at the go-kart track out the back somewhere, but
could have poked an eye out.
Yeah, but it was just like all the umbrellas were turned inside out. Everyone's going, "What is going on?" And yes, it was. So we're sitting here watching the carnage, but it was. I'm glad no one's hurt. Everyone's fine over there. Everyone, can we get a thumbs up from everyone in the grassy area? You're all good. Got a thumbs down. Yeah. There's always one. Stop it. If you don't like it, you can go to another track, all right? But how is everybody up in the grandstand? How's your bum? Is it hot? I bet it is. How good is it, though? We are here, and it is going to be a full-on day, isn't it, Wade? You, Mark, and I had an absolute ball on the microphone yesterday, and it was some of the racing in those pro categories was just sensational. There was anybody who paid any amount of money to come here yesterday. If they went home and said they were disappointed, I don't know.
You always get a little bit nervous when it's such warm conditions, don't you? When we've got the big boys and girls in town with the pro alcohol and the pro categories, Nitro Funny Cars, but they absolutely nailed it yesterday. See some of the numbers we ran, like this corresponding event last year, we didn't see a 3-second pass in Nitro Funny Car.
Yeah.
Whereas last night in the third session we saw the 398 from Josh Lay. So
at 315, was it 315?
Yeah, it was over 300 miles
500. I think Mark calculated it out. It was 500. where is it? 500 something kilometres an hour. So for all the kilometre people who are driving a Hyundai or whatever car, I don't know.
It's fantastic to have everyone here, as you said, Terry. Fantastic to have everyone joining us and overtaking lane as well. But there was people over on the hill in the venue setting up at 9:30 this morning, Terry. They were an eager bunch.
They didn't
to sit over there and wait in this heat.
They didn't know the dust devil was coming. They would have.
They weren't prepared.
They would have bolted the marquee down a bit harder because it was like it's cutting a swathe like a movie through the grassy area. But here we go. Paige King, Cody Robertson. Let's see if the predictions are correct. We might get a 12.5 out of Cody and maybe an 8.8 out of Paige. That'll be an indication if it is on how the heats go, unless Paige has got control of it. There you go, an 8.85 at 73, and Cody a 12.04. Actually, Cody's done well. Cody's got a grip of that very well, gone quickest that they have all over the last 2 days. Someone's got to break the mold, haven't they? Someone's got to upset the apple cart. So, Ryder Marsden, Kenna Glasson. (816, 826, 828) from Kenna. 12.2, 12.2, 12.2 with a 7, an 8 and a 2 for Ryder. Ryder very consistent. Maybe the C juniors aren't having as much difficulty as the quicker ones. I guess we're going to find out, because Ryder will be a good example after just watching the previous C go down.
Yeah, we can see what Kenny can do as well, and on that consistency of the 816 and the 826, somewhere around the middle. They're doing a burn down in qualifying, Terry.
Yeah, they need to calm that. They need to calm themselves a little bit here. It's like, come on, you've had enough time.
Very polite juniors. You go, no, you go. Both in full stage, top of the tree, 0.27 Mike McKenna, nice work. The 0.85 for Ryder Marsden. So the A junior, of course, the quicker of the two will get to the finish line first. And he goes an 8.27 with a 3 at 76 miles per hour. So bang on between the 8.26 and the 8.28 from early qualifying. Ryder Marsden and a 12.11 with a 2 at 53 miles an hour. Picks up about a tenth of a second, which is consistent with what those C juniors are producing in this qualifying session.
And Kenna was super good, not super bad with the light.
Well said.
Well done. So Lucia Pirano and Nevaeh McDougall. The Oz Wheels SVO PSR 13.23.10. We've got Nevaeh's very active on social media, which is awesome, because I tell you what, if you're promoting yourself, you've really got to just get out there, and you want to get yourself some good sponsors, get yourself out there, and it can give you put yourself in good stead for your career ahead. Well done, Nevaeh. Cuts a 0.02 just to say, that is how my sponsors are rewarded, with a 0.02. Take that. Lucia, a 0.67, 8.63 at 74 for Lucia, but an 8.05 with a 0.02 for Nevaeh. That is how it's done, Wade.
Drivers ready to rock and roll. Cars doing the biz. So watch out for Nevaeh in this big field of junior dragster coming our first round of racing later on.
Cody Sedmak and Mia Grace Hopkins, the Bad Hip Racing A junior from all the way from beautiful Loganholme, and down from that way as well from Tanamera. Cody Sedmak and the JDS Racing A junior as well.
And instead of travelling out to Willowbank, they could have settled this on Bryant's Road. They were that close to each other.
On Bryant's Road. At Loganholme. Just outside. What's the pub?
Fitzy's.
Fitzy's. Hang on, we got Hopkins and Sedmak down Bryant's Road outside, sponsored by Fitzy's at Loganholme.
Probably a little bit early on a Sunday to get the crowd revved up over there, but give it a couple of hours. Following UFC this afternoon, the much-awaited grudge match of Hopkins versus Sedmak.
Yeah, exactly. And I guarantee if it was at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night, there would be a crowd outside Fitzy's watching it. They'd all be there. Nice work. Oh, slow launch there for Mia Grace, but a 0.24 from Cody. That's a good light. Let's see how close Cody goes to those previous. Yeah, well, that is good. Cody's got a hold of that. 8.07 at 81. And a 10.58 at 63 for Mia Grace.
As you said, it was sort of bogged down off the line, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It hurt her reaction time and hurt her ET. Next pairing coming forward, Lexi Lancaster and Mia Ward. So Mia from New Beath in Queensland, Jim Boomba.
Yeah, once again, a couple of suburbs that are both down there, very similar area. So new beef in the bar. The boom. There's a whole lot of people I know who live down that way. It's just the boom. We are down to the boom. We do love the boom. It's a nice part of the country. Kind of is it? I don't know if it's really classed as a scenic room, is it? Whether it is classed as Yarrabilba
Not
Way and all
100%
that.
sure. I think it might still be in Logan.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't get corrected on that, but Lancaster and Ward.
We're just testing to see if people are listening.
No one's listening. They're all at home watching it with the sound off. I know that.
Couple
So,
of good putts though. 0.53 and a 0.80 quicker of the two for Mia Ward. And Mia finished off at 12.09 at 52 miles an hour for Lexi, and 8.04 at 79 miles per hour.
I think that's what needs to happen if overtaking are taking the numbers down and saying how many people are listening. They actually need to have a poll. So how many are actually watching and not listening? They'll say, yeah, no, we don't need to hear.
And you've got it on mute.
Yeah. So Carl Schultz, the one, the only, the Ginger Ninja.
Bits, junior drag
Carly's
bike,
Gravel and the MB Automatics.
modified bike, and modified to the staging lanes, please. Junior drag bike, modified, and modified bike to the staging lanes, please.
It looks good. Whereas Carl, he's been racing this car for quite a few years now in that AA Junior, is our track champion. You don't get to have the number one for any reason except that you're extremely good at your trade.
Next weekend he'll be in the hot seat up here. Terry calling the Street Series, so he dabbles in a bit of commentary.
He thinks he's good at it too, but that's okay. We'll let him. Nah. 0.82 for Carl and a 0.39 for Charlize. So he's cut the light. Charlize got him on the tree, but a 7.85 at 83 for Gravel and a 7.78 at 83 for Schultz. So those little juniors on the big screen, you can see them head down. They exit the earlier for the juniors. Got a nice little lollipop person down there telling him to go to their left. So Ryden King and Dale Samuelson is in the Caprice racer. That is impressive. That's what's come up on our screen.
Will be Zane Condello.
I am not
down there.
I'm not, I want to got to get a vision because that is really that's an unfair advantage.
Double duties.
So yeah, we have actually got Dale Samuelson.
I hope that was approved by the real
Fierce Motorsport Caprice.
I hope that was approved by the Real Street Committee to give him some extra laps.
Yes, it's all about the advertising.
So Zane Condello, one of those races that wasn't here yesterday competing at another venue, has made the trek here today, courtesy of the fourth qualifier, will make the field.
I wonder if Zane slept on the way, whether he had a nice easy. So 0.30 for Zane and 2.43 for Ryden in the sea. But Zane, we know what he's like. We call him at the Winters. He is a good racer. An 8.12 at 80. I tell you what, if you're going into a meeting with only just one qualifier, you know, I'd be still looking at Condello going, mate, he's in with a very good chance because we know how good he is.
Yeah, well, he also won this event last year, so I mean, you sort of want to defend that ground, don't you? 12 months later.
And when there's one Condello, there's always another. So here's Savannah in the Condello Family Racing A Junior up against Tamika Carslake, of course, in the Scully Refrigeration B Junior. So we know that with the Condellos. We'll have to find out. Maybe they can get us a little bit of a sneaky text and tell us, did the kids sleep all the way up? You know, or did they just, were they up nervous, not nervous, but excited for going to racing 2 tracks in one weekend?
On the red cordials.
Yeah. Nobody gives kids red cordial these days. That's just too dangerous. When you look down the track there with Tamika and Savannah, you see the big crowd building already on the right-hand side in the class. Oh no! The Go Park Yourself has actually had to go park itself up on the right-hand side, so hopefully whatever it was something minor, but Savannah's gone 0.93 and running 8.099 at 80 mile an hour. So sadly, Tamika, the car just left and then just went flat, didn't it? So hopefully it's nothing, because she's 901, 903, 909, 909. So Tamika has been very consistent. Is there something?
Not sure if
something dragging underneath?
If it's just the chain or...
Oh, maybe it might be just as simple as that.
Yep.
Let's hope so, because look, when you look at Tamika's previous 3 qualifiers, as I said, 901, 903, 909, she's got some super consistency. So
yeah, 100%. And you can, and I mean, given the consistency across those 3 passes, you'd be relying on the information that you got yesterday. Obviously, not how you want to go into the first round of racing, but hey, luckily it's happened in this final qualifier instead of the first round of racing.
And you're right, Wade. Like if there would have been just the 3 qualifiers, you would have been going in, and that theoretically would have been round 1 of racing.
100%.
So it's a little blessing in disguise in some ways. So Jet Pirano, Jacob Schultz, the SCG Racing Parts car of Schultz, and the Bex Hair Lounge car, of course, of Jet Pirano, all the way from beautiful Jacob's Well. Bringing him in, as I said, final qualifier for these junior dragsters. We go into racing proper. That's probably around 3 o'clock for the juniors. That'll sort them out. Pirano goes red, but a 0.24 for Jacob. That's a good light. Jet will go through for an 8.13 at 78 in the AA, and an 8.009 with an 80 mile an hour top end for Jacob Schultz. Let's run a 8.005 and an 8.009 for Jacob, so he's got some good credit there. So Kyle Day and Nixon King. Have we even looked at what the temperature is out there? Or do we even want to?
No, that's why I want to send Mark down to the start line with an egg. Yeah, what it is.
That's the most strangest request, isn't it? I just want to send Mark down to the start line with an egg. Righto, Wade. Let's do that. Send him down with an egg and hope in his heart. So
anyway, Kyle Day, Nixon King, about to complete their final qualifier before he's heading for round 1 of racing a little bit later on. 140 line for Kyle, 202 for Nixon. They probably would have liked to have been a little bit sharper on the tree for this final qualifier, but hey, get the rust out of the way nice and early in the day. A 7.76 at 83 miles an hour for Kyle. Nixon, an 8.04 at 80 miles per hour.
So Bailey Hawke, another one of our new racers to arrive, and Nixon Canuli in the A-Civil Atlas battery car. 775, 775 with a 4 and a 9 for Nixon. So consistency is good for Nixon. Now we've got, is it a new player to the game? Just when you think you've got the field sus, you think, no, why is there new players in the game?
Welcome to the game, competitor 35.
Yeah, that's, yes.
35 will have qualified after this run.
I love it how you can, I love the fact that you can rock in like a rock star. Like, I only need one qualifier. I love that. 144 for Canuli, 0.89 for Hawke. So Nixon will put the AA through for a 7.75, and Bailey in the A Junior, an 8.11 at 80 mile an hour for their first qualifier.
I love it too, Terry. It just shows the passion that the racers have, doesn't it? And from juniors to some of our other categories later on, which we'll keep you guys updated on a few more competitors that are doing what some of these juniors have. But, you know, a lot of us played junior sport when we were young, but I don't think there's too many of us that would have competed in 2 different states on the same weekend.
Exactly, yeah.
And travelled, 8 to 12 hours from one venue to another.
Well, to be honest, they're here for the racing, not here for the commentary, are they?
Yeah.
So Chase Carslake, the Go Park Yourself, the second car from the Go Park Yourself crew. So Amelia Wright in the fueled motorsport A Junior, and we do love the new wrap on Amelia's car. It does look pretty sweet. With the illicit on the side, it looks good. Let's hope it brings her some good luck this weekend. Chase might have something to say about that. Oh, they both got our right too, though. A 0.58 for Wright, a 0.56 for Carslake. So both A juniors going through the end of the track there on side by side. And Amelia will run an 8.21 at 79 and Chase an 8.46 at 72 mile an hour.
Nice work. So a couple more pairings to come in our final qualifier for Junior Dragster. It'll be Siobhan Harvey and Heidi Allgood. So Heidi Allgood, they're on the screen at the moment. Courtesy of Mum and Dad as the sponsor. So a big shout out to Mum and Dad for Heidi. Allowing her to come racing. Siobhan Harvey. It's the Stealthy Black Junior, but it is sponsored by Yuasa Batteries, making the track over from New Zealand. Although they do a lot of racing over here at Willowbank Raceway.
Cool number 2 there for Siobhan, having the 888 on the top of the visor. Looks cool, doesn't it? It's just understatement, just black, 888, double AJD. I'm here for business. So and she most certainly is, because a 0.53 for Harvey and a 1.29 for Heidi. And Siobhan goes through for a 7.82 at 83 mile an hour, and Heidi a 8.09 at 79 to back up her previous 8.06, 8.08, 8.03. So all those races, you know, like Siobhan was a little bit off her previous qualifiers, but that's okay. But Heidi was pretty well on the money. I need someone to dissect all these fourth qualifiers compared to the 3 qualifiers yesterday. I'm sure somebody from the Junior Dragster pits will have a spreadsheet with it all laid out, going, no, hang on, have a look at here. So Carlos Harvey, the final Junior Dragster qualifier till we go into racing at about 3 o'clock or so. So Carlos in the Yuasa battery car, as opposed to Siobhan's with the whole black livery, the white car of Carlos's. 8.022, 8.068. You think that Carlos, if he can get another 8 with a 0 and maybe a 5 or a 7, he'd be happy. I'm a little bit off at 8.10 at 80 mile an hour. Top end's there, but the 8.10, yeah. We know that the heat is giving him grief, though, Wade.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, with our juniors, they're all going to get off the line. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. But as we get through to our quicker categories, as we move into Super Sedan for their final category, as we head into sort of modified and the bikes, top sportsmen, supercharged outlaws, those conditions will make it more challenging for those quicker cars. The window of how that car wants to operate is going to definitely minimise.
Yeah. And I guess in some ways too, Wade, we kind of look at the fact that when you look at the more modern cars, like in Real Street, whether there's the differentiation between these guys and the older style cars, which have more a simple mechanical system like these guys here, with Barry Moore and Chevy Taylor. So the 1962 bubble top up against the Cortina with of course the twin carbs sticking out the bonnet. Run a 999, a 1019, a 102 for Barry. Chevy Taylor, Carl is always super consistent. 1025, 1031, 1034. And we know because he's had some very good successes here at this track. And we love it when we get to see this car, which is really, it's just a whole lot of car, isn't it? Let's see what Carl can run, and Barry this time round. Barry would be hoping to dip that into the 9s again, just to keep it consistent. And I'm sure Carl will just want another low 10.
We'll see if he can do it in these conditions as Barry again picks the wheels up nicely, but the Hoosiers propelling Chevy Taylor's bubble top down the track, a 0.24 light, finishes off a 10.48. So it was the slowest of the 4 passes for Chevy, and for Barry, blink and you'll miss the time there.
Yeah, 10.0 it was.
Yeah,
so, that was quick.
Quite get in the 9s.
They didn't give us much of a chance. So Jaden Plant and Gavin List. So Gavin 9.2, 9.2, 9.4. Jaden 9.7, 9.8, 9.8. So let's see how these cars, how their consistency go. The EFI Logic Dakota of Jaden. Of course, the Gavin List concreting car of Gavin List. Got out nicely to Jaden. I'll tell you what he is. He's got the tree sorted.
Always got to be quick on the
0.13. Yeah, that was tidy. Yeah, runs it through for a 9.88. That's a good time. A 1.38 mile an hour. 9.28 for Gavin List. Both of those cars, very consistent. That, whatever they've done to get a hold of it, Wade, the others maybe should look at that, because those two lads, Gavin and Jaden, have got their ship together.
Yeah, quality field here in Super Sedan, as we always know, and today looking no different when we get into racing. A little bit later on, two of those competitors looking to take home a Christmas tree at the end of the night. Wayne Hyatt, the Toyota for Boss Hoses, just from around the corner at Ripley. Phil Yulton, again from the beautiful...
From the boom.
From the boom. BL Race Engines on board for the Tirana.
Sneaky wheels up there from Phil with a 002 red. A nice 011 clean green for Wayne. Wayne will put the Celica through for a 942 at 141, and Phil will go through for a 998 at 132. And that's about right. 998, 996, 993, 995 for Phil. Well done. Dean Zammit, Damien Morris, the Slade Point Mechanical HJU of Dean. Of course, the Morris Painting Solutions Monaro of Damien Morris. And he's, look, back in the middle of the field. Why isn't Damien at the front?
Got a message from Damien telling me he's got donut-scented fuel this weekend. Now, I don't know if that's a thing or he's just pulling my leg, but gee, it makes me hungry.
Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret too. So look, Damo a 033, Dean a 028, 1003 for Dean, 1011 for Damien. I do believe Damien's actually got, I think he's got a corporate box, like he's at least, because I was over there before. So he's probably late because he's staying as long as he can in the air conditioning. So I'm thinking there's a scam there. So, but anyway, so Luke Doty and Robert Cardham, the Victorian with the Cardham Racing Ford, never disappoints when this car pulls up to the start line. And Luke Doty in this very tough Brisbane Civil Camaro. 898, 9090 for Luke, 98, 9999 for Cardham. But we know that Ford just absolutely cooks. And really, besides the swayback scoop on the bonnet, really you could wouldn't have to do too much to put back to streetability.
Yeah, 100%. So it has a bit of a test in the tree there. It goes 006 red, a 178 for Luke Doherty in the Camaro. See how close he goes. A 927, so about 2 tenths slower than where we've seen Luke previously in qualifying for Rob. He goes at 10.05. So again, he's about 2 tenths off his quickest time as well.
We'll put it down to the heat. We know it's not the races. We'll just put it down to the heat. So Hamish Strachan in the complete property and home Commodore, and of Rudy Wyatt, of course, in the Pine Mountain Performance Holden Commodore. 917, 924, 927, 987, 995, 1060 for Strachan. So these guys have got a little bit to work around, and this will probably be a good tester for their final qualifier in qualifier number 4 in Super Sedan. So the left-hand drive Commodore of Rudy Wyatt gets out quick with a 027, a 112 for Strachan, 924 for Rudy, and a 997 for Hamish. Ace Edwards and Alan Hutchin, the Brule Cranes and Rigging Escort, up against the Nets Hydraulics Pontiac of Ace Edwards. So when you look at the Pontiac of Ace Edwards, 1014, 1019, 1021, but have a look at Alan, 951, 955, 957.
Yeah, and I love seeing the Escort on track, doesn't it? Always looks good down there. It always looks exciting too when it makes a run. So I'm sure we'll see again here from Alan.
And these cars would have come out with a, I think from a memory, around a 1300 or a 1600, depending on what model it was. Most certainly didn't go as hard as what Alan's does now. But have a look at that, 198 for Alan. Red light there for Ace, but that's okay. Alan will punch the thing through for 961 at 135 and Ace at 1027 at 133. Once again, both off their previous qualifiers.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, that was good. That Escort is never disappointing to watch. The balance. So here we go. Mark Harding, Rob Price. Yeah, one of the other Pine Mountain Performance cars. So Pricey and the Setnage Lighting and Electrical Capri. Now this thing of Mark Harding's 888889. This thing's a whole bit of fun. This thing got out pretty loose the other day. Gets out nice and hard. This Capri.
Whoa!
It just does. It spins the wheel, picks the front wheel up, gets out hard, cut a red light, but that's okay. Let's see how close he goes to that 880. I'll tell you what, how close he'll go. He'll go on it, an 889 at 152, and Pricey will go 964 at 141.
How good is that? That's excitement plus, isn't it?
Oh, that Capri is just a top. It's just exciting to watch. So the battle of the Tiranas, Adam White and Brendan Shaw, the Downs Automotive Tirana of Shaw, and of course
Attention
the
in the
JR
pits.
Stephen and Co
Top
Tirana of
sportsman
Adam
to the
White.
lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes.
So we know that Adam, fairly new to that combination of that Tirana over there. Car's had some good successes. Gets out with a 0.98 does Adam, a 0.41 does Brendan. The Rocket Lane out in front, but an 8.87 at 151. That is on the money compared to previous. So, and a 9.47 at 141 for Brendan. Both of those races have got it sorted.
Yeah, that's nice. They're here to play. They're here with an opportunity to get those championship points in the national title race.
So that means theoretically we should be moving into a little bit of two-wheel junior action. So we've got the 4 competitors in junior drag bike, and as you can see them strutting up to the water box now. So we talk about it, how good it would be. As I said, if you've got your kids here and they do like the two-wheel action, always a good idea just to go and have a chat to a couple of the junior drag bike riders and have a look and see how they feel about doing it and whether it's something that maybe your child would want to do.
Well, I think we mentioned yesterday, Terry, as well, that from a cost perspective and a cost aspect, that to be more transparent, it's just a cheaper option.
Most certainly is, and as you said, look, theoretically you get away with it for about $4,000. And you know what I mean? You've got to do your licensing and all that sort of stuff. But it's proper competition. And junior drag bike, when you come to the Winter Nationals, you have quite a good field as it's growing and growing and growing. And it's a good sport, and it gives you a good step up to the next category, which would obviously either be street bike and then modified bike. So Lawrence Rochella and Nevaeh McDougall. And Nevaeh doing dual duties.
Yeah, so fresh off the junior, doing a 002 light. See what you can do on the bike.
Well, no, she'll pull a wheel stand because she does like to launch the thing pretty hard.
Bit of a flex, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, not this time, just trying to get the power down. Both of them red lit though, Lawrence and Nevaeh. But it doesn't matter. Let's have a look. 9219691. And yeah, there you go. Look, a 919 is spot on. And for Lawrence, a 974. Still in the zone. So well done to those two. And I'm going to tell you, you're not short. I most certainly am. And when you look at Vans and Marcus, I mean, they would tower over me, these two riders, and they're probably only 15. So Beck's Hair Lounge, of course, JD for Vans, the 1320 Motorsport Yamaha of Marcus.
Pits, attention in the pits, top sportsman, performance bike and super comp to the staging lanes, please.
Gets out of right,
top
does Vans,
sportsman,
056 and 154 for Marcus.
Lanes, please.
Just see them shifting up through those gears, making them work very hard. So 917 for Vans at 72 and an 889 at 75 miles an hour for Marcus McDonald. And that should be our 4 junior drag bikes. And that means we'll be moving into modified. So good field of modified.
Yeah, we've got 11 in the field here at the moment, Terry. I think there's a few to add.
We might have some newbies from interstate.
Newbies.
They're a newbie. They're a newbie because they've only just logged in. Like you said, there's a new player in the game. It's like, who is that? Yes, well, But most of these races are coming from interstate. They come highly regarded. I can tell you that now. Nobody travels 10 hours to come here and just make up the field. They are here to win, and they want to take home something tonight. So when you do the trophy presentation, Wade, hopefully you'll be giving them something, mate, or you or Mark, anyway.
Or yourself. We'll see what happens. But anyway, Brett Farnell comes forward. The front engine dragster in modified. And here is an interesting matchup as far as vehicles go in modified. Shows you what modified's all about. The front engine dragster up against the, what's regarded as the hot rod in the 37 Chev for Anthony Rochella. Panini Brothers on the side of the car.
And Brett Farnell with the little Team Bray Racing dragster. Got the zoomies. Car looks cool. Got the old school air cleaner on top of that V8. Just really looks good, doesn't it? All silver. Didn't have it used to be blue, was it from memory when it was blue? But I really love that silver. It and Brett's look, when you see Brett sitting in that cockpit there, he's pretty tall. So you think about how far he's probably touching the bell housing pretty well of that V8 there. And that's old school front engine dragster driving. It's like, you know, if you're watching all the action in front of you, it's all happening.
It's unique, isn't it? But it's a good opportunity there from the rear shot to see the roll cage around Brett, the safety gear.
Got spindle wheels on the front too, so that's good. Got spokes. Let's see how we go. Final qualifier for modified. Got out, look at that. How do you get out? 002 Farnell and a 015 for Rochella. Nice work. 845 at 154 and an 820 at 165 for Rochella. Look at that, 845. I tell you what, Farnell's just gone bang. There you go. I don't care about the heat. I'm going all right.
Ash Carslake and Daniel Carranza now coming forward. So in two different varieties of vehicle that you'll find in modified. The rear engine dragster up against the altered.
So the third of the Go Park Yourself team. Got the two juniors. And we've got, of course, Dad and Walker's Turf Supplies altered. As I said, not and Ashley fairly new to that combination in that altered. Been learning the trade very quickly in this car and doing exceptionally well. Dan Carranza, he's been racing this car for quite some time. And coming out of the junior field, of course, with the Penrite Oil Dragster. 615 cubes on board, 716, 717, and a 75. When it was having a little bit of an issue, but hopefully it's all sorted.
22 light green there for Dan. He's been cutting lights for fun this weekend. So again, another sharp light. Red light for Ash Carslake. We'll register a time there. Goes an 818 with a 6. And for Dan?
They changed their screen.
They did, didn't they?
That was lightning fast. So Adriana Cartledge and Liesl Gowes in the SCG Racing Parks Dragster. The Pro Street Towing Dragster of Adriana Cartledge. And another one of our competitors who's just arrived today. Is that correct? For Adriana?
Yeah, 100%. Well, she won the Winter Nationals here back in June. She finished third in the championship points last season, so doesn't want to miss an opportunity to come to a track where she's had success, and also of course in a championship perspective again, mate, obviously putting their intentions early that they're chasing the championship once again.
So did the Cartledges go from obviously from Whittlesea to Sydney, then from Sydney to Willowbank?
Willowbank, yep.
How impressive is that? That's a lot of takeaways on the way through. You'd need a big bag of snakes,
surely,
wouldn't you?
Well, you stop at Sydney for the toilet stop, don't you?
I hope no one from Sydney's listening. It sounded like you were having a bit of a throw.
No, there wasn't any dig there. That was just reality, I guess.
So here we go. Liesl Gowes, Adriana Cartledge. This is a good pairing because this you might see later on in one of the rounds. 003 red for Adriana, a 086 clean for Gowes. Adriana goes through for a first qualifier, a 726 at 186, and Liesl an 872 at 151. It's a little bit off her previous runs, but that's okay because she's got the got the qualifiers in hand.
Good to see older brother Stefan's on time today. Was able to see Liesl's first run for the day.
That's always good when your brother actually makes an effort, isn't it?
That was a dig.
Yeah, I know. I gathered that. It's nice to see he made an effort. So here we go. The one of our statesmen of our track, Phil Bellett, in the TBRE Performance Dragster. Daniel List in the Listies Fabrication and Maintenance Dragster, of course. Dan, 76, 7.6, 7.65, 7.65. Consistency for Listy is pretty impressive. But Phil Bellett, 778, 780, 787. He's in the game. Final qualifier. 4 qualifiers. What a luxury. Oh, look at that. Phil gets out with a 0.12. Dan a 0.16. Side by side as they go through. A 7.68 for Dan and a 7.90 for Phil. 174 mile an hour there out of that rear engine dragster of Daniel List. Talked about pairings. There's another couple of pairings that the Roadster and the Altered. So Braden Hughes, all the way down from Gordonvale in Cairns. Cairns Air Solutions on board for the sponsor. Kerry Muller from the Magic Mile at Maruka. You want to buy a car? That's where you go.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to pick up one of these Roadsters that Kerry's behind the wheel of on the Magic Mile, but I suppose you never know what might be lying in a shed.
True.
But always fantastic to see. It's the fabrication on the rear wing.
Yeah, we talk about that. That's my most favourite, out of all the categories and races today, this whole weekend. Kerry's wing on that thing is always my favourite thing. It just looks so aggressive and tough.
See the length of the wheelie bars too. It's really the length of the vehicle itself.
And those pipes coming out of it, it looks the goods. It's a cool looking car. Just, you know what? How do you make it pop? We'll put a blue roll cage on it.
Yeah.
That's what you do. So Braden just about, he's in. Braden gets out with a 1.29. Kerry with a 0.26. Little Blue Altered will head through for a 7.80 with a 1 for Braden Hughes. And Kerry an 8.23 at 161 in the Roadster with a nice, clean 0.26 light. So, but Braden puts him into 4th position in qualifying. John Sting, gets the, what do you call it? The bonus, the privilege of having a solo run. So Stingy 784, a 785 and a 787. Previously in the previous 3 qualifiers in the Boulogne Field Services Dragster. 565 cubic inches of V8 sitting behind John there.
John's another one of those races. Terry got a little bit of consistency from the rear engine dragster. A 784, 785 and a 787. He's got a 783 on the dialing board, which would make it his quickest pass for the weekend.
So you reckon they might be just aiming for that? And then
whether in these conditions
seeing what it does.
It'll run this, but hey, we'll see what happens. We'll find out in about 10 seconds.
And we don't know what the prep is. Maybe there is something that says, we're going to aim for that.
Yep.
And maybe you can back it out a little bit when you go for your dial-in, knowing you've got a little bit of fat there.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, look at that. 0.09 for John. Calm it down. How good is that? 7.95. So it's a little bit off that what they were expecting. But I'll tell you what, you know one thing. Got the tree right, without a doubt. That's all that experience. When you look at the vision that you're all watching from home or up on our big screen here.
Look how straight it was.
It is just perfectly straight, that car of John's, isn't it? That is some great vision down that deep end from overtaking lane. Big thank you to Dave and the crew. So I'm going to jump off for a bit because we know Mark wants to have a chat, but also apparently I've got some other duties I've got to do at the start line at some point in time. So, so I'm just going to go up and get my hair done.
You're going to warm up and prepare. And
thank you. We will be welcoming Mark Allen to the microphone in about the next 10 seconds.
So be moving from the 4 wheels of modified into the 2 wheels and the ladies and gentlemen of the leathers of modified bike. couple of races that won't mind putting on a show with a bit of a skid. It'll be Ricky McDougall, currently number 3 qualifier, and 8:79 with a 5 is his best time so far. The Oz Wheels Suzuki down there in the speed flow lane. Mark Lucky Gordon in the rocket lane from Jacobs Well, the Lucky Moto Suzuki. A 9:49, currently number 10 qualifier in the rocket lane. He'll be on the right-hand side of the screen for those watching at home. Both in full stage. Tree will come down. Red light for Mark Gordon. A 2:41 light there for Ricky McDougall. So they'll shift through those gears through the quarter mile. Finish off an 8:89 with a 3 at 146 miles per hour. And Mark Gordon a 9:54 at 140. So both slower than their respective other qualifiers. Mark, how are you today, mate?
I'm good, mate. It's good to be up here on the microphone here. Day 2, the final day of the Pro Alcohol Nationals, final qualifying session here for all of our sportsman categories. And as I suspected, pretty much everyone's gone 400 or 500 slower than what they ran yesterday, but it is obviously a lot warmer than what it was yesterday here in Mod Bike on track. We've got Jason White gets over the 082 red light. Jimmy Stewart, that was clean green, 087. Stewart will cross the finish line first here. He went 9:05 yesterday, so you look at that, 9:24, 144 miles an hour, so he's a couple tenths slower. And Jason White actually improves. He runs his quickest pass of the weekend at 10:39 at 136 mile an hour. Interesting.
Sometimes it's better to forge your own path than the path already forged. But, hey, the consistency across most of the brackets is that they're all going slower, but by about the same margin.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You can sort of see that average mean happening there between all the competitors, and you can see that trend forming at the moment. As we see Mitch Blinko get out with a 117 reaction type. Todd Blinko was a little bit slower with a 275 on his Kawasaki for Two Beards Racing. Mitch Blinko, the quicker of the two, he goes 965 at 145 miles an hour. Well, he got to the finish line first, but Todd Blinko was actually a little bit quicker at 953, 148 mile an hour. Yeah, big field this weekend in modified bike. 14 have qualified so far. This is a critical qualifying session. Of all the qualifiers that we've had this weekend, this is the critical one because you're going to use this pass to work out your dial in for round one of racing in an hour's time.
Yeah, Sean Ricketts over in the rocket lane, finished second in the championship last season. Rhino Vizio, one of the toughest bike riders here we have at Willowbank in the mod bike category, current 2-time track champion. A 041 light, red for Sean Ricketts, and Brian gives a 908. 144 miles per hour, and for Sean a 9:59 at 140 miles per hour.
Next up, Phil White, this time on the Kawasaki, taking on Gregory Heredem. So Gregory also on a Kawasaki. Yeah, Heredem out there with a 167 light, 130 for Phil White. And across the finish line, we see 940, 143 miles an hour. Phil White goes 969, 149 miles an hour.
So Chris Shaver and Rebecca Marsden coming forward. It'll be Chris on the red, BMW for Pro Cycle Dyno, and Rebecca Marsden from Bruval. So currently number 12 and 13th qualifier respectively. There's about a tenth and a half between what they can run as far as ET is concerned. You see the different riding styles as well between Chris coming in, fairly casual on that bike, but Rebecca Marsden, all business, got the wide stance. So cuts a red light, 069 green there for Chris. Goes to a 997, so picks up a tenth and a half there, and actually goes ahead of Rebecca Marsden in qualifying, so they'll swap the 12th and 13th positions, and Rebecca goes to a 10.08.
Next up, Jeffrey Marshall and Dale Marshall. So Jeffrey's in the speed flow lane. That's to the left of screen. You can see Jeffrey there. He's currently qualified with an 877, the number 2 qualifier. Dale Marshall in the right-hand lane. He's the number 1 qualifier. He's gone as quick as an 873 so far. Ooh, 003 red there for Dale Marshall. Clean green for Jeffrey Marshall, 058. And across the finish line, we see Dale Marshall go 882, 149 miles an hour. Jeffrey goes 894, 150 mile an hour. So
you're required in the staging lane, Super Comp and Supercharged Outlaws to the staging lanes, please.
Pretty much around what you ran.
Super Comp and Supercharged Outlaws to the staging lanes.
She is a warm one outside, I can tell you that. I went down there on the start line just before when Modified was on qualifying, and you know what? I'm happy to be up here today. I don't mind not being in the race car.
Yeah. So yesterday you were kind of feeling a little bit of FOMO. You were going, oh,
But today,
I kind of wish I had entered and I was in the race suit. And today you're going, no. Decision justified.
Yeah, it's fine. You having a look at the weather for us, mate?
Yeah, I got that sent through before about half an hour ago. That was what the weather was. Probably makes a bit more sense to you than it would me.
Yeah, water grains are up. So if there's water in the air, you're not going to make horsepower. So the water grains are right up. Density altitude, so the air is very thin. So it's 3,500 feet. Not conditions to make horsepower, especially if you're a naturally aspirated vehicle without any sort of like supercharging or whatnot. So yes, it's a day that we're not going to see any records broken today. So what I like about these sort of days is that it becomes a bit more of a challenge for crew chiefs and for drivers. The sportsman guys trying to work out what they're going to dial in at. It becomes a little bit more tricky with these conditions because obviously the track's not as forgiving. The cars are running a little bit slower. So it really does nut out the guys that are really honed in on their racing program.
Would you say it advantages those that took advantage of the test session on Friday? Even though that was an evening session?
You know what? It might be sort of evening out a little bit. If you asked me that yesterday and Friday, I would have said definitely testing would have helped you.
Yep.
But because there's such a vast difference, pretty much this qualifying session, this is the absolute most critical portion of this entire weekend for you. The data you get from this pass will directly relate to what you're dialing at later on here in the sportsman racing. The pro guys are actually, they've got it even harder because they didn't get a test lap today. They don't get a qualifier today. So the data they got yesterday, you can't use as much today because it is different to yesterday. I spoke to a few of the pro teams, so they're going to, pretty much they're all like thinking we're going to have to take some power out of the cars and work our way, navigate the start line.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, do you play it more conservative? But then again, championship points are on the line. You want to get that win right at the end of the day. So how conservative do you go?
Well, in the meantime, we've got the national champion here for top sportsman here, final qualifying session, David Foster, to take on one of the the good races here at Willowbank Raceway, Matty Barron. Two guys you don't want to line up against in first round of racing, top sportsman right here on the start line. 004 red for Matty Barron, 051 clean green for David Foster. Foster went 744 yesterday. Oh, this time 763, so he's a couple tenths like 180 miles an hour. And Matty Barron actually goes quicker, 833 at 164 miles an hour, so he's picked up a bunch.
And that's a lot quicker too. It's not like it's only slightly. That's over a tenth quicker.
That's a tune-up change right there. To pick up the ET that Matty Barron has picked up, that is definitely a change to the setup of the car. They've obviously done something here for Q4, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but they picked up a bunch. Next pairing here in front of us, Simon Isherwood to take on Brett Farga.
Yeah, so Brett currently has run the number 7th qualifying spot with the 799. He's also run an 802 and an 809, making the trip down from North Mackay. Simon Isherwood.
So Isherwood was pretty consistent yesterday, 698, 700. So if you take what we've seen so far today, if Isherwood gets the car clean off the start line, you probably assume that he's going to run like a mid-70, like a 706 or a 707. So if you had to throw a dial in on right now, that's probably what you'd be looking at. There you go, he goes a little bit good, 704, 195 miles an hour. And Brett goes through for an 808 at 168 mile an hour.
So next pairing coming for Tony Wyatt for Pine Mountain Performance in the Glibra. Guessing coming back with your door open like that is probably the best sort of form of air conditioning you're going to get in a race car today to try and keep it good. But no, that's of course trying to keep the burnout smoke out of the cabin. You can see the crew there working through that process as well.
That's probably a good thing today if you have an open car, like in a dragster or an altered. It's just the wind in your face. You can see Maxwell there. He's running a best of a 735. this weekend, but he struggled in the heat of the day yesterday. So this is a pass where, to give the team a bit of confidence going in round 1, you want to get it clean off the start line. White was consistent, 796, 801, 803.
Neither seem to have issues getting off the start line. 0.29 light for Tony. A 0.61 for Neil Maxwell goes to a 7.48 at 186 miles per hour. 8.07 at 169 there for Tony.
Yeah, I reckon they softened Maxwell's ride up because that was a very slow 60 foot for that sort of car, 114. Yeah, 7.48, so he was a 10th and a half slower than what he ran yesterday. Yeah, White 8.07, as you just said, 169 mile an hour, so he was down as well. It's going to be interesting that first round of racing just to see the dial-ins. Because when we look at the first round of the Sportsman racing, so that starts at just before 3 o'clock. We get the first lot of our racing here, action, where the pressure mounts on the teams.
So, Mark, usually, working on your experiences as a modified racer,
yep.
A day like today, I mean, usually from a dialing perspective, you have those qualifying sessions, you'd be feeling pretty confident in what you're dialing in. I mean, obviously, whatever you put on the car, you're going to be confident that that's going to give you the best opportunity at putting on a win light.
Yes, and that's why I was just talking about Q4 being so pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, however, would there still sort of be a little bit of uncertainty?
No, because with the fourth qualifying session that you get today, I'd be feeling extreme, just for myself, the program we got, I'd feel very confident with my dialing going to round 1. If we didn't have that fourth qualifier today and I had to base my dialing on what I ran yesterday, definitely there'd be a little bit of uncertainty.
Bit of head scratching.
I'd be watching the other brackets before mine. Yep. That'd be a guarantee just to see how the track was, how they're going compared to what they ran yesterday. So that's a good thing. If you're not the first bracket out for racing, you can sit back and have a look to see if you can spot some sort of trend happening and forming. So obviously the biggest variable you can't control as a racer is the weather and the track.
Yeah.
And we're about to see someone here with a bit of power here in performance bike, final qualifying session, Pete Farnell. So he's one of those guys that's really, really on the edge. When you're talking a bike with a lot of power on a radial tyre as well, taking on Jason Clarkin on his Hayabusa for full-bore motorcycles. Currently the number 6 qualifiers run a best of a 9.14. I don't think anyone in performance bike is going to improve on what they ran yesterday. I think it'd be about finding a setup that they can get down the track.
Yeah.
Especially for the likes of Pete Parnell.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. If they go from A to B, then they've given themselves that opportunity heading through to the next round.
Yeah, so these guys, it's all about performance for these guys. There's not a die-your-own bracket like we've been talking about previously. So these guys, it's about getting to the finish line as quick as possible. So they really got Pete's bike off the start line there, 132 to the 60 foot. He goes 738, 165 miles an hour, so he was off a bit early across the finish line. Clarkin goes 909, 157, so Clarkin does improve. He picks up another, 500s on his yesterday's ET, so they found something on that A Street bike. That's pretty cool. So Clarkin, he stays in the number 6 spot, but he did improve. Farnell will stay in the number 2 spot. Next up, it's our number 1 qualifier, Arvin Otoro on the BMW, taking on Brett Copping, the number 3 qualifier. Both of these bikes are B Street bikes. National record of 9.14 seconds for their class. Arvin was well under it yesterday, under that national record with an 886 to get the number 1 spot. Copping was actually under it too. He went 9.04 seconds yesterday qualifying. He was 900ths under the national record. And Arvin, he goes 889 here, 160 miles an hour, well under the record. Brett Copping goes 917, 156 mile an hour, so just above it there on that pass. They will stay number 1 and 3 in qualifying at the moment, respectively. Yeah, the final bike qualifying here in the Rocket Lane, it will be Chris Collin, the Hayabusa for Rascal Race Engines. Number 5 qualifier has run a best of a 787, so he's a 10th over the national record of 7.77 seconds for the A-Comp bike. So you can see him just tiptoeing this bike into stage. He's got the head tucked under the visor. The front screen there. There he goes, 137 reaction time for Chris Collin. And he goes 795, 165 miles an hour. So a little bit over that national record. He will stay number 5 in qualifying for performance bike, and that brings a close next time out. It will be round 1 of racing for those guys as well.
So we'll move on from the performance bracket of 2 wheels and into 4 with Super Comp. So looking at the tail of the tape so far in qualifying. Number 1 qualifier, Steve Sloan, who is just over 0.3 of a second under the national record in the Gemini, an 8.71 with a 2. Josh Luder, number 2 qualifier with an 8.35. And number 3, Pete Pisolides, a 6.32, is just under a 10th under the national record.
Yeah, I just got a message from Steve Sloan, our number 1 qualifier here in Super Comp. They're not going to run Q4. They're just like, you know what, we're not going to improve on that. It's a little bit too hot for us. If someone can go around us, good on them. They've done well and they deserve it. At the moment, with an odd field, he would get the solo pass in round 1 as well. So
interesting then.
Yeah, so if someone does go around him. But it takes something special for that to happen in these conditions. It's not impossible, though. It is drag racing.
Yeah, that's it. Well, they're running on a national record, I suppose, as opposed to a dial-in. So
up first will be actually we're going to have an A-car field, sorry, because we've got an altered here that didn't qualify yesterday because they were racing in another state. Drove up here overnight from Sydney. And that will be Luke Hartledge in the altered. How is that for commitment? He's from Victoria. Raced in Sydney yesterday. Now he's here at Willowbank Raceway today, running for the National Championship here at Super Comp, taking on Warren Allen in the dragster. Warren Allen is currently the number 4 qualifier, went 100th under the national record for dragster automatic here yesterday. So Hartledge will give us 8 in the field. He's running in C altered automatic. National record of 7.76 seconds.
Yeah, Warren Allen's had a lot of success here over the last 12 months as well. The last 2 national rounds we've had here has got the W, finished 2nd in the championship.
So Luke Hartledge, his one and only shot on the track here at Willowbank Raceway this weekend. Where can he slot himself into the field here? Warren Allen's already in the field, number 4 spot. 008 right for Luke Hartledge, 155 for Warren Allen. And across the finish line, Allen goes 7.23 at 185 miles an hour. Luke Hartledge goes 7.90 seconds at 166 miles an hour. That will put him into the field. He will be in at number 6, so he's a 10th and a half over the national record. That's 7.90. It looked like an out the back door pass as well for him. Okay. So we now have an 8-car field here in Super Comp. Rob Maddox in the Commodore to take on this Cavalier of Josh Schluter. So he's the number 2 qualifier. For him to overtake Steve Sloan in that number 1 spot, he needs to improve by 59 thousandths of a second. So you might as well say 600ths. So he needs to run an 8.29 with just an 8.29 with the 0, we'll say, to make it even for us.
As you said, Mark, be pretty. It's tough conditions to improve on that time already run, but never say never.
Rob Maddox, he went 9.44 in qualifying, 400ths over the EMSA record, which is 9.40 seconds. Speed record of 145 miles an hour. So I can't remember what the speed was that Maddox did yesterday. We'll keep an eye on that. This is probably close to the speed record. So Josh Schluter, 8.29 he needs to run to get that number 1 spot here in Super Comp qualifying. Maddox, to get into the top half of the field, he needs to improve by 600ths as well. So you need to run a 9.38 if he wants to get into the top half of the field here in Super Comp qualifying. Issues for Rob Maddox there on the start line. So he will not improve. It looks like Josh Schluter has backed off as well, so neither driver will improve in this session here of Super Comp. Schluter rolls through for 10:29, 86 miles an hour. I wonder if that was a planned shut-off for Schluter. And just get some data from the start line, and Maddox rolls through for a 16:43 at 63 miles an hour.
Yeah, it didn't visually look like there was anything wrong with Jai's launch or the first part of the pass.
And I think maybe they're the only cars that might be taking advantage of this session at Super Comp. Of the 8 cars, so we've seen 4 of them. And it looks like, yeah, we've been switched over now to Supercharged Outlaws, the next bracket on our sheet here for Sunday racing here at the Pro Alcohol Nationals. So a quick recap of Supercharged Outlaws qualifying so far. Peter Lay is our number 1 qualifier with a 6:58. Peter Wheeler, number 2 in the drags with a 6:65. Bill Fletcher, number 3 with a 6:97. Kelly Kidd is currently 4th with a 7:09. Shane Atkinson 5th at 7:41. And Josh Fletcher rounding out the field with a 7:44. So that's where they're currently qualified here in Supercharged Outlaws. We can see the first of the dragsters towing out here. That'll be Peter Wheeler. Moving forward. And that was a really good pass that he did last night, because he'd run a couple of really consistent 7-1s. We're like, hey, really, that's pretty consistent. And then out of nowhere, he goes 6:65 on the last pass of the night in Supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah, pops himself into that number 2 qualifying spot, and look, knocking on the door of Peter Lane, that number 1 spot with 6:58. But see if they can consolidate on that pass they did last night today.
Well, that's it. So they're in the same vote as what we were talking about, the earlier sportsman category. So this pass here, it's critical. This is going to set the tone for their dial-in in the first round of racing. But not only is it critical in these conditions, because the track temps are going to be a lot hotter than what they were yesterday. These cars have got a lot of horsepower, so they're susceptible to wheel spin, tyre shake, all that fun stuff that you don't want to tap in as a drag racer. So they'll want a clean pass, not only so they can get that dial in, but also to give them confidence that the car is going to hook up and do what it's meant to do in round 1 of racing. Because there'd be nothing worse than if you go out here and it does something that it didn't do yesterday, like shake, rattle, spin, all the stuff you don't want to happen. Because then you're going to be going back to pit scratching, okay, we need to change something, because if you leave it the same, it's going to do the same thing. So not only do you need to suddenly change the tune-up, that means you've got to worry about your dial and say, the change that I make, how much does it affect my dial-in side of things?
Yep. And then
it becomes a guessing game.
And then you look at someone like Kelly Kidd, who the 3 qualifying sessions we've had so far for Supercharged Outlaws, all 3 times trying to get off the line, it's gone into tyre shake. So they've got the opposite end of the problem, where they're trying to work out how to get the car off the line.
Yes, you're exactly right there. But Peter Wheeler here in front of us, we'll talk about Peter here. So in a perfect world for Peter Wheeler, he will want to do another lap just like he did last night. So it wouldn't be about improving that 665, but it'd be about doing just another lap that's around the same area, around that high 660, low 670 region, and the car does everything that it's meant to do. Supercharged Outlaws here. Final qualifying session. Peter Wheeler in front of us. We're just doing final checks. I'll give him the signal. There we go. So he'll put it into gear, move towards the staging area now, where he's got another crew member that's just guiding him in. They'll pull him up probably about 6 or 8 inches just in front of the beams. And then he'll move into stage, and away we go. Great shots here from overtaking lane of the dragster into full stage. Gets that good light, 0.22, but see how it goes across the finish line here. Yeah, it's a little bit slow, 734, 181 miles an hour. So that's back to what it did on the other passes yesterday. That's interesting, yeah. So you went to 665 last night. It did sound like it laboured a little bit in mid-track. So yeah, Peter Wheeler, they'll have to go back to pits and I guess look at the data and work out what they want to do round 1 of racing.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I mean, whether you go, well, I mean, hey, we got it from A to B under power, so is that just where it wants to be today, or?
Yeah, well, you don't want to be losing half a second for no reason. That's when you go, okay, what's wrong with the car? What wasn't doing its job? Make sure it's not hurting itself internally. And, yeah. So we got more action here. I can see, I'm just looking in the staging lanes, you can see Kelly Kidd's dragster. It looks like it might be just about to fire up. So yeah, this is a team that they're on the other end of struggle. They have not got off the start line once yet this weekend. They need a clean pass. She needs a clean pass because without that, they're really going into round one. You know, just throw a dart at the board and just take a guess at the dial in. The thing is, though, this car ran perfectly for the first couple of seasons that they had that set up in it. So it's I don't know if they've upped the power or something has changed, but yeah, it just seems to be struggling at the moment just to get off the start line without the shake.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, sometimes new cars will come out and they'll sneak up on it and slowly work on building up. But this, as soon as it hit the track, as you said, it went from A to B. And
it was so impressive.
Every pass, it was just running quicker.
It could be something as little as they've done like a change in the tyres or brand of tyres or something like that, and then, you know, and it's not happy. Actually, in saying that, I think they've done a change in the tyres now looking at it, because I think it had different tyres on the back westerday than what it has today. So we'll have to find that out if they've done a change to see if that could be the issue.
You can see no supercharger on top of the engine, but it has got that beautiful looking turbo hanging out the side.
So Kelly Kidd, if they get a clean pass, it'll be in the sixes. Well, that's the cleanest it's been all weekend for Kelly Kidd. This time around, she goes 687, 196 miles an hour. They finally get it sorted here. Look at that. They're happy on the start line. Kelly will be happy as well. There you go. Thumbs up. Nice work, team. And she goes to the number 3 spot in qualifying. Kelly Kidd, 687, 196 miles an hour. She goes into the top half of the field.
Yeah, and that gain was all through the start, wasn't it? Being able to get the launch, no tyre shake, car gripped up, and I
reckon they were different.
The ET was found.
I reckon there were different rear slicks on the back of that dragster to what I saw yesterday. There you go. Nice work. And I don't see any more. I wonder if we've got any more Supercharged Outlaws to come forward. Oh, yeah, I can see the Styromax tow vehicle there. That would tell me it might be the Fletchers. Could be about to move forward.
Yeah, you can say probably it's going to be Josh Fletcher, and the reason I say that is because I can see Bill under the umbrella here taking shade, so can't be in two places at once.
They're all taking a little bit of the time today, aren't they? They're here getting to them. They're just a bit slower getting strapped in and towing out. Yeah, at the moment, so we can look at the qualifying order again. Say Bill Fletcher was in the number 3 spot. He's now down to number 4 spot in qualifying. And the reason why I talk about that top half of the field is that you will get lane choice if you're in the top half of the field, and that could be critical. So for Kelly Kidd, with that pass, getting the top half of the field means that she can choose that same lane again in the first round of racing, knowing that, hey, this setup that we just had, it went down that lane. We're going to take that lane again. And if you don't come out in this session, well, then how much will that affect your diet? Like, if you just said you've seen Bill Fletcher down on the start line and he's not out here taking advantage of this session, because it is a big difference than what it was yesterday. So that means that obviously they're lucky they've got a team car that's going to come out so they can compare the notes from that and try and work out a dial in, but it's still not Bill's dragster here on the track getting some data in today's conditions. Is that an advantage or disadvantage? There's an advantage that he won't be as tired. He's not putting any stress through the car or through this heat, himself as a driver, the crew. So they'll be a bit more relaxed going into round 1 of racing. But how much does it affect that dialing side of things?
Yeah, well, I know their first round of racing isn't until about 6 o'clock. So by the time they completed this pass, that's sort of 3 hours time. So you'd think by then, I mean, it wouldn't be a matter of that they'd skip this session because there's going to be too much heat built up. You'd think that it would cool down enough.
It'd be similar.
Those
Yeah,
passes.
it'll be similar to yesterday, I guess. You make a good point there. So Josh Fletcher, Styromax, fiberglass composite panels dragster. He ran a best of a 7:44 yesterday, only did one full lap. So he's got 7:46 on the dial-in board as his prediction. .050 light, Josh Fletcher. And the Styromax dragster goes through, runs a 7:46 at 176 mile an hour. There you go. They're on the money. He stays in the number 6 spot in qualifying. But they have got a race car here today. And that brings a close to Supercharge Outlaws qualifying.
So we didn't see Peter Lay, Shane Atkinson or Bill Fletcher in that session. So half the field didn't take advantage of that fourth qualifier.
And it'll be interesting to see what happens in round 1 with the teams that took advantage of it and the teams that didn't take advantage. Just little things like that. I think the biggest win of that session is obviously Kelly Kidd finally getting the dragster down track with that 687, 196 mile an hour.
And it's interesting. I mean, we had a couple of sessions last night that this is the session that happened.
Well, yeah, it is the toughest session of the entire weekend. You know, between now and say till like 4:30, 5 o'clock, it's going to be those conditions are going to be absolutely crazy tough for all the teams, from the drivers to the crew, and adjusting what they need, knowing what the car needs to get down. But that actually brings it close to all of qualifying now. So qualifying is all completed for all of our brackets. From this point forward, for the rest of the day, we are now into the pressure cooker situation of racing. It's eliminations for all of our sportsman categories and the all-round format for the pro categories. That's it. It's all done and dusted. Dial-in time. So we're moving now into round 1 of Real Street.
Yeah, if you do not turn on a win light, you will become a spectator for the rest of the weekend in our Aeroflow National Sportsman Championships. It's about gaining National Series points. It is the first round of the 2026 season. As you said, Mark, we're kicking it off with Real Street.
Yeah, first up here, Cody Lay dialing at 13.99 seconds in the BMW, taking on the Jeep of Craig Collis. He's dialed in 12.80 seconds, Craig Collis.
Yesterday, his lights were pretty lousy, Mark, but it was straight on the money this morning. Fresh out on the track for the first pass. Cut a good light. We'll want to do that as well against Cody and the BMW. So Craig will be doing the chasing. Oh, wheel spin for Cody and the BMW.
Cody out with a clean green. Clean green's both sides of the racetrack here in Real Street.
The big Jeep, it's chasing after the more aerodynamic, sleek BMW. Close across the finish line, Craig will take the win. A 13.26 on that 12.80. Cody was well off the dial in a 14.54 on a 13.99. So I'm wondering if Craig knew that he had some up the back sleeve and was able to back off and cruise across the finish line.
Yeah, Cody had the whole shot there, but wasn't enough when he runs half a second off the dial in. Next up here in racing for Real Street, Shane Grattan in the Ford, the BF Ford, to take on David Shee in the Mustang for CPV tuning. Yeah, Grattan's dialing in at 12.96 here in this BF Ford, running for Brisbane Valley Printing.
David, he'll have to be real patient. 2.7 seconds will be the chase. Thereabouts for David. Shane, he won't mind. You'll see the Mustang getting bigger and bigger in that mirror. both cut pretty good lights, so slight advantage to Shane Grattan, but pretty even on the tree. David will be charging hard, though. Here comes the big red Mustang. A little bit of a flicker of the brakes, but goes a 10.31 on a 10.25. Shane Grattan at 12.999 on that 12.96 dial in. He will go through to the next round.
Great reaction time for Grattan. 0.28 and running 300s over the dial in on the brakes, so that's a great lap there for Shane Grattan getting that win. Next up, we will have the ute of Tony Rogers to take on Cooper Lay, also in a ute, so it's ute versus ute here. So we can see Tony Rogers just trying to get through, trying to get some boost, I think, up here to try and do the burnout. It's struggling a little bit. He's still on 11.73 seconds. There we go. It's getting started now. And Cooper Lay's dialing at 11.37 in the blue Ford ute.
Yeah, it used to be the same colour as Tony's, but of course now the blue. Good to have Cooper back out in the real street fields.
It looks good in the blue.
Sometimes you don't care how it looks. It's about how close you are to your dial in, what your reaction time is.
You can see him actually moving in stage there, Cooper Lay, as the car was creeping as the lights were coming down. And not too much difference there on the reaction time side of things. But the win light's going to go to Tony Rogers. He was closer to the dial, 11.76 and 11.73. Cooper Lay actually had the hole shot with an 0.66 light, but runs a couple tenths off the dial and allowing Rogers to sneak on by here in round number 1 of Real Street.
Shane Stewart and Peter Hoy. So it's the Holden versus Ford battle that we all love on Australia Day. A 10.60 for Shane Stewart. Performance Parts Plus on board in the FGX Falcon. It is the Commodore of Peter at 12.38. So we'll leave first. But unfortunately hands the win to Shane Stewart, courtesy of the red light. Shane will thank his lucky stars because he's cut a pretty lousy 3.49.
So you can improve on that next round of racing.
100%.
He was a little bit off the dial in as well, 11.13 at 131 miles an hour on that 10.60.
Bit of food for thought, but I suppose he made the most of getting that free pass with the win light and testing that dialing.
Oh, look at that. The big number 1 on the side there for Dale Samuelson. He is the national champion in Real Street. He's dialed at 12.49 seconds. He's going to take on Jamie Nielsen here. He's dialed at 12.03 in the Falcon for Black Panther Racing. It's always tough to come up against the national champion. Round number 1, first race of the 2026 season here for the National Drag Racing Championships. Brought to us by Aeroflow Products.
Oh, red light for your national champion.
Gone in round number 1 of racing. Jamie Nielsen gets the win. He cut a great light anyway, 0.87 on the start line. And Nielsen will go through with a 12.00 on his 12.03, so he broke out by a little bit. And Samuelson goes 12.67 on his 12.49, so the national champ out in round number 1 here at Real Street.
Brett Warren will come forward and accept the bye. Pretty handy to get that in your first round of racing. We spoke about how critical as well this first round of racing will be with the conditions. So a bit of a free pass to test an 11.34 dial in. Can sharpen that light up as well in the next round. How close can you go, Brett?
Pretty close, 11.35 and the 11.34.
Pretty good.
You'll be happy with that. So that brings a close to round number 1 of Real Street. And they did all right, actually, considering. Well, I guess, and that's what I said. That qualifier they got today was just, a real bonus for everyone when Willowbank decided to give everyone a qualifier here on the Sunday of the event. As you can see, everyone was pretty much hitting their dial-ins. And I think if you hadn't had that qualifier today, it wouldn't have been that story.
Yeah, 100%. We only have the one breakout in those pairings for the first round. So see if that pattern continues through our other brackets. They're probably the most mischievous category we have, the Real Street Races, Mark. But you know what? They're probably the coolest too, because all of their cars have air conditioning, whether they decide to use it or not. But on a hot day, I reckon I'll be going down with it on a cool 19 degrees.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the schedule. So next up, it's going to be the first round of our biggest category that we've got here this weekend, Junior Dragster. So we had, what did we have? We had 37 originally entered in the field. 6 rounds of racing today for them to get our winner. It is elimination, so you win, you advance. If you lose, unfortunately, you're on the trailer and you get to sit back and watch the rest of the day. So we can just see some of the juniors are now just pulling up here in the staging lanes. It hasn't been that long since they ran. So when they had their first, the qualifier today was just after 1 o'clock. So it's only been an hour and a half for them. Well, the good thing with junior drag racing, if everything's all right, the only thing you've got to really worry about is your tyre pressures and put some fuel in it.
Yeah.
And then work out your dial in.
Well, yeah. Don't have any parachutes to pack or...
Nope.
Any real changes? And again, across the whole category of all the cars that went down in that first session today, their final qualifier, it was pretty consistent on how they were all sort of reacting to the previous times they've run.
Yep, yeah, we saw that trend.
Yeah, it wasn't like some went quicker, some went slower. It was all pretty consistent across the field.
Yep, exactly. So they should have a pretty good gauge on where to put the dial-ins at here in the first round of racing. I wasn't actually here for the that qualifier, so did the Condelos get up here?
They did.
They got the
Condelos, Bailey Hawk as well added to the field.
Oh, yeah, Bailey Hawks. Okay. So that's really cool. So we got some of the junior drivers that competed interstate and travelled up here overnight. They're here today for the first round of the national championship.
Yeah, and I was saying, Mark, that's impressive. The commitment level from the teams as well to do that.
Yep.
I mean, it's not cheap to travel around the country and be a part of these events. So to compete in 2 events in 2 states that aren't really close together, the tracks. To get crew up here for a long weekend and that commitment to come interstate. We do thank our interstate visitors and our tracks.
Yep. And we've even got some international visitors this weekend.
Yeah, 100%.
And, teams from New Zealand competing here at Willowbank Raceway, so that's a big commitment.
Bit of a show of hands. How is everyone over on the grassy hill today? Are we well, folks? Under the umbrellas? Give us a wave. Throw our hands up. Is there anyone from interstate over on the hill? Has anyone travelled to be here from interstate? Throw your hands up. Are we all locals?
Looks like they're all locals today.
Excellent. Well done.
I've just been handed the first round of the seating sheets for the pro categories. That's cool. Tell you what, I can while waiting for the junior dragsters, I can go through the pairings here for the first round. So I've just been given the seating sheet for Pro Alcohol round 1 of racing. So number 1 qualifier is Daniel Reid. He'll take on Wayne Price. Shane Phillips will take on Ben Braid. Now that's an awesome matchup. Luke Marsden will take on Andrew Searle, and Darren Fry will take on Stuart Pryor in the first round of racing for Pro Alcohol. So there's some good matchups there in that first round. I'm excited to see what happens there. Then have a look at the Nitro Funny Car seating sheet for round number 1 of racing. Josh Lay was their number 1 qualifier. He'll have a solo pass in the first round. Morris McMillan will take on teammate Justin Walsh in the first round, and Damon Patton will take on Adam Murray in the first round of Nitro Funny Car. So those are the matchups that we'll see in a couple of hours' time for that first round of racing for all of our pro categories. And I'm just waiting on the Pro Mod 660 class as well, so that'll probably come down shortly. But there's some tantalising matchups there, especially in Pro Alki. And that was a killer field yesterday in Pro Alki. The 8 cars, or 7 of the 8 cars were in the 5-second zone, and Wayne Price, he would have been in the 5s, but it just wasn't a full pass. How
was it the third qualifier last night, Mark, with Stuart Pryor coming out in that nitro-injected fuel dragster and run it? It was a PB, wasn't it? The 560?
Yeah, it was a PB for the team, 5.60 seconds. History made here in Australia. The first ever injected nitro vehicle here running in Pro Alcohol. So he went 5.60. He was a number 5 qualifier. And he'll take on Darren Fry in his first ever event in a dragster in Pro Alcohol. So that's going to be a cool matchup as well. So there's just a little sneak peek of what's to come later on here at Willowbank Raceway for the Pro Alcohol Nationals. We are just waiting for the junior dragster cars to get into the staging lanes. We're seeing a few more of them lining up. I guess the issue is it's just pairing everyone up to in their respective pairings for the first round.
I don't know if you've ever tried to gather 25 kids under the
30,
age of
30
plus kids under the age of 17 in one place and get them to listen, but normally takes more than one person. It normally takes a couple of attempts at telling them. Even if you've got a couple of kids, isn't that right, Mark? They don't normally listen.
They don't listen at all. Not at all, mate.
I don't know if the parents are just as bad sometimes. Or
Actually, if it's over 32 cars, I think it means it'll be split seated. So it won't actually be seated. So they'll have a fast and slow lane where they'll just split in the middle, and you line up in the 2 lanes. So you just race whoever you've got. So they'll have a slow lane, fast lane.
do you reckon everyone's hanging back at the back of the lanes, not wanting to get down?
It's possible, very possible. Yeah, so in sportsman racing here in Australian drag racing, so for all of our fields that are under 32 cars and under, we seed them based off the qualifying. For any fields that are above a 32, so 33 or more, we do what they call split seating. So the field we split in the middle, and we'll have the top half and bottom half, and then with the 2 lanes that are used in the staging lanes, you just the quick half go on the quick half, slow cars go on the slow half, and it's just a random matchup of who you race. And if it's an odd field, they actually pull a number out of the hat to who gets the bye run.
Yeah, from the fastest lane, is that right?
No, it's from the overall field.
Yep. Yeah, wow, yeah.
So it's actually a chance that if they pull that number 1, they could get solo pass 2 rounds in a row. So they'll get it on the split seated, and then they get it for the seated field.
Interesting.
Haven't seen that happen, but
yeah.
Anybody else want while I'm here? You all right? Those parties, you got to put your head near that bin.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I really enjoy my job. You get to work on big machines. It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
And fall from grace, but I must admit I made mistakes. For all of that I feel ashamed. So if I chose death, don't feel enraged. I became the man I didn't want to be. Chose death, don't feel enraged. I made my choice, and in my pain chase death, don't feel enraged. I became the man I didn't wanna be. In the same constellation, burning bright in the endless night. Now I'm a ship lost on a distant horizon, searching for the light that used to guide. In the echoes of our laughter, I can hear the fall, like a photograph that's faded, like a name we can't recall. We were fireflies in the summer sky, lighting up the dark. Now we're whispers in the wind, drifting worlds apart. In the silence of the evening, our shadows start to fade. We were once a symphony, now a lonely serenade. We were the roots of an ancient tree, growing side by side, but the seasons changed and the leaves have died. Now we're branches reaching for a sky we can't find, tangled in the silence, hearts left behind.
So this is it. This is the serious business now that we head into elimination racing, and starting us off will be our junior dragsters for their first round of racing. First pairing coming forward will be Nevaeh McDougall in the speed flow lane. Over in the rocket lane will be Jasmine Kidd. So Nevaeh cut a good 002 light, pretty handy this morning on the tree. Has dialed in an 804 for NAM Racing Oswills SVO PSR 1320 Motorsport Junior. Jasmine Kidd, an 823 is a dial in, so the chase will be about 0.2 of a second. A pair of AJDs to do battle. But Mark, the equation is simple. If you don't turn on a win light, your weekend has come to a conclusion.
Sorry, mate. My microphone wasn't turned on. You are correct there, mate. It's that is the harsh reality of drag racing and eliminations. You win, you advance. Unfortunately, a loss means you're back on the trailer. Oh, killer light there from Jasmine Kidd. 013 to a 116, so she's got a 10th advantage here on the start line and gets the win. Goes 824 on an 823 with an 013 light. Great package there for Jasmine Kidd. Nevaeh McDougall breaks out with an 800 on the 804, trying to make up the difference there on the start line. Wasn't to be. Jasmine Kidd goes through to round number 2 of Junior Dragster.
So big field of 34 that have qualified here this weekend. Will half the field to 17 by the end of this session. Next pair coming forward. Cody Robinson in the CJD has dialed in a 12 neat, a 1200. And for Kenny Glasson for Peter Lay Custom Imports over in the Rocket Lane, it is an 8.18 the dial in. So almost 4 seconds to chase, and that can happen when we have the CJDs up against the A's. So some of our youngest racers in the field up against the more experienced of the junior racers.
I find it interesting that Cody Robertson has dialed in quicker than what he ran all weekend, just in these conditions, how hot it is. Kenna Glasson's dialed in pretty much where she ran her quickest pass, which was an 8.16 in qualifying. I just assumed that the dial-ins would be a little bit slower than what their quickest pass was. So.
Yeah. See Kenna wriggling the car forward, trying to stay as shallow as possible. Cody bumps it in. Kenna as well.
Oh, good light from Robertson. 0.51. Kenna Glasson goes 0.48. 3 thousandths between the two drivers on the reaction time side of things. It's going to come down to the dial-ins. Robertson's out in front and breaks out with an 11.97. Too quick on that 12.00. Got there first. Kenna Glasson will get the win with an 8.24 on the 8.18. So Kenna Glasson goes through to round number 2. Cody Robertson breaks out by 23 thousandths of a second there.
Oh, so close.
Heartbreaking.
Oh, so close, Mark. But Cody knew Kenna would have been chasing and just was just that too quick.
Here's a man that's only had one pass this weekend, Zane Condello, the national champion, to take on Carl Schutz, the Queensland champion.
There's a bit of bragging rights, Mark.
This
so,
is a massive race, round one.
Look, Carl's looking to defend the home turf. Doesn't want to let the interstate visitor take bragging rights. Zane, though, he goes, you know what? I'm not afraid of you, Carl. I've won national events here before. And I want to go through to the next round and get those valuable national championship points.
The best racer here at Willowbank Raceway, taking on the best racer in the country in round one of the National Drag Racing Championships. Carl dialing at 7.80. Condello will leave first with an 8.12. It's going to be an automatic win to Carl Schutz because Zane Condello has red lit on the start line by 54 thousandths of a second. Schultz was 0.79 on the tree. He goes 7.71 on his 7.80. No, he broke out by a bunch there. Condello breaks out as well, 8.09 on the 8.12. So Carl Schultz goes through to round number 2. That was a massive matchup in round 1. And the national champion on the trail in round 1 of racing. We've seen that in Real Street as well.
Yeah, can you believe it? So some big matchups coming early on in our racing rounds. Chase Carslake and Paige King, two of our local racers that pair up alongside each other in local competition. An 8.44 for Chase Carslake and 8.79 for Paige King.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. A 0.01 red for Chase Carslake. Hands the automatic win to Paige King. She was 192 on the tree and goes 884 on the 879, and Carslake does the double whammy, breaks out with an 842 on the 844. Now I see a trend happening. Breakouts.
Yeah, that's it. And that's
lots of breakouts.
Is that team's just been a little bit aggressive on the dial-in, Mark?
I don't know.
Or being
maybe
conservative and then the car's running?
It's a really interesting question without... I don't know. I'm not too sure if they're just trying... If they're holding a little bit on the dial-ins, but... I think we've seen pretty much at least one car in each pairing break out so far in juniors, in every pairing so far. Next up, Lucia Pirano dialing at 8.62, Ryder Marston dialing at a 12.08. So again, both these drivers are dialed in quicker than what they ran in qualifying.
So we'll see if the trend continues that we seem to have started to notice in this first round of juniors. Red light there for Ryder Marsden. So over to you, Lucia. Have a crack at that 8.62. How close can you go? Goes an 8.62 on a 2. So that's they were bang on.
Ryder Marsden goes dead on with a 0. Dead on the dial to the 0. Unfortunately, red lit on the start line to take his chances away. Pirano goes 8.62 on the 8.62. The two cars that have been close to the dial-ins here all morning, and they're on the same pairing. Unfortunately, red light there for Ryder Marsden.
Yeah, tough lesson to learn there, isn't it, for Ryder?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Savannah Condello now to take on Xavier Lai. So we've got a 4-second head start for Xavier there in the old school junior. He's stolen 12.32 seconds. Candelo's stolen 8.09 seconds. So Candelo ran 8.09 here an hour ago in qualifying. The one and only pass that Candelo did here at Willowbank Raceway. And we've seen Zane run an 8.12 here, Dolan 8.12. He actually broke out by a couple hundreds. So he went quicker.
So for Xavier, he has to worry about cutting a good light.
Which he's done, 125, so that's a good solid light, and it's better than the 176 from Savannah Condello. So Xavier Lyre's got 500s advantage at the moment on the reaction time side of things. Here comes Savannah, and Savannah gets the win with an 8.10 on the 8.09. Safe for the win. Xavier Lyre goes 12.80 on the 12.32.
Yeah, this will be the third of the third junior in the field that has come up, had one qualifying session, made the trek up north, and is here in the first round of racing. Bailey Hawk for robust works over in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in an 8.10. Coming up against Cody Sedmak. For JTS Racing is dialed in an 8.00. So there, for Cody, he's dialing in his equal quickest pass of the weekend, which is 8.00 with an 8. For Bailey Hawk, they've dialed in slightly quicker than they qualified with in their only qualifying session this morning. An 8.11 was the time. They dialed in at 8.10.
Yeah, Bailey Hawk finished second in the National Championship last season. Nothing between the two drivers here. 0.10 of a second separates the dial-ins. It's almost heads up.
Oh, 008 for Bailey. It's a 0.31 for Cody, which is pretty sharp on the tree as well. Across the 8th mile finish line. Oh, breakout an 8.09 with an 8 on that 8.10 after cutting a 008 light. Will hand the win to Cody Sedmak. He goes an 8.00 with a 3 on an 8.00. Mark, does it get any closer than that in Junior Dragster?
That is the race of the day so far here at Willowbank Raceway. Yeah, 008 on the tree and then breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Sedmak bangs the dial in 8.00 and 8.00 with an 0.31 light. Oh, well. Bailey Hawk probably wins any other race this round of racing so far, bar the one he was just in. Mia Ward now to take on Michael Lai. Lai is already in full stage, stolen 9.09 seconds. The Mackay's Furniture Transport Junior Dragster for Mia Ward, stolen 11.98 seconds, so will leave first. It's nearly 3-second head start. Oh, no, it's an unfortunate red light by 0.02 of a second there for Mia Ward. Michael Lai will get the automatic win here in the old school Metal Fabrications Junior Dragster. Gets out with a good solid 0.55 light. Has the freebie to test out the dial and goes 9.18 on the 9.09. Mia Ward goes 11.98 on an 11.98 dial in there. The juniors are really picking their dial-ins right now.
Yeah, 100%. Mark, credit to the teams and the drivers for how they've chosen their dial-ins. And do you think the other teams in the lanes are watching this, Mark?
Yeah, 100% they are. Yeah, they would be, yes.
They're on the money.
Next up, Charlize Gravel now dialing at 7.83 seconds to take on the Go Park Yourself Junior Dragster of Tamika Carslake. And Scully Refrigeration also helping the team there for Carslake. She's on at 9.05 seconds. Gravel, 7.83 seconds. So it's a 1.2 second head start here for Tamika Carslake. Advantage to Gravel, 0.88 to a 1.46. 600th advantage, and the win light will go to Tamika Carslake. It's a double breakout. Gravel breaks out by more with a 7.78 on a 7.83. Tamika Carslake is safer with a 9.03 on a 9.05 to get the win here in round one.
Neither of them wanted to lift, Mark. They were full throttle through the finish line. They both wanted the victory. Unfortunately, only one could go through.
How about this for a race? It's our slowest competitor here this weekend, Ryden King. He's dialed in at 13.98 seconds, and is not about how quick you go in junior drags, just about how consistent you are. It's a big head start, so it's almost 6-second head start for Ryden King, taking on Lexi Lancaster.
And for Ryden, he just has to worry about running his race.
Ah, no, he's left the red light on the start line. So Lexi's got the automatic win here in round 1. Goes 2.04 on the tree. Gets to test that 8.02 dial in and goes 7.96. So it's a double breakout again. Ryden goes his quickest pass of the weekend by a bunch, 13.47 at 48 miles an hour. And Lexi goes 7.96 on the 8.02.
So it gives a bit of food for thought for the next round, doesn't it, Mark? If you get the win and you've broken out.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to change your dial in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to get lucky, try and get lucky 2 runs in a row. So you're definitely going to change your dial and then chase the dial.
Yeah. Well, there's not much time between the rounds from round 1 to round 2. So we actually will see round 2 of Junior Drags before all of our pro categories are on track.
Amelia right here on the start line. She's on 8.20 seconds. And Kyle Day in the silver and orange junior dragster in the other lane. He's on at 7.70 seconds. So we've just got a little hold up here. We're checking something on track. There we go. Both juniors going into stage now. So half a second head start for Amelia Wright. She's in full stage. .071 to an .068. And the win light is, yeah, something has happened to the timing systems there. Yes, because they definitely didn't go 102 to the 60 foot.
And even though one's an AJD, one's a double AJD.
Yeah, no, they definitely didn't run those times. So
that's
yeah. Actually, anyway, that's for other people to worry about, not us. Next up, we've got Jacob Schultz here on the start line in the SCG Racing Parts Junior Drags, dialing at 7.98 seconds. And Jet Pirano for Beck's Hair Lounge, he's dialing at 8.08 seconds. So 0.1 of a second head start for Jet here. It's almost heads up.
Jacob saw older brother Carl go through to round 2. Wants to join Carl. Wants to get past Jeff Pirano. Both big racing championship, Willowbank Raceway.
It's close on the start line. 78 for Pirano, 94 for Schultz. It's a breakout from Jacob Schultz, 794 too quick on his 798. Jet Pirano gets a win with an 812 on the 808. Safe for the win. So Schultz got to the finish line first, but broke out by 36 thousandths of a second.
Buddy Allgood and Siobhan Harvey, our next pairing coming forward. Big field of our juniors for their first round of 6 today. Heidi dialing in an 807, which is about the middle of where her passes have been through qualifying. For Siobhan, dials in at 779. So they've gone the other way and they've gone, we reckon that's been run a little bit slower than where it's been this weekend. So Siobhan was slightly sharper on the tree with a 0.93 to a 1.35 of Heidi across the finish line. Win light will go to Siobhan Harvey. Double breakout though, a 7.76 on that 7.79 for Siobhan. Turns on the win light, the breakout is less than what Heidi did, an 8.00 with a 4 on that 8.07 dial in.
That trend continues with lots of breakouts here in Junior Dragster. Next up, it will be Nixon King to take on Dakota Bray. the Smith Transport Junior Dragster here of Dakota Bray getting guided into stage by Dad Benny there. She's stolen 8.15 seconds. Nixon King from Mick King Transport. He's stolen 8.02 seconds, so 0.13 of a second head start for Dakota Bray. She's already in pre-stage. Both cars in pre-stage now. Dakota's in full. Both are in.
They're mucking around.
Oh no, it's a big red light there for Dakota Bray. Hands the automatic win to Nixon King. And Dakota goes through, way too quick, 788 at 82 miles an hour. And Nixon King goes 798 on his 802. Next up, we've got the UASA battery car of Carlos Harvey here in front of us. He's holding at 8.06 seconds. He'll be taking on Nixon Canuli, finished third in the National Championship here in the A Civil Junior Dragster and Atlas Batteries supported car. He's holding at 7.74 seconds. So that's 0.4 of a second head start, or 0.3 of a second head start for Carlos. Both are in. 0.30 light for Harvey, 0.67 for Canuli, so 300ths advantage goes to Harvey. The win light goes to Harvey. Double breakout again. Harvey was the lesser of the two, 8.056 on his 8.06. Canuli goes 7.70 on the 7.74, so Carlos Harvey goes through to round 2 of Junior Dragster.
Nice work there for Carlos and getting the bye in round number 1, which is got to be pretty happy with that. Will be me and Grace Hopkins.
That's always a bonus.
Yeah. How did you say they? Well, we don't know how they worked it out back there. It would have just been the way the seating was.
Drawn out of the hat.
Yeah.
Well, it's split seated, so it's a random. It's worked out randomly.
So a 10.56 is the dial in. Doesn't have to worry about anyone else in the lane alongside. A 10.56 is run as quick as an 8.15.
Yeah, but at 10.58, I wonder if they heard an engine and they had to put a smaller engine in or a spare engine.
So that's gone about half a second quicker than that 10.56.
Well, that is your get out of jail free card right there. So you can change your dial in around 2 because you don't want to keep it at 10.56.
I wouldn't go, not that juniors can go and buy lotto tickets, but if you could, I wouldn't go and buy one because you've just used all your luck.
Exactly. And that brings a close to the first round of racing here in Junior Dragster. We are now going to move into round number 1 of Super Sedan.
Super Street, sorry.
Super Street. I thought he might have been swapping over to Terry for commentary.
Yeah.
He's not here?
He's not here. Do we need to do a public service announcement like a lost child?
Terry Dale to the commentary box, please. Okay, moving you now to round number 1 of Super Street. Samantha Yulton here in the Commodore for BL Race Engine, stalling 11.64 seconds. We'll take on Wayne Nipris in the Camaro. So Nipris is dialing in at 10.71, so he'll do the chasing here. Almost a second head start for Samantha Yulton. You can see the Camaro there of Wayne Nipris, supported by custom-built kitchens. So Nipris, he ran as quick as a 10.58 in qualifying, so he's dialing at 10.71, so he's a fair bit back from what he ran. Yulton ran a best of an 11.58, so she's also dialed back. But we did see a lot of breakouts in Junior Dragster after the qualifying run that they had today, which was interesting.
Yeah, Sam's car's been consistent all weekend as well, so she'll be hoping that continues into this first round. Wayne, though, he wants to book a ticket into round number 2. 2 will a 0.55 plays a 0.54.
It's going to come down to the dial in here.
Yeah, 100%.
Because they're pretty much dead even off the start line here. And the win light will go to Wayne Nipris. It's a breaker from Samantha Yulton. She got there first, but broke out with an 11.62. Nipris was safe with a 10.95 on the 10.71. Next up, Carl Grading in the Fairmont to take on Dave Morton in the BMW. So Morton stalled in at an 11.75. Grading is on at 10.85. So almost a second head start here for Dave Morton. Nitrous purge there for Carl Grading. Neither driver wants to go into stage here. Looks like Grading might be moving forward first. Oh, Grading's car is making some moves there in stage.
We're still moving forward once it was in full stage. Well, plenty of wheel spin on board for Grading too, but got a 0.12 light. It was a 0.50 for Dave Morton. The LS-powered BMW is out in front. As long as he's on the anchors, he's had a look in the mirror. He knew where Carl was, knew he had an advantage. So he goes an 11.92 on that 11.75 for Carl. Unfortunately, the start line was where he lost all of his ET and probably any opportunity of getting a win, and goes an 11.55 on that 10.85.
Next up, it's our number 2 qualifier, Ray Ross, is dialing at 10.15 in the big Charger, taking on Troy Hutton and HK. Ute for TH tolling, waterproofing, he's on 10.97. This is a good race. These are two of our heavy hitters here in Super Street at Willowbank Raceway. And Hutton did really well in the Super Street Championship last season in the national points.
Yeah, he finished second in the points for Troy. He's a previous track champion as well. Whoa, Ray Ross has a big move towards the 60-foot cone, but keeps it in the lane, keeps it nice and straight.
That's just normal for Ray.
Yeah. Will it affect his ET? He goes, no, guess what? I'll go 10.19 on my 10.15. I will take the win light and I will send Troy Hutton into the grandstands.
Yeah, Ray Ross, he was off of it early as well, so he closed the race up, did all the right things there to get the win. Next up, it's our national champion here in Super Street, Tex Griffiths. The number 5 qualifier as well. He's dialing 10.60, so he's dialing way back from what he ran in qualifying, which was a 10.52. So you'll have to watch that breakout. Christy Barra's dialing in 11.44, so she's dialed a fair whack back as well from what she ran with an 11.31.
Yeah, she's a tough racer as well as Christy. So we've just seen number 2 in last year's championship go out. Tex Griffith, he's got the number 1 on the side. In Real Street and Junior Dragster, we've seen both the number 1s get knocked out in round 1.
It could happen again here because Bauer's got a full 10th advantage on the reaction time side of things. And gets the win. So we've had 3 national champions get knocked out in round 1 of racing here today in the first event of the season. Bauer goes 11.47 on the 11.44 with an 0.38 light to get the win. Griffiths was closer to the dial and with a 10.61, but that 1.35 reaction time is undoing there. Aidan Stutchberry now in the Commodore for Dialed In Racing to take on Mark Rosso. Rosso in the Camaro. He will leave first. Good light from Mark Rosso. 0.47 to a 1.35 from Stutchberry. So the Camaro is in control at the moment and gets the win. 11.72 on the 11.65. Safe for the win. Stutchberry breaks out with a 10.81 on the 10.88 for the loss.
Yeah, left himself a bit of work to do there, did Aiden. Mark does not mind, but there's plenty of the dialed-in racing cars in the field. I'm sure they're all discussing their dial-ins back in the pit area. Which probably, I mean, as a team, it gives them a little bit of an advantage when you've got that many cars in the field and you can share that information. And here, 2 of them are coming up against each other, Sammy Joe Johnson and Corey Stutchberry. So one of the cars will go through, one of the team cars will go through to the next round. A 10.94 for Corey. Sammy Joe Johnson has dialed in a 10.35. She has been sharp on the tree all weekend. So Corey is going to leave first. Going to want to cut a good light to give himself an opportunity against Sammy Joe.
I think that might even be teammates. You see the dialed-in racing on both sides. Sammy Joe goes 0.03. She went trip-zip in qualifying. She backs it up here in round 1 to a 1.37 from Corey Stutchberry. Sammy Joe Johnson in the box seat here and hits a 6. 10.42 on the 10.35. Gets the win. Corey Stutchberry goes 10.94 on the 10.94, but unfortunately, the reaction time again, the undoing here in that pass.
Josh Fletcher and Bob Conley coming forward now. The Big Bobby's Chicken, 10.41 the dial in the Ute. Josh Fletcher in the Styromax Tirana has dialed in an 11.01. So he will leave first. He will be chased down by the one-tonner. Waiting for Josh now, comes into full stage. They've both cut good lights. Unfortunately, it looked like there was problems there for Bob Conley.
Yeah,
after he launched.
It might not have been shifting into gear there possibly or something.
And you just can't give Josh Fletcher that kind of advantage. Very experienced racer, plenty of championship wins. He goes an 11.17 on that 11.01. And for Bob, unfortunately, that's the last we'll see of the Big Bobby's Chicken Ute, an 11.48 on that 10.48 dial-in.
And it looks like we've got a solo pass here to finish off round one of racing. The number one qualifier, Eden Abella in the Commodore Ute. Dialing at a 10.15, went 10.02 in qualifying. Massive speed though, 144 mile an hour. Gets out of the 440 reaction time, Eden. Dialing at 10.15, goes 10.16, 141 miles an hour. That is a great lap there from the Ute. Just got to tidy up the reaction times.
Yeah, but if you cut a light like that and you've got a competitor alongside you, you're probably not going to get the same result. 9 times out of 10. But we'll see Eden in the next round of Super Street a little bit later on today, moving in our first round of Super Sedan action.
Yeah, looking at the dial-ins here, the Boss Hoses Toyota of Wayne Height, he's on 9.40 seconds. The Cortina that we just saw on screen there, Barry Moore, he's on 9.99 seconds.
Really enjoyed seeing Barry in the Cortina hit the track this weekend, Mark. It's a little bit loose with the front wheel up in the air.
That's the way we like it, mate.
Yeah, that's it. A bit of excitement. Excitement plus on the start line. As long as it doesn't hurt your ET, do it every pass. Consistent wheel stance. Barry will lead first. 0.32 light, a 1.72. So Wayne has got some work to do to chase down the Cortina of Barry. He'll be expecting Wayne to pull alongside in the deep ends. And we'll get the win for Barry Moore at 10.03 on that 9.99 dial-in for Wayne Hyatt. He was close to the dial-in, but the whole shot will go to Barry. A 9.41 with an 8 on a 9.40 for Hyatt.
Okay, next up, we've got Dean Zammit now in the HJ Ute. He's dialing at 9.99 seconds. He went 9.97 in qualifying. Gavin List in the lane beside him for Gavin List Concrete, and he's dialing at 9.27 seconds. So he'll do the chasing here. 0.6 of a second head start.
Yeah, Gavin's cut a 0.00 in qualifying as well. So if you've pulled that in qualifying, you know you've got to cut a good light for Dean.
Oh, no, this was late on the tree there, 3.07. But is there issues for Dean Zammit? He's moving around, and Gavin List might get a race that he probably wasn't expecting to win after going 3.07 on the tree to an 0.25 and gets to win with a 9.51 on the 9.27. Zammit, I think, has broken something there in the rear end, or yeah, because it was moving around.
Yeah, made a big move towards the 7 line.
Zammit, unfortunately, because he had a huge hole shot as well. Like and from that point on, because Zammit is an experienced racer, he probably would have had the win. Anyways.
Yeah, and Gavin obviously been the second of the cars to leave, and he would have caught quite early, so he would have known that he had the advantage up in the finish line.
So we've got Luke Doherty now to take on Phil Yulton. Yulton's been really good at this Toronto so far this weekend. And he goes 0.03. He hits the tree. Doherty goes 2.01, so there's a lot of work to do for the Camaro for Brisbane Civil. Phil Yulton out in front at the moment and gets the win, goes 10.02 on the 9.97. Doherty goes a 9.33 on the 9.24. The loss there, Phil Yulton, 0.03.
Yeah, the more experienced the racer, Mark, the more you can't give him that opportunity off the line, can you?
Not at all.
Because the likelihood of them breaking out is quite rare.
Yep.
Ace Edwards and Alan Hutchin now moving forward.
Yep. Hutchin there in the Escort, he's dialing 9.54 seconds. He'll do the chasing here. Edwards in the Pontiac, he'll lead first. He's dialing 10.27 seconds. The Aussie bracket racer. So what do you think from the Aussie bracket racer here? He's dialed back a bit. He went 10.14 in qualifying, so he's dialing at 10.27 here. He's got to watch the breakout. From what we've seen, a few of the cars have been going a bit quicker than what they did in that Q4. Goes 0.20 on the tree, so he's got the advantage there by a bunch to a 2.02 from Hutchin. And you don't want to give Ace Edwards that sort of advantage there. And he goes 10.35 on the 10.27. And Hutchin goes 9.62 on the 9.54. Next up, Super Sedan.
This is a big matchup in Super Sedan. So two current track champion, previous track champion in Damien Morris. Damien's dialed in a 10.09. A 9.45 for Brendan Shaw, the Downs Automotive Services Tirana. Oh, red light for Damien Morris, a 0.21 red, 0.22 green for Brendan Shaw. So it was bang on the tree there. Contests at 9.45 dial-in, and he goes slightly under a 9.44 with a 5 on that 9.45. Win light is on for Brendan. Damien Morris, unfortunately, we won't see him back today. He broke out on a 10.08 on a 10.09. They're the fine margins in Super Sedan, Mark.
They are. That was just a killer race there, unfortunately. When I say that, both the drivers were on the dial. Unfortunately, Morris, just too anxious there on the start line. Next up, Rudy White to take on Hamish Strachan. Strachan's dialed in a 9.87. White a 9.24. .099 for Hamish Strachan. And Rudy White has gone red on the start line by 19 thou. So Hamish will get the win, goes 9.95 on the 9.87. White breaks out with a 9.15 on the 9.24. We've seen a few red lights here in the first round of racing. Next up, Mark Harding in the Capri.
It was a big angry burnout from the Capri. Dialed in an 8.86. Jaden Plan over there in the Dakota. Rookie season in this car last year. A 9.85 to dial in. If Logic on board. So he's dialed in slower than where he's running qualifying. And Mark Harding is dialed in about the middle for his 4 qualifying passes. Always cuts a good light, this Jaden Plant. No different this time by a 0.13. 0.69 for Mark Harding will leave him some work to do. Across the finish line, win light will go to Jaden Plant at 8.98 on that. 9.89 on a 9.85. For Mark Harding goes at 8.91.
Next up, we've got Robert Cardham in the Ford Ute there. He's on 9.99 seconds. And he'll be taking on the Tirana of Adam White, who's dialed in at 8.84 seconds. So it's just over 1 second head start here for Robert Cardham. Cardham already in pre-stage. White's had a bit of a sleep there on the start line. He's gone 2.41 to an 0.21 from Cardham. And Cardham gets the win, goes 10.05 on the 9.99. White goes 8.90 on the 8.84.
Looks like it'll be our final pairing in Super Sedan. Rob Price for Pine Mountain Performance has dialed in a 9.60. Chevy Taylor, he's dialed in a 10.48. In the bubble top, it's a lot of car that'll be chased down by Rob Price in the more aerodynamic, the sleek Tirana.
Chevy Taylor, no one wants to go into stage here, Wade. There we go, they're both moving in now.
Just into that little bit of encouragement.
Oh, it's a 6-hour red from Rob Price, sending the win to Chevy Taylor. He'll go to round 2 of Super Sedan. Gets the freebie to test out the dial in here. He had 10.48 on the side and rolls through for a 10.53 on that 10.48. And Rob Price breaks out with a 9.59 on the 9.60.
So that'll conclude Super Sedan, Mark. We're going to head into Junior Drag Bike for their first round of racing. I'm going to jump off and you'll be joined by Terry very shortly.
Now we move now into round 1 of a modified bike. Oh, wait there, sorry. Junior drag bike, sorry. Junior drag bike, my bad. I was looking at the wrong thing on the schedule.
They are modified bikes. They're just
Well,
a little bit slower, and
yeah,
and the riders are younger, but they have the same challenges as the big bikes, Mark. They've got to change gears. They've got to dial in. They've got to do all the business, and I'm sure a lot of these riders will eventually be in modified bike anyway. You'd hope.
You could be on the money there, mate. Actually, I wonder what they do over the quarter mile of these bikes. The ones that are running 8s. They'd have to be around the 12 second zone.
You ask a question I would really like to know the answer to. Let's be serious.
I'm assuming they could probably run 11s or 12s. I'm not too sure. But
so when the meetings finish tonight, is that a thing?
Oh, you just grab one of the adults to jump on one of them at a test and tune or something and let us know. So up first, Nevaeh, McDougall and Marcus McDonald. So McDonald's stolen 8.87 seconds. McDougall in the pink leathers is stolen 9.13 seconds.
So first round, this is where all qualifiers. Oh, nice little mono there from Nevaeh with a 0.22, a 4.78 for Marcus. You'd think that even with a wheel stand, if Nevaeh goes close to a dial in, she should get this. And she does, because it's a 9.26 on a 9.13. But unbelievably, Marcus has gone too quick. He's gone 8.69 on an 8.87. There you go, Mark. What do you reckon? That's a happy crowd.
Yeah, you could hear McDougall's lane cheering from up here in the commentary box.
How good is that?
That's awesome. That's the passion we want to see. So Vance Pirano now to take on Lawrence Rochella. Rochella on the Harley. We love the Harley from up here. So Rochella's dialing in at 9.68 seconds. You can see the Harley Davidson there.
Yeah, Laurie probably got a up against a tough customer here in Vance Pirano too. Got some credentials with the 910 to a 968. Lawrence will have to get it all right, but we don't know what the South Australian brings. But it's going to be exciting. We've got the battle of the Queenslander and the South Australian. So the mighty Harley. Let's see how that thing heads off. Gets out with a triple under. Oh, and Vans has gone red. I mean, a big red too, a 0.86 red. And Rochella will get the win. How close to the dial-in? Goes under. Tests the dial-in too, Mark. A 9.66 on a 9.68.
He did well there, actually. Both riders were close to their dial-ins. 9.14 for Pirano on the 9.12. Obviously, the red light, no good, but no. Take the positives. You were close to the dial-in, so that's always good.
And I'm assuming that it is all knockout from here.
Yeah, we're all into eliminations, bar the pro categories, which is the all-run format. So we get to see all the pro teams out here 3 times this evening,
which is awesome. I'm all up for that. But to be honest, Mark, we've talked about this earlier. With the benefit of 4 qualifiers, has it been good enough? Has it succeeded, do you reckon, with some of these races who've gone through? How about the guys who did one who come from interstate? Have any of the, because I missed it, did any of the others go through?
The junior dragster drivers didn't go through.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it probably was a tall ask after having one qualifier rather than having the benefit of the 4.
It's really interesting because the times that they ran in that 4th qualifier, for some reason, the juniors seemed to have picked up a bit of ET from that one to the first round, so there were a lot of breakouts, which was unexpected. I would have expected that they'd run very similar, but they seemed to have picked up a bit more ET than I would have been predicting.
I wonder what it is, whether it was...
I don't know, maybe it could be just the core temperature of the juniors haven't done a lap, and they just... Not too sure. Maybe there was a breeze. I don't know. It's hard to say, and I'm not looking at the weather data.
And there is a breeze.
I'm sure everyone's wishing for a breeze. We did see that whirly whirl earlier.
The willy willy came through and absolutely created carnage earlier on today on the...
What do you call them, willy willies or whirly whirls?
It's a willy willy, or it's a dust devil.
Dust devil? Yeah.
It's a mini tornado.
Mini tornado.
What do you call it? I don't know.
But we've seen canopies and all that, guys. So umbrellas and...
I've in all my years at Willowbank, I've never seen that.
No, I've never seen
all the umbrellas were inside out. There was people scrambling with their marquees, and it was like, and to their credit, some of the people are still here. They're still here. They've weathered the storm, and
we will rebuild.
Yeah, we will rebuild. We will rebuild our marquee. We will continue. So we should be really moving into round one, of course, of Top Sportsman, which should be coming up in just a moment. And we can see the tail of the tape. Simon Ishwood, of course, the quicker in the field with a 6.98 at 197 mile an hour. We've got Adam Nicol, Neil Maxwell, Dave Foster, Michael Obbs, Tony Wyatt, Brett Baha, and Matthew Barron. But it's anyone's game once it comes to dial your own. And they put a time in, Mark, isn't it? That's
Pretty
how.
much, well, we only ended up with only 8 cars in Top Sportsman. So they were originally scheduled for 4 rounds of racing, but that'll drop it down to 3 rounds because you'll go 8-4-2. And if that's the case, it's going to be some good matchups in the first round of racing in Top Sportsman. Issued with that number 1 with that 6.98. When I look at that list, I'm like, all those drivers there, I'm like, I don't want to race any of them in round 1.
No, that's exactly right.
It's a quality field.
Yeah. Yes, I wouldn't want to be doing that either. They'll because someone's going to put you back on the trailer very easily. As we wait for our sportsman races to come on out. But what a great look! I know it's warm. We know that, but what a great day of racing we've had already. And yesterday was absolutely mint, and you couldn't have questioned the quality yesterday. It was extremely good. So a big welcome again to everybody over on the grassy area. I hope you are all well and hydrated. Please hydrate. Please make sure you go and have a drink. I do know that the bar is open, and they do have stubby coolers there for sale as well. So which is a marketing genius move that you would go to a bar and have a stubby cooler from Willowbank. That's what you take home for Valentine's Day for your lovely lady or man.
Stubby cooler?
Yeah.
You are a romantic man, Terry.
And if you're really a nice guy or girl, you can put a can of something in there as well, so they feel like they're really special.
And a can as well.
Yeah. Probably, wow. CC and dry, or or maybe a Milton mango.
Mate, you're making the rest of us guys look bad.
That's why I've been married twice. There you go.
We need cars on the track.
Yeah, we do. I'm not too sure what the go is. Whether they're out the back having a game of blackjack or something. I don't know, whatever they're doing, but they should really be strutting out here because we are keen and we're ready and we're waiting patiently. Or the commentators waiting impatiently.
Yeah.
So, yes. So I heard that Kelly Kidd got the twin turbo cooking.
Yes, yeah, she did, yeah, in that final qualifying session. That was awesome to see. For the team, they finally got it down the track. Their first round of racing is not until a little bit later, so they'll be happy about that. They're away from the heat in the afternoon, so they're not back on track until just after 6 o'clock tonight.
So theoretically at around 5 o'clock, so we've only got another probably an hour and a quarter till we hit the go button on the Nitro Funny Cars Pro Alcohol and the Outlaw Pro Mod 660, of course.
Yep.
That's when it'll all happen. That's when... if anybody's out there buying merch or having a beer or doing whatever they're doing, they will all have to rush to the stands and the grassy area and whatever to make sure that they lay their eyes on what is about to happen. And anybody who was here last night will know that the categories last night were absolutely on the money, very exciting, and it was good to see. But as I said, we're still waiting for our top sportsman guys to come through. Not too sure what's taking them. So we've got a junior dragster rerun. So there we go. We've just been informed by...
yeah, I know.
Our management?
We've got a rerun in junior drag, so there was a bit of a glitch with the system.
Just one?
Yeah, just on a pass. Yeah. Not too sure what happened, what triggered it, but it came up with some times that the juniors definitely didn't run.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, and as is all fair in love and war, we need to do the rerun so we can get
put it this way, the 60 foots they did, the pro guys would have been happy with them.
So the junior,
in these conditions.
Well, I hope they got given a time slip for that so they can put it in a little frame and say, look how good I was back in the junior days. So obviously it was Amelia and who else that was? So first, when you come out here and you have an issue or have a minor glitch for a first round, how nervous are you to have to come back and race that first round? Or are you not? Or you go, yeah, I've got a chance here, because there was a muck up. But Kyle Day at a 770 dial in the AA Junior up against Amelia Wright with an A Junior, of course, in the Fuel Motorsport with an 820 dial in. And this is their rerun from the first round due to a technical glitch. So let's get to see, will it be Kyle or will it be Amelia? So we've got one from the down in the scenic room in Yarra Bilbin, the other one from the beautiful Redlands area over at Capalaba. But it doesn't matter where they're from, it's all about how good they're going to race, Mark.
And the thing with reruns is that as a driver, once you see that time card, you get worked up and like, what's happening? We need to rerun this, and you sort of get a little bit worked up, and then once you finally, are you going to have the rerun, then you try and compose yourself because heart might be racing, a bit of adrenaline pumping. So in these situations, it's about deep breaths, refocus,
and just try and go through the motions again. Well, we saw it last night with one of the main categories, and we had to push the funny cars back. That would be that's a whole different set of.
And you know what that was? That was just the vibrations of the funny cars, just
from the previous run.
From the funny cars, just flicking a switch, which turned the Christmas tree off. So
how funny is that?
Which has never happened before. So that's obviously taped up now. We don't have to worry about that happening again. But
the things that drag racing throws out when you bring close on 10,000 horsepower here to the game. So here we go. Amelia Wright 820, Kyle Day a 770. Amelia to head off, Kyle to chase. Who's going through to the second round? Oh, the question is answered very early. Kyle Day's cut a red, probably got a little bit too itchy. A nice light there from Amelia with a 145, and she will take the win, and she will test her dial in by going well under with an 811 with a 2 on an 820 for Amelia. A 773 on a 770 was safe, but a 009 red. Oh, so close with that red though, Mark.
Yeah, that always hurts when you go the 00 reds.
You're thinking, yes, right. If you do a bit of if it's anything above a 1, you're thinking, oh, well, that error's on me. But when you're that close, you're thinking, that could have been. So here we go. We are moving into our top sportsman. You can see the beautiful Chev of Foster's just coming through. Dave's best of 744 with a 1 at 183 so far today, but we'll see what they're all in. He's got the sponsor there. Thank you to Spry. Well done. The boys look resplendent in their uniforms. Looking good. Good haircut too, that young fella. That's a good haircut, I tell you. I want one of those. I used to have one of them when I was 17.
So you're doing a shout out to the mullet, eh?
I can't grow one now. Well, I could grow one now, but it'd look ridiculous on an older guy.
So what I can tell you, Terry, so far this morning, 3 of our national champions have gone out in round 1 already. David Foster on the start line.
Oof.
He's looking to buck that trend. He's dialed at 7.62 seconds. The problem is this. He's got one of the best races here at Willowbank Raceway, and Matty Barron, the Aussie Diffs Beretta. He's dialing 8.32.
Righto, and his previous was an 8.33, so he's thinking he's going to keep another bit up his sleeve there.
Well, that's what he ran in Q4 today. He actually ran his quickest pass of the weekend.
So they've set the car up, and that wasn't too long ago, was it, Mark?
Interesting. We do have a tailwind now that I didn't notice earlier today. You can see that the smoke from the burnout going straight down the track. So that is definitely picked up. And it can definitely affect performance and pick up some ET.
I'm sure the crew manager who's out the back there will know.
Foster's dial-in concerns me. A 762.
Oh, that's a bit higher than the...
Yeah, that in the back of my mind, I'm thinking there's potential for breakout there for David Foster.
Yeah. Yeah, if Matthew gets it on the money. Yeah, if Matthew goes on the money, we could see a breakout here from Foster, but here goes. Oh, 0.15 for Barron, a 0.87 for Foster. Let's see if you're correct, Mark. You are absolutely spot on. Dave Foster's gone under his dial-in with a 760 on a 762. Matthew Barron has gone 8.34 on an 8.32 with a 0.15, and that is how you win races.
There you go, yeah. Well, Matty Barron, he pretty much had the race won and done on the start line when he went 0.15 to an 0.87 from David Foster. So Matt Barron will go through to round 2, and that makes 4 of our national champions here in round number 1.
Gone. How does that happen?
Just good racing. Good racing.
So Brett Vaha up against Neil Maxwell. Maxwell with the big burnout, the Precise Automatics Pontiac Scott Speed Probe of Brett, all the way from North Mackay. 799 dial in for Brett, 743 for Maxwell. Let's see. So Neil to do the chasing, not by much, but it can be enough to get you thinking. The Barra-powered probe. Got out nice, a 151 to a 117 for Maxwell. But here comes Maxwell. Is he going to reel him in? He most certainly will. A 752 on a 743 for Neil Maxwell is good for the win. An 805 on a 799. We sadly won't see the Barra back, but we will get to see the Pontiac of Neil Maxwell's back.
Have a look at the win margin, though, between that race. But Maxwell, 0.006 of a second there, win margin for Neil Maxwell. 6,000. So as we move into the next pairing now, Tony White in the Calibra for Pine Mountain Performance. He's on 8.07 seconds. He will have a 1 second head start over Adam McNichol in the Pontiac here. He's stolen 7.09 seconds. Now McNichol, he had some issues getting down the track yesterday in qualifying. Got it all sorted. Went as quick as a 7:07.
Yes. He's put a little bit on top of that with the 7:09 dial in.
So you think Wyatt has the advantage on the consistency side of things.
I would have thought maybe Tony might have dialed in a bit lower. But hey. 0.49 for Tony. Oh, and the parachutes have shaken out for McNichol. And unless Tony does something silly, which he will not do, an 810 on an 807 is good for the win for Tony Wyatt.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if Wyatt had broken out if he'd gone out the back door, though.
Yeah,
he was off of it early.
Imagine Tony, we would never have heard the end of it. He would have, because he is funny. So Adam McNichol, look at that, 794 and a 709, of course, with the parachutes blossoming out very early at the 60
yeah,
foot.
it shook. So it had a bit of tyre shake, which then vibrated the parachutes loose and they popped out.
Really disappointing for Adam.
Yeah.
But not disappointing for Tony. He got the win. And I'm sure if you go on social media now, he will be telling you all that he's won the first round. So Tony Wyatt goes through. We see our next pairing. Simon Isherwood, Michael Obst. Obst in the DMK Industries Cobalt, and of course the Evolution Water Cutlass Big Block. 714 cubes of Simon Isherwood. Dialing in at that 704 mark. Has run a 698.
I think that's a solid dial in for Isherwood. I think that's on the money. Michael Obst with a 748. I think that's on the money as well. So this is a good race. Like I can't pick anything between the dial in side of things, just from my perspective. Isherwood's a really good racer. Obst is a good racer as well. Unfortunately, it's going to be a red light here for Obst, handing the automatic win to Simon Isherwood, who's going to get the free pass here to test out that 704 dial, and he goes 705 on the 704, 749 on the 748 for Obst. So both of them were 100th over their dial-ins, and it came down to the reaction times.
Yeah, and that's exactly it then. Sadly, Michael, yep, it is what it is sometimes. That's the way it goes. Now we move into, sorry, Mark, move into modified bike.
Round number 1 for modified bike. So just changing the system over. We got Mark Gordon on the start line. He's going to dial in at 9.49 seconds on that Suzuki GSXR 1000cc. In the lane beside him, he's going to take on Ricky McDougall, also on a Suzuki, running for Oswills. So he's dialed in at 8.83 seconds. He was a number 3 qualifier. He ran a best of an 8.79 in qualifying. So I think the dial-in's pretty much on the money for McDougall there, 8.83. And Gordon ran
pretty quick, isn't it?
Yeah, Gordon ran a best of a 9.49. And he's dialed right on that.
Mark's been racing for a lot of years as well. And varying degrees of success. He'd be hoping to finish tonight with something special. Gets out with a 0.38 to a 3.81 from McDougall. So I'll tell you what, Mark has definitely got the better of the tree by a long way. Will he make the most of it? He most certainly will. A 9.56 on a 9.49. And well done. think he probably thought, no, I can't see him. He probably backed out of it a little bit maybe. But McDougall, 887 on an 883, but a 381 light will hurt you every day, Mark.
Yeah, next up, Brian Alvizio. He's on at 9.08 seconds to take on Mitch Blinko. He's on at 9.61. So Blinko will lead first here. Let's look at the reaction times. 0.83 for Alvizio to a 2.05, so he's got a 10th.5 advantage on Blinko. At 1,000 foot, Alvizio's in front. At the finish line, it's Alvizio 9.14 on the 9.08. He was off the throttle to get the win. 9.66 on a 9.61 for Blinko. The reaction time is undoing there. Brian Alvizio through to round number 2. Next up, Christopher Shaper to take on Jimmy Stewart. Tell you what, Shaper's driven a few different things in his career already. Junior dragster, top sportsman, super sedan, now on a bike.
Yeah, he had street meet as well. Didn't he have a crack on the Commodore? So he's had all sorts of stuff. As I said, on the 2 wheels now, I think he could do well. He sticks with it. 0.53 light proves it all. And a 1.29 there for Stewart. Let's see if Chris can make the most of it or whether Jimmy's got the goods. I'll tell you what, Chris will this time. It'll be a 10.11 on a 9.98 to Jimmy Stewart's 9.32 and a 9.20. But a 0.53 light for Chris Shepper is good enough for the win.
Yeah, Rebecca Marsden now to take on Gregory Herodem. He's on a 9.35.
So the Australian Performance motorcycle, the Kawasaki, up against the Honda of Marsden. Oh, double 0.2 for Rebecca. That's cracker light. Gee, I tell you what, that's going to be hard to beat if she goes close to a dial in.
I think it's the best light we've seen so far in racing today.
I think we did have a double 0.2. Oh, no. Rebecca's gone under a dial in with a 9.90 on a 9.98. Even though she cut that double 0.2, it's not good. So Greg Haradam, a 9.42 and a 9.35 is good for the win.
Yeah, Haradam going through to the next round. Phil White now to take on Jason White. So Phil White's on a 9.38, Jason White a 10.37. So almost exactly 1 second head start for Jason. Good light from Jason White, 0.49 to a 1.18. So he's almost got 700ths advantage on the start line there for Jason White.
Phil got some work to do. Has he got enough?
He certainly does have enough. He gets there by 8 thousandths of a second to get the win. Phil White. Jason White goes 10.49 on the 10.37. A little bit off his dial in there, which allowed Phil White to sneak on past to get the win here in round number 1.
So Todd Blinko and Dale Marshall. Dale with an 8.81 dial in to a 9.44 for Blinko. So the two beards racing Kawasaki up against the Suzuki. So the upright street bike got some work to do. Oh, Dale Marshall, a nice 0.59 on the Suzuki. See him out in front, but will he be able to maintain it? No, he won't. He's got 8.89 and an 8.81, and the win will go to Todd Blinko with a 9.44 on a 9.44 with a 1.03. Todd, take a bow, my man. Well done. 9.44 and a 9.44 mark.
Smacks the dial in there. Great lap there. Sean Ricketts now to take on Jeffrey Marshall.
There's more Marshalls here than a Western, isn't there?
Yeah, Sean Ricketts finished second in the National Championship last season. He's dollar 9.59.
Hang on, they're holding these guys up. Hang on a sec. Obviously, the maybe something wasn't clear down the deep end there. So, Mark, I'm going to jump off the microphone because we're not far off doing our opening ceremony because we've only got after modified bike modified, then junior dragster, then we're doing a little bit of track prep, then we're going into our first round of Nitro, Pro Alcohol, Outlaw Pro Mod 660. How excited are you for that?
It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Well, and people don't realise that once it comes to race time, it's a different animal again that the drivers bring, and it'll be very exciting. So we're just waiting to see what's happening with these riders, whether there was something going on further down in the braking area. Just can't see on our screens, but the boys are ready to go.
Oh, great light from Ricketts, 008. gets the automatic win because Jeffrey Marshall's gone too soon with a red light here on the start line. And Ricketts goes 9.53 on his 9.59, so he breaks out here. Doesn't matter, he's got the automatic win. Marshall goes 8.99 on his 8.94.
So, Mark, I'm going to leave you with your favourite category and Mr. Wade Benson, and I'll be back very shortly.
All right, moving now into round one of Modified Eliminator. So this is a dial your own bracket for what we call our open vehicles, running 10.99 seconds long vehicles. So open vehicles are dragsters, hot rods like here of Anthony Rochella. Altered and funny cars can race in this bracket. So Daniel List in the dragster and Anthony Rochella. So List is on a 7.69. Rochella's on 8.22 seconds here in round number one of Modified Eliminator. So the hot rod to leave first, it's actually a 1937 Chevy for Rochella. We can see the dragster there of Daniel List for Listy's fabrication and maintenance. So he ran a 762 on qualifying, he's dialed a 769. And the trend that I've noticed since that qualifier that the Sportsman guys did earlier today, there seems to have picked up, the cars have picked up 2-300s from that run to their first round of racing. So I'm just going to see if that trend continues here in Modified as well. So Rochella, he went 8.12 in qualifying. He's got 8.22 on the side of the car here. So that's a tenth slower than what his PB was yesterday. .012 for Rochella, 0.25 for List. 100th advantage goes to Rochella in the hot rod. Winlight will go to Rochella. He goes 8.22 on an 8.22 with a 0. Daniel List breaks out with a 7.67 on the 7.69. Anthony Rochella puts together a 12 thousandths package here in round number one to go through to round two and runs dead on with a 0.
Oh, nice work there for Rochella. It's always sort of very rare, isn't it, that you see people bang on their dial in. To put it in perspective, we only had 4 of them all last QDRC season across all of the rounds. So nice work there from Anthony Rochella and the team. Moving on now.
I've already seen 2 today.
Oh, there we go.
0, so
they've turned it on for our first round of the Aeroflow National Sportsman Championships here at Willowbank Raceway. Battle of the Altereds coming forward, Ash Carslake and Braden Hughes. So Braden, he's dialed in all the 7s, a 777. Ashley Carslake has dialed in 816. For go, park yourself 24-hour secure truck parking and Walker's Turf Supplies. Cairns Air Solutions on board for Braden Hughes, who will chase down Ashley Carslake.
whole shot Hughes, 0.38 to an 0.78 from Carslake. So he's got 400ths advantage, and the win light will go to Hughes, 7.78 on the 7.77 for the win. Carslake goes 8.20 on the 8.16.
So we've got John Sting and Dan Carenza for Batdan Racing, and Penwright coming forward now in the dragsters. This is a tough, we've seen a lot of tough first round matchups, Mark, but this one here, you've got Dan, who finished second in the National Championship last year. John Sting, one of our local racers, made a couple of finals last year in local competition.
Mate, Stingy's won modified championships back in the 90s. He knows how to race. He went 0-0 in qualifying on his last pass today, in qualifying. We know Carenza, he went perfect in qualifying as well.
Yeah, he's cut 000s, he's cut 003s. He's just been cutting lights for fun in qualifying, so he'll be looking to replicate that in the first round of racing.
Racing is a different beast again. So John Sting, he's on a 7.93. He ran a 7.84 in qualifying yesterday. Carenza has dialed in at a 7.22. 7:29 for Sting, gets the advantage by 400s because Carenza's gone 0.65. John Sting with 400s advantage. Breaks out though, goes 7.89 on the 7.93. Hands the win back to Carenza, who breaks double breakout as well. A 7.21 on his 7.22 for the win. So again, breakouts. It's been the name of the game since that qualifier and this first round of racing that we've seen from the Sportsman races.
Yeah, throwing a few curveballs, definitely the conditions. So making our races work that little bit extra. Phil Bellett, Liesl Gow's coming forward now. Saw these two meet in a final last season here.
Yeah, Bellett's stolen a 7.80. Liesl's stolen an 8.70, so I know she went 8.72 today in that fourth qualifier. Oh, 1.9 line for Gauss to an 0.62 from Ballot. So Liesl with the huge hole shot here. And the win light will go to Liesl Gauss, the third one of the day. Dead on with a 0. 8.700 on the 8.70. Gets the win. Phil Bellett goes 7.86 on his 7.80 there with an 0.62 low. Wasn't enough to hold off Liesl Gauss there. 0.19 reacted, 8.70 on an 8.70.
It's tough, Mark, if you want to get through. And it's only round one for all of our brackets. So if you want to get through, you got to be bang on.
We just said, mate. You said there was only 4 of those all season.
All season, yep.
Here in the local Queensland Drag Racing Championships, and we've already had 3 of them today.
Brett Farnell looks like he's going to get the buy. I mean, how does that work? I mean, he spends 3/4 of his week here, making our grounds look absolutely fantastic, doing a lot of work around the Willowbank facility. And here he is getting a buy through the first round. I mean, I suppose that's only fair. And 8.45 is the dial in. Cuts a red light, but that doesn't matter. It's a solo. It was a 008 red, so it was only just the wrong side of the tree. And he was about 2/10 off there, so
Yeah,
an 8.65 on an 8.45. So a bit of thinking to do there.
That's concerning when you run 2/10 off a dial. And
yeah, the speed was
back door.
the speed was there too.
Right. Next up here in a modified, we've got the dragster of Adriana Cartledge. We're taking on the roadster of Kerry Muller. So just having a look at the dial-ins here. So the Roadster's got 8.20 seconds on the side for Kerry Muller, and Cartledge has got a 7.26. So Adriana's only had the one pass here at Willowbank Raceway, which was this afternoon. Everyone's picked up from that pass. So I wouldn't be surprised. She's on 7.26. She's the quicker of the two, so she can control the race and pedal if she needs to, but probably have to keep an eye on the potential breakout there. Muller has run a best of an 8.12 this weekend, but Dolan 8.20 here in the Roadster. .032 light, but a 0.005 from Cartledge. Slightly better than Muller's 0.32. The Roaster's out in front, but Cartledge gets the win, goes 7.27 on the 7.26. Off the throttle as well, only 178 miles an hour. And Muller goes 8.24 on the 8.20. It was a good pass from Muller. He probably would have won a lot of races in that round of modified with that package, but unfortunately we got Adriana Cartledge going 0.005 and then running 11th hour over the dial and 16th hour package in total to get the win. That's always tough racing here in Modified Eliminator.
Yeah, and a 0.32 light, like, that's a good light.
That's what I mean. Kerry Muller probably
modified.
Wins in nearly all the other races we had modified in round one, bar that one. And that brings a close to the first round of a modified eliminator. And just looking at the schedule, we should be moving now back into the second round of Junior Dragster. So what we might do, whilst we've got, looks like the juniors, we're just waiting on the juniors to get into lanes, we might just throw to overtaken lane and the guys there, and we'll hear a few words from some of the supporters here at Willowbank Raceway. We'll be back underway with Junior Dragster very, very shortly.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I really enjoy my job. You get to work on big machines. It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
when the world felt alive. We'd crank up the volume and go for a drive. With blinking green day, we'd sing every word. The soundtrack of youth, the anthems we heard. Long nights, bright lights with our hearts on our sleeves. Dreams of rebellion and chasing wild dreams. But we were the misfits, the punks on the rise. With fire in our souls and stars in our eyes. Oh, take me back to those pop punk days when we lived loud and didn't care what they'd say. The sound of the suburbs and the beat of our hearts. 2000 pop punk, where it all got its start. It's real. We skate in the parking lot under the moon with some 41 and good Charlotte tunes. Wearing our Converse, ripped jeans and panties. Our teenage rebellion so wild and so fray. Long nights, bright lights with our hearts on our sleeves. Dreams of rebellion and chasing wild dreams. We were the misfits, the punks on the rise. With a fire in our souls and stars in our eyes. Take me back to those pop punk days when we lived loud and didn't care what they'd say. With the sound of the suburbs and the beat of our hearts. 2000 pop punk, where it all got its start. Oh, take me back to those pop punk days when we lived loud and didn't care what they'd say. The sound of the suburbs and the beat of our hearts. 2000 pop punk, where it all got its start. We grew up, but we never forgot the nights we screamed, the fights we fought. Through every album, every song, that decade spirit still lives on. Oh, take me back to those pop punk days when we lived loud and didn't care what they'd say. With the sound of the suburbs and the beat of our hearts. 2000 pop punk, where it all got its start. Back in the days when the world felt alive, we'll keep that spirit, let it always survive. With blinking green day, we'll sing every word. The soundtrack of youth, the anthems we heard.
You played your games, spun your lies, thought you'd never face the price. Manipulate, betray and deceive, but now it's time for you to grieve. Built your throne on broken trust, now it crumbles into dust. No more shadows to conceal, karma strikes, the pain is real. You're getting what you deserve. Every cut, every swerve, truth unveiled. Your mask is torn. Feel the rage, taste the scorn. Whispers turn to deafening roars. Echoes haunt your closed doors. You thought you'd rise above it all, but now you're destined for the fall. Built your throne on broken trust, now it crumbles into dust. No more shadows to conceal, karma strikes, the pain is real. You're getting what you deserve. Every cut, every swerve, truth unveiled. Your mask is torn. Feel the rage, taste the scorn. From the ashes of your lies, witness the truth, see it rise. your games, lost your fire to your flames. Every wound, every scar shows exactly who you are.
We're back into it here. Racing, round number 2 for Junior Dragster. The future of our sport here, the next generation. Jet Pirano will take on Carlos Harvey here in the first pairing of Junior Dragster. There's the Aeroflow Performance Sportsman Championship Series here. First round of the season to get some points here for the 2026 National Championships. And Pirano, he's dialing 8.11 seconds. It's almost heads up. Harvey's dialing 8.03 seconds, so 800s difference here between the two dial-ins.
It was pretty brutal in that first session, Mark. Lost our current national champion. This is the first category where we've seen our second round, and they weren't on track too long ago, so given that this is their third opportunity to hit the track today, should be able to understand the conditions and what the cars are going to do better each time they hit the track. Of course, 6 rounds of racing for our juniors today. Started with 34, already down to 17 for half the field once more. Who's going through the next round? Jet Pirano, Carlos Harvey. The Jets left a red light on the tree, so for Carlos Harvey through the next round, a 102 light. How close does he go to that 803? He goes an 802 with a 7, so just under. Was a breaker, but courtesy of the red light will get the win. Jet Pirano goes an 809 with a 3 at 811. So again, Mark, we're seeing some more breakouts.
Yeah, we are. Let's see what happens here in this next pairing. We've got Mia Grace Hopkins here in front of us for Bad Hip Racing, dialing at 9.98 seconds. Taking on Siobhan Harvey in the lane beside her on a 7.72 dial. So we can see Siobhan's already moving towards the pre-stage area. Here comes Mia Grace. Something that's happened there with Mia Grace. She might have shut down the car, so Siobhan Harvey's going to get the automatic win here. 226 light. Gets to test the dial in. And goes through for a 779 at 80 miles an hour. There was a little bit of smoke. I'm just wondering if there's something with the clutch.
Yeah.
Side of things on Mia Grace's Junior Dragster, because you could see it was moving really fast, like it was grabbing sort of thing.
Yeah, we saw they dialed a lot slower in that they had the courtesy of the buy in the first round.
Yeah.
So obviously there's some issues there that they haven't been able to get on top of.
Next up, Lexi Lancaster in front of us to take on Kenna Glasson. Dial-in side of things, Lancaster's a 795, Glasson's an 822. They're running, so Lexi this weekend's running for one of her close friends that's just currently in hospital at the moment, doing a bit tough for Lane. So if she is listening or watching, they're thinking of you. We're all thinking of you. Let's see how she goes here with a 795 dial-in. Whole shot to Glaston, 0.45 to a 1.05, so 600's advantage to Glaston, the Peter Lay Custom Imports Junior Dragster. But the win light's going to go to Lexi Lancaster, 8.000 on the 7.95. Gets the win because Glaston's broken out by nearly 400ths of a second with an 8.18 on the 8.22. So Lexi goes through to round number 3. I thought Glaston might have had that one sewn up with the 600s on the start line, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, so that's the quickest pass of the 3 that they've had all week, all day. So still got the breakout. Next pairing. Alicia Pirano, an 8.61 the dial-in the B Junior, a 9.03 for Tamika Castlake. Tamika leads first, a double 2.9 line, a 1.21 for Alicia there, so gets the advantage on the start line. And drives around Tamika, gets a 8.68 on an 8.61, a breakout for Tamika Castlake, goes a 9.01 with a 6 on a 9.03, is too fast. And we'll see Alicia Pirano in the next round. Paige King and Michael Lai coming forward. Old school metal fabrication there for Michael. Paige King, AB services on board. An 8.77 the dial in for Paige, and 9.13 for Michael will leave first.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second head start here for the old school junior dragster. Went 9.02 in qualifying. Not much between the two lights. Paige King with a slight advantage, 0.46 to an 0.95. And the win will go to Paige King, 8.83 and 8.77, safe for the win. Michael Lai broke out by 300ths of a second, went 9.10 on the 9.13.
Here we go. So Carl Schultz in the rocket lane, a 7.71 the dial in. Knocked out Zane Candelo in the first round and now has to verse Savannah Candelo in the second round, Mark.
Yeah, so the Candelos could get some revenge here in round number 2. Carl has stolen a 7.71, Savannah stolen an 8.08. So 0.37 of a second head start for Savannah. Carl waiting patiently in pre-stage here. Oh, whole shot goes to Carl Schultz, 0.29 to an 0.94. And Carl Schultz goes 7.72 on the 7.71, takes the win. Candelo goes 8.10 on an 8.08 with an 0.94 reaction time. Not enough here. And Carl Schultz goes to round number 3.
Nixon King and Jasmine Kidd, the next pairing coming forward. To the Nick King Transport Junior of Nixon there. You can see the trimmer adjusting the idle in the back of the junior. Has dialed in a 7.96. Jasmine at 8.22. Not much in the reaction times, a 1.12 to a 1.24. Slight advantage to Jasmine Kidd. Nixon chasing hard. It won't be enough. An 8.01 on a 7.96 for Nixon. Jasmine Kidd will take the win and go through to round 3. An 8.24 on an 8.22. So nice week there for Jasmine.
Some tough racing here in Junior Dragster. Next up, Amelia Wright now for Illicit Auto Electrical. and Fueled Motorsport. 8:08 dial in here. We can see that on the dial-in board, 8.08 seconds. Moving forward. Loving the new wrap this weekend on the Junior Drags for Amelia Wright. She'll be taking on Cody Sedmak. Running on empty Junior Drags there for JTS Racing. Dialing at 8.00 seconds. So only 800ths of a second head start here for Amelia Wright. Cody's already in pre-stage now, waiting on Amelia to move in. So Amelia's already done, 3 laps today? The qualifier.
Yeah.
Round 1, then a rerun.
They did a rerun.
So this is their 4th pass of the day. Reaction time advantage goes to Sedmak, 38 to an 84 on the reaction time side of things. And the win light will go to Cody Sedmak, goes 800 on an 800. Amelia Wright goes 808 on an 808 here. That's an absolutely incredible race here. And it's a shame that someone had to lose that race because both drivers did their jobs. Good reaction times. Both of them smacked the dial-ins dead on. And the win goes to Cody Sedmak.
You want to talk about putting on win lights, Mark? That's going to win you 99 out of 100 races, I reckon.
That's really unfortunate for Amelia. She probably wins nearly any other race that round of racing in Junior Drags, bar the one that she was in. And that brings a close to the Sportsman Racing here in the early part of the day with Junior Drags. So we've got a scheduled break now for some track prep and getting underway with our Nitro Funny Cars here at 4:56 p.m.
Yeah, we'll have our opening ceremony.
Oh, the opening ceremony as well, yep.
Yeah, we get underway with that first round, Mark. So not too far away from, well, we know the weather conditions are hot, but let's spice it up a little bit, Mark, and put some Nitro Funny Car in the mix, eh?
We'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Check, check. 1, 2. Rightio. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pro Alcohol Nationals here at Willowbank Raceway. I hope you were all excited. I know we had a big crowd in yesterday, and we've got a extremely good crowd in here again today. I'm going to go straight into the formalities because we want to get into the action. So I'd like to welcome the Willowbank Raceway board members who are behind me, the IHRA Australian CEO, Morris Allen, our volunteers, our officials for being here today, our IHRA stewards, our racers, our crew, our spectators, and of course, our beautiful crowd who has turned up today to watch this spectacular racing. I'd like to start the formalities, and it will be only short formalities, so don't panic, everybody. We'll start. I'd like to pass the microphone over to Tony Wedlock.
Thanks, Terry. I'd like to reiterate Terry's words and welcome you all to Willowbank Raceway. I'd like to wish all of the competitors that are still racing all the very best for this event. And importantly, let's have some safe and really close racing. I know it's hot, so I want to try and keep this as short as possible, but it would be remiss of us not to talk to you following our announcement today, which you may or may not have heard. Yesterday was a very momentous day in the history of Willowbank Raceway, in that we have extended our sanctioning agreement with IHRA and done that directly through the IHRA owner, Darryl, and with the assistance of Morris Allen, the IHRA Australia CEO. As part of that deal, Darryl has graciously agreed to become the naming rights sponsor of Willowbank Raceway for the next 10 years. So moving forward, we will be known as IHRA Willowbank Raceway. And Darryl has made a significant investment in us, in the future of drag racing, and importantly in the future of drag racing in Australia. So on behalf of the board, I would like to thank Darryl and Morris and the whole IHRA team for their faith and credit to us in what we're doing. And thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your investment in Australian drag racing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony, for those excellent words. What great news. And on keeping with in that theme, I'd like to hand the microphone over to Mr. Morris Allen.
Thanks, Terry. Firstly, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for coming out in some beautiful Queensland tropical conditions. It's great to see that we're able to put on a show with such spectacular competitors from both local, interstate and overseas. It's terrific. We thank you all for attending. And obviously on the back of the words of Tony Wedlock, IHRA couldn't be more prouder of being associated with Willowbank Raceway for the next 10 years. We've all been part of a journey over the first 10 years, and we've never been more excited about what the next 10 years for us as a governing body brings. And, you know, this announcement is certainly major, and it is certainly a big investment into what is definitely one of Australia's most iconic drag racing facilities. And there's no doubt with this boost, events like the Winter Nationals are only going to get bigger and better and faster. So hang on to your hats, and we hope that you reserve your seats quickly. But we're so excited. This is the first step in a major part of investing into Australian drag racing from IHRA Global. And obviously with Darryl Cuddle at the helm, we have a great opportunity, and we're putting the foot down and shifting gears, and look out, because this is going to be one ride and we can't wait to take you all along with us. So welcome aboard, and we look forward to having you all part of the Australian drag racing family. And it's certainly going to be a major step forward in the modern era of drag racing in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there, Morris. Once again, some fantastic news for our sport and, of course, for this track. Now, as we always have, we have this gentleman who is just about to take up the microphone and is going to give us some fine words. This man, our favourite chappie, Mr. Tim Davey.
Thanks, Terry. Well, it's great to be back racing here. Why don't we pray? Lord, we thank you for this day and this amazing event. And Lord, we ask for your safety over the drivers and their crews, and your protection over the spectators and officials and all here today. And Lord, we thank you for all the families that are a part of drag racing and their passion and commitment that just makes this the best sport. But Lord, we thank you for a safe day of racing with personal bests, world records, close racing, and a whole lot of fun. In Jesus' name, amen. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the day.
I always feel better after Tim said something, I've got to be honest. Always do. Now, it would be remiss of me. I need to give you a very, very short little brief on this absolutely fabulous young lady who was just about to do our anthem. I'd like to introduce Molly Waters. Now, let me tell you a quick bit about Molly. Molly is actually a Brisbane-based 22-year-old vocalist. She's an actor. She's a musical theatre performer. She's been performing on stage since she was 3. And boy, is she tired, because that's a long time. Most well known for her appearances on The Voice Kids in 2014, and of course her return on TV for The Voice All-Stars season in 2019. She loves an opportunity to entertain and create emotion through performance. So please, ladies and gentlemen, to do her version of the national anthem, the fabulous Molly Waters.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page at every stage, advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
We are underway here, round 1 of Nitro Funny Car. First matchup here will be Adam Murray to take on Damon Payton. We can see Adam Murray there, the crew there in front of the funny car. It's fired up, about to move forward. Damon Payton, he's going through the burnout process now. The tail of the tape. After qualifying, Payton went a best of a 4:47. Murray, he had a best of a 4:49. 0.02 of a second separating these two in qualifying. Payton with lane choice. He's gone in the Rocket Industries lane here at Willowbank Raceway. Murray, he has not moved forward yet. The body is going down on the funny car. It looks like he's about to move forward now to go through the burnout process. Adam Murray. It has been over a year since he's faced competition in Nitro Funny Car. Payton's coming off his rookie season in Nitro Funny Car. He finished 4th in the championship, but this is a brand new season. Everyone is starting off on a clean slate here.
Yeah, 100% right there, Mark. It's a clean slate, so we know that yesterday the teams weren't part of the first qualifying session for our pro categories. They didn't run in these conditions yesterday. So everyone's starting on there at an even playing field. But Damon Patton didn't partake in the first qualifying session, had issues. So they're also on the back foot, only having the one complete pass last night.
We've got hot conditions here. Track temps are getting close to 140 degrees. That is not ideal for drag racing, especially when you've got 10,000 plus horsepower that these Nitro Funny cars have. This could be a pedal fest here. It could be a driver's win. It's a roll-through win for Damon Payton. Gets the win, 479 to a 486. Both cars off of it around half track here. Payton gets the win. Murray, he goes 486. Tail of the tape, 093 to a 104 on the reaction time side of things. At half track, it was 3.52 seconds to a 3:57. They were side by side. They were looking at each other, both off the power at that point. Someone actually got back into it. I heard a little stab there at the end. It must have been Murray because he went 172 mile an hour. He got back on it. But Peyton had enough to coast across the finish line to get the win by 700ths of a second.
Yeah, you said it might be a pedal fest, Mark, and for Adam, he tried to get there, but it wasn't enough.
Adam was actually quicker to 330 by 1,000th of a second, so he was actually quicker to 330. But yeah, that's when they started to turn the tyres just after 330 foot down there. So that's about 100 metres out on the racing surface here at Willowbank Raceway. That's when they started to turn. But Peyton had enough to coast on through to get the win. So yeah, I was concerned that in these conditions, these sort of track temps, that it might become sort of a bit of a pedal fest for the guys to get the win.
Mark, how good for the crews, though, that they've been able to get the car from A to B. So Willowbank, as the crews come down, give them a round of applause, folks. It is the first round of Nitro Funny Car. The crews are working hard in trying conditions.
You know what? That's a brand new car for Dame Peyton as well. So this is the first event for the car. They have done some testing in it as well. So that's a good win. It's a good confidence booster for the team. I think it's actually a good run for both teams. I think it's a good confidence building pass, both sides of the racetrack there. We'll see them again out later in round number 2 of racing.
Well, realistically, Mark, this should be the toughest session for them of the day.
Yeah, this is the most challenging session of the day for all of our pro categories. All right, next up, it will be Josh Lay. So he was our number 1 qualifier, Josh Lay, in the Rocket Industries Funny Car. Here, the Mustang, he ran a brilliant 398 in qualifying to get that number 1 spot. So that's earned him the solo pass in round 1. Gets the freebie, so he's going to get a W on the board. He'll join his teammate Dame Peyton with a win here once they complete this pass. But obviously, it's still about trying to get lane choice for round number 2 as well. So you want to lay down a good ET and get the lane choice.
Yeah, 100%. Of course, usually they're getting points for ET, for quickest ET of the round as well. So still plenty to play for, even on a solo.
Lots of revs on board for the burnout there for Josh Lay. Now, what I find interesting is that with the lane choice that Josh has got here, he's actually gone opposite to what his teammate did with Damon. So Damon had the lane choice, he's taken the other lane, but Josh Lay here has gone the speed flow lane this time around. I wonder if that's a tactic to try and get data for both lanes for the team. So the Rocket Industries Mustang Nitro Funny Car here, Josh Lay, who last season, he got runner-up at this event 1 year ago. Last season he had 2 wins, 2 runner-ups. His driving really improved last season as well, Josh. Really came in leaps and bounds. And his crew chief, Brody Pinkerton, also getting a lot better as well as the season progressed. So Josh Lay, you see the focus there inside the car for Josh. The team will give him the signals once the body goes down. He'll move into stage. So has run a best of a 398 this weekend and a 405 on the 2 laps for Josh Lay. Very quick, very consistent car. Track temps are a lot higher here. They didn't run in these conditions yesterday, so it will be a little bit more challenging. They'll have to take away some of the power to try and get down the surface here at Willowbank Raceway.
Yeah, 100%, Mark. Getting the bye, though, does that allow them to be a little bit more aggressive on setup, see what they can do? We'll find out.
It's a freebie.
Yeah, the new look Rocket Industries Ford Mustang. Josh Lay brings it into full stage.
932 to the 60 foot. Then it looked like it sort of shook and spun the tyres there for Josh Lay. He rolls through for an 891 at 77 miles an hour for Josh Lay. So yeah, just overpowered the racetrack there, but it was a freebie, so it was a solo pass, which they could do, so they've learned from it. You learn from every single pass here in drag racing terms. But will it be, I don't think an 891 will be good enough for lane choice in round 2, but we'll see. We'll see. We won't know for a little bit. We've got another pairing here, and Morris McMillan and Justin Walsh to come forward.
I think the seating sheet there for the first round, so.
Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't much separating the teams from 2nd through to 5th in qualifying. They were only separated by about 0.04 of a second. So 4:46 from Morris McMillan to a 4:50 from Walsh. The 4 teams were separated. So 0.04 between second through to fifth in qualifying yesterday. And we will have our final pairing come forward here in a second for Nitro Funny Car. We can see the boosted Funny Car there of Morris McMillan, the body up, team standing around the car, just waiting to get that fire-up signal that everything is A-OK, that the track is clear before we fire these Funny Cars up. And we get Josh Lay off the racing surface there in the braking area. So Morris McMillan will be taking on Justin Walsh in this round of racing. McMillan had lane choice. He's gone here in the speed flow lane as well, same as Josh Lay.
Yeah, how's that for a match-up in round 1 of the new season 2? Mark, you've got Morris McMillan, of course, coming in as the defending Nitro Funny Car champion from last season. And the season before that, it was Justin Walsh.
That's it. So, obviously, Morris McMillan is the 2025 national champion here in Nitro Funny Car. Justin Walsh, he finished 3rd in the championship last season, but probably wasn't the year that he would have been expecting, especially after such a strong 2024 season for the team. But it's still the same combo this year, and they've got a bit more data now in the 6-disc clutch, so they're hoping to return to some form for Justin Walsh's Funny Car. Morris McMillan, though, he had a pretty killer 2025. He got 3 event wins, was in 4 finals as well for the season. But this weekend, they're trying a bunch of new parts in this Funny Car, trying some new tuning theories as well, clutch disc, fuel systems, valve train. Qualifying was all about just trying to find a setup here for race days. I'm wondering, did they find a setup?
Yeah, well, we'll find out very shortly.
We'll find out very shortly with Morris McMillan.
Yeah, as they come forward.
I'll tell you something that was really cool that I saw this morning on social media. Justin Walsh actually had an in-car camera and microphone yesterday, and he went through the starting procedure of a Nitro Funny Car. Had a microphone under the helmet, so he spoke through the procedure. You could see what he was doing, everything, how they start the car up, the signals, what the crew are telling him. It was really interesting. So if you want to check that out, you should definitely jump on Justin Walsh's page and check it out. It was just really cool. Something I'd never seen before, with a microphone inside his helmet, so you could hear him talking and the things that he was going through. Everything from how they prime the engine up with the fuel, then he changed it over to the nitro side of things. Here we go. Round number 1, Nitro Funny Car. Justin Walsh, Morris McMillan. McMillan was number 2 qualifier, Walsh was number 5 qualifier, but they were only separated by 0.04 of a second. The boosted turbocharger system for Aeroflow, their Funny Car, backing up the Haas panel paint supplies, Funny Car of Justin Walsh. Neither of these drivers actually had a full lap yesterday in qualifying. We knew that Walsh was trying a lot of new things, so let's see. They were hoping to find a setup for race day with trolling all those new parts.
Yeah, well, the second qualifying session, Mark, it was the car for Walsh just got towards the centre line, and he had to work the car back into the lane. It was better to lift off the throttle than try and power through and end up in the competitor's lane. He even said himself he was too late on the throttle input. Should have manhandled it a little bit more.
It is all about manhandling these Funny Cars, and you've got to get on it early. When they make a move, if you're not early enough on it, because of the downforce that gets created, if you're not pointed straight, it's just going to go in the direction that the car is pointed. So if you're going towards the wall and you didn't get on it early enough, you're just going to keep heading that way. McMillan's already in full stage. Here comes Walsh. In pre-stage, he's got 7 seconds to get in. He's got to bump this Funny Car here. Both cars are in. Side by side, Nitro Funny Cars. Win light goes to Morris McMillan with a 4:30 to a 4:55 from Justin Walsh. 4.30 seconds to a 4:55. They were side by side. McMillan was spinning the tyres down there. Walsh was spinning the tyres. They were moving around. What a race there to finish off the first round of Nitro Funny Car. Walsh was coming back at him. He had the speed on him. He was coming back, but he needed a little bit more race area to catch him. And Morris McMillan picks up a win here in round number 1 with a 4.308 second pass. Looking at the 60 foots, it was 913 to a 916. They were dead even. At 330 foot, it was 2.34 to a 2.36, 200ths between the two drivers. Then at the 1,000 foot, the finish line, Walsh had gone up and spin before McMillan And McMillan took his chance there and went through for a 4:30, takes the win, and gets low ET of the first round as well, that 4:30 at 237 miles an hour, Walsh 4:55. So they were close to getting full laps in there. That was a great race here between the two drivers. And that brings an exciting end to round number 1 of the Nitro Funny Cars. Just a quick recap. So Morris McMillan got a win, Damon Patton got a win, and Josh Lay got a win in round 1. So those 3 drivers got a win. We'll get to see all 5 funny cars again 2 more times this afternoon here with the all-run format for the National Drag Racing Championships. And that means we should be going now into the first round of Pro Alcohol, I believe.
Yeah, you'll be 100% right there, Mark. And our first pairing coming up will be Darren Fry in the Pro Alcohol Dragster up against Stuart Pryor in the Nitro Injected Fuel Dragster. Something a little bit different in our Pro Alcohol ranks for the 2026 season. And boy, oh boy, did they hit the ground running yesterday. Struggled to get out for the first 2 qualifying sessions. Come out for the final qualifier. Go a personal best 5.600.
Yeah. Just looking at the replay here of Morris McMillan and Justin Bosch, they were side by side, and it looks like Bosch started to mix up some cylinders as it started spinning. And McMillan took advantage of that and got the win there. It's a great replay there on the overtaking lane, boys. But yes, we are about to move into the first round of Pro Alky, as you just mentioned, touched on Stewie Pryor. They had issues with the car, and they finally got it rectified just to get it in time for the 3rd qualifier where they laid down. They made a statement, history-making statement, 560 in the injected nitro dragster. It'll be dragster versus dragster, but 2 different types of dragsters here in the first round of racing of Pro Alcohol. We will have the supercharged methanol dragster of Darren Fry taking on the injected nitro dragster of Stewie Pryor. And you'll hear that the sound difference between the 2 vehicles. So you can hear, looks like Stewie Pryor has fired up. Tail of the tape, Darren Fry was the number 4 qualifier. He went 5:57. Stu Pryor was number 5 qualifier. He went 5.600.
Yeah, for Darren Fry, though, he got quicker in each pass that they made yesterday. So started off with that first qualifying pass, a 5.72, then the 5.63, and finished off with a 5.57.
So who can improve more here in this session? So if you were back in the pits and you know who your competitor is, obviously, it's like, okay, what do I expect my competitor to run at this time of the day? And the thing with Stuart Pryor is it's an unknown. We don't know how quick this dragster can go. Like, we know how quick they can go in the States, but it's the first time here in Australia for this sort of vehicle. They're still learning, and I don't think anyone expected that 560 from him yesterday. But Darren Fry, he is in the national record-holding dragster over there. That thing has run into the 530s here in Australia. Man, but it's his first ever event. He's never been behind the wheel of a dragster. This is his first ever competitive round of racing in a dragster. The body has moved, so the body, one of the Zeus clips must have come loose there. The crew have fixed it up for him there. He will move forward now, Darren Fry. Can lightning strike twice for Darren Fry? In his first ever event in Pro Alcohol in a funny car, he made it all the way through to the final and got runner-up. At his first ever competitive event in a professional category, all the way through to the final, got runner-up. Now here in a dragster, his first ever competitive event in a dragster. Stu Pryor moving forward in the uncontrolled Insanity dragster racing for Royal Precision Lubricants, injected nitro. So Stewie Pryor into pre-stage. Went 5.60 yesterday in this lane. Darren Fry went 5.57. You can hear the revs building up on Darren Fry's dragster. Stu Pryor's up in wheel spin, but Darren Fry goes 5.66, 2.56 mile an hour. Gets the win here in round number 1. Pryor just too aggressive there, up in spin for the loss. And Darren Fry gets the W here in round number 1. That was a safe pass for the team. 5.66, 2.56 mile an hour. There you go.
Yeah, it was off to the races, wasn't it? Cut a good light too, the 0.95 for Darren Fry.
Actually, he spoke to me about his reaction times in qualifying. He was very proud of himself with how well he was cutting lights in the dragster, and he's continued it there.
Well, when you've been out of the seat for a while to be cutting good lights, that means he's obviously been on the practice tree or hasn't lost touch. So nice work for Darren. We'll collect the win points in round number 1.
Yeah, so the track temp's probably about 5 to 10 degrees more than what they were yesterday. But the cloud cover is going to help. I tell you what, the crew, the drivers and the crew chiefs are looking at this, they'll be ecstatic with this cloud cover coming over because that will drop the track temps quickly for them. The guys are probably in see, let's start up, let's try and get on track while we've got this cloud cover.
Yeah, I suppose it's interesting as well because, if you talk an event like the Winter Nationals, we talk about wanting that track temperature. We're trying to find the track temperature, which we like to have the sun out. In summer, though, it's too hot. So that rubber on the track, and I suppose if you've ever had blue tack in your hand, and when it's cold, it's quite stiff and rigid. If it gets too hot, then it's the opposite. It's quite greasy and doesn't want to grip up as nicely.
That's it. It's all about how much... Yeah, we don't like the extremes. We don't like the extreme colds and we don't like the extreme heat. Both of them become very challenging for the crew chiefs, but that's why they get paid the big bucks. Try and get these vehicles down the racing surface, and it's all equal for everyone. And that's what I really enjoy from my perspective as a spectator, as a commentator here, is seeing how do they attack these sort of conditions, which are very challenging, and how they get these big beasts down the track. So it's a combination of both. It's a combination of the driver having to know in the back of his mind that if I need to pedal it, it's in the back of my mind that try and get this race because it could be happening in the other lane as well. And the crew chiefs have to be wary of, okay, I need to take power out, but I can't take too much power out that we run too slow to,
Yep.
So there's that fine line of going as quick as you can in the conditions without overpowering the racetrack. And taking any advantage that you can get. Luke Marsden, the return of Luke Marsden, hasn't been on track since the 2024 Winter Nationals here in the first round of racing. I think of the supercharged methanol cars here this weekend, he was a bit of a surprise running 5:53 in qualifying. Number 3 qualifier, Luke Marsden, taking Andrew Searle. Andrew Searle was very consistent yesterday and in testing throughout the week as well. He went 5:63. He was the number 6 qualifier. So Marsden looking to get a round win here in the first round of racing in this silver funny car, the Monte Carlo. He's got a new body at home that he wants to put on the funny car next time out, and that'll put him on weight. So he'll pick up. He's about 200 pounds overweight at the moment with this funny car, so he'll pick up a little bit of ET there.
Yeah, I know you spoke about that yesterday, Mark, with the extra weight that car's carrying, and if they put that new body on it, well, that obviously certainly will play a factor.
It's Andrew Searle, the Acme Composite International funny car. So those guys would have been, okay, how can we... What are the ways that we can do to beat Luke Marsden here in the first round of racing? Obviously, as a driver, the first thing you've got to do is get the whole shot, because he was a little bit behind an ET in qualifying. And then where can we pick up some hundreds from what we ran? So you overlook the data, okay, we can maybe pick up some here, mid-track. These are the sort of things you should be looking at and hope that it's enough to get the win. Luke Marsden, Andrew Searle, round 1, Pro Alcohol, funny car versus funny car. Andrew Searle. Searle's out in front at the moment. Here comes Luke Marsden. Win light goes to Andrew Searle. A 5:64 takes out a 5:67. Searle gets the win at 257 miles an hour. He had the whole shot and took it all the way to the finish line. Luke Marsden goes 5:67 at 253 mile an hour. It was a close race by 1/10 of a second there across the finish line, and Searle in the Acme Composite International Mustang gets the W.
How do you like your Pro Alcohol, Mark? Side by side, 5.6s from the funny car guys and girls, and Andrew Searle and Luke Marsden. Pro Alcohol, though, turning it on this weekend in tough conditions. They continue to lay down solid numbers.
Yeah, Marsden was quicker to the 60 foot. They were dead even at 330 foot, and then the top end charge from Andrew Searle started driving away from Marsden there to get the win. There you go. That's why we don't race on paper. And Andrew Searle, consistency key here. He's been in the 560s all weekend. He went 566, 563, 568, and 564 here in the first round of racing for Andrew Searle. And currently has low ET of the first round of racing in Pro Alcohol with that 564. There you go. That is some exciting stuff here in round number 1. I don't think the Marsden team would have been looking at trying to run a mid 560. I reckon they would have had the tune-up in it to go into the 550. So I'm just wondering if they've missed something there in the setup, obviously. Because he'd run consistent 550s.
Yeah, well, the car didn't
qualifying.
Car didn't look to have any issues. Did it from A to B. It looked pretty smooth and trouble-free. But you just never know, do you? If something along the way, the data will give them that information.
Yeah. You know, I was talking to Luke Marsden this morning just about the careers that he's had, and he's like, man, I used to be out here just racing in the street series and, up against Daniel Reed, and I used to think, if I ever won the lottery, I'd be able to get a Pro Funny Car, and that was my dream, I used to think, if I won the lottery, I'd get this and this, and then after all these years of hard work, I've got my dream, and I got to race against Daniel Reed yesterday, and it just really puts in perspective, you think about where you were as a kid and those sort of things, those dreams that you have, and it was a really cool conversation to have with Luke, and he's out here living the dream, mate. He's literally out here living the dream. That's one of the things I used to do. If I won the lottery, I'd have a Pro Mod, a Pro Slammer, current top sportsman. And,
would you though, or would you just buy more modifieds?
Well, would they let me double entry or double enter? Or but yeah, it was cool, and you forget about that sort of things, because there are kids here, the junior drag racers and the fans and that, and they've got dreams to race in Top Fuel and if you a bit of hard work, you can get there.
Yeah, we've only got to look at Kelly Betts, who started in junior dragster and was lucky enough to race in Top Fuel for the Lamatinas, won a championship in Top Fuel.
Yep.
So it can happen. You can progress from junior dragster all the way to into our premier divisions in drag racing here in Australia.
Yeah, well, Luke was never lucky enough to race a junior dragster.
Yeah.
He missed out on that.
The step.
But he was out here at Willowbank Raceway racing the Street Series. That's one of our entry-level brackets race meets that we do have at Willowbank Raceway Street Series for people. You just in the family car that you drive to take the kids to school in the grocery getter. You come out here and race 16 seconds and dye your own brackets, and then one day you might be in Pro Funny Car like Luke Marsden and Daniel Reed, and
you catch the drag racing bug.
Yeah,
you think you can cut a good light down Brisbane Road and Ipswich, and then all of a sudden here you are at Willowbank.
All right, next pairing up here in Pro Alcohol, we're going to have the number one qualifier and the man that won the national championship, Daniel Reed, to take on Wayne Price. So Daniel Reed, Wayne Price. After qualifying, Wayne Price was in the number 8 spot with a 6:05. Don't let that fool you. This is a 5:45.50 funny car when they get on top of the tune-up. Daniel Reed, he was the number one qualifier around stout 5:44, which I don't think anyone expected 5:44 yesterday in these conditions, but that All-Star Batteries Belgravia Apparel funny car did absolutely outstanding, get that number one spot. He has lane choice. He has taken the speed play lane here at Willowbank Raceway. Great 2025 season for Daniel Reed, getting the championship. Wayne Price looking to make an upset here in round number 1. We've seen a lot of national champions go out in round 1 today. Could we see another upset here? Yeah. It only takes one pass to turn your weekend around.
Yeah, 100% Mark, and this could be the pass for Wayne Price. For Dan Reed, though, he wants to get his championship defence underway in the best style possible, and that is turning on a win light against Wayne Price.
So Wayne Price has got the horsepower, he's got the funny car, he's got the technology. So he's got all the right tools and equipment there to run with Daniel Reed. Both funny cars here moving forward. We've got cloud cover here at the right time, Willowbank Raceway. It's going to help these guys immensely. It will cool the track down with no direct sunlight on it. Daniel Reed, yesterday in conditions similar to this, went into the 550s. Daniel Reed with the whole shot. He's out in front of the moment. Here comes Wayne Price across the finish line. It's Daniel Reed. 5.60 to a 5.65 from Wayne Price at 239 miles an hour. 5.60 seconds for Daniel Reed. Gets the win. At half track, there was only 1/1000th of a second separating the two funny cars. At 1,000 foot, it was only 1/100th between the two funny cars. Wayne Price must have got off the throttle. He only went 239 miles an hour across the finish line. Daniel Reed gets the win here, but that was a race and a half between the two funny car drivers, and Wayne Price took it to him. We knew he had the capabilities, and he almost pulled an upset win there, but Daniel Reed gets the W.
Yeah, did deliver, produced his best pass of the weekend. It wasn't quite enough, but I'm sure the crew will be happy with it. It gives them that full pass from A to B. They can work through that for the next 2 rounds of racing. And as you said, Mark, at half track at the 8th mile, it was anyone's race.
Well, Wayne Price was actually, he was only 1 hour behind him, but he was actually a whole mile an hour faster than Daniel Reed. So he went 373 at 208 miles an hour. Reed was 373 at only 207 miles an hour. So Wayne Price was on track to potentially have low ET of the round there before he buttoned it off. What a race.
Yeah, you can see the replay here on the overtaking lane stream. So you won't see it from the shot from behind, but once we cut to the side angle, you'll see how close they were. Obviously, the reaction times as well will make a difference in the separation between the two cars. But Wayne Price was coming.
Wayne Price was coming back at him there. Daniel Reed gets a win. That's low ET of the round so far with that 5.60. But this is the matchup I was waiting for here in round number 1. How about this? Benny Bray in the return to Pro Alcohol Funny Car had been, I've been told, 18 years since he competed in Alcohol Funny Car. Shane Phillips in the Camaro beside him. Shane Phillips, number 2 qualifier, went 5.48 seconds. Benny Bray was our number 7 qualifier, 5.79, but do not take that lightly because that was a buttoned off pass. He shut it off early to run that 5.79. Phillips with lane choice, he took the rocket side of the track, so we've seen a lot of the teams take the speed flow side of the racing track here at Willowbank Raceway. Phillips this time around, he's gone over into the rocket lane. So the Century Factories funny car here of Ben Bray looking to make an upset on his return here in Pro Alcohol. But he's got the man, Shane Phillips. Shane Phillips finished 2nd in the championship, won the Winter Nationals last time out here at Willowbank Raceway. The other thing is we haven't had Pro Alcohol funny car here at Willowbank Raceway, or Pro Alcohol as a category for the New Year Series at summer here at Willowbank Raceway for 6 years. The last time these cars competed at Willowbank Raceway in summer was 2020.
Yeah, 2 surnames as well that are synonymous with Group 1 racing here, Mark, with their dads, of course, Gary and Victor. But here it is, it's the kids. It's their turn to shine. It's Ben Bray up against Shane Phillips.
Phillips reset the record in funny car at the Winter Nationals, the speed record, 272 miles an hour. 0.29 to an 0.17. They're side by side, locked together. The finish line win light goes to Shane Phillips, 5.56 to a 5.64. The best race of the round here to finish things off. Phillips gets the win by 0.09 of a second. They were 0.17 to 0.29 on the Christmas tree. Phillips goes 5.56 at 265 mile an hour. Ben Bray goes 5.64, 249 miles an hour. At half track, there was 200 separating the two cars. Phillips was 3.70, the quickest half track we saw of the session. Phillips goes low ET of the round. Ben Bray was 3.72 to half track and only 203 miles an hour. So the speed was down for Bray at half track. Incredible race, 0.09 of a second across the finish line there. Shane Phillips in the Chili Bins Camaro gets the win in round number 1 and low ET of the event so far in racing.
Yeah, it's Pro Alcohol turning it on once again and continuing to here this weekend, the Pro Alcohol Nationals at Willowbank Raceway. Anyone's race in the first half of the track, and Shane Phillips just had the more power in the top end to be able to get the win line.
Man, you think about the cars that lost in round 1. Price went 5.60, Bray went 5.60. You know, that's...
But again, they're all getting down the track. They all got through that.
Everyone got down the track.
Yep.
Yeah, the only car that struggled was Stewie Pryor. We went up an instant spin off the start line in the injected nitro dragster. That was one of the best first rounds of Pro Alcohol racing I've seen in a long time. When you take into consideration the challenges that they were facing with the track temps and the heat that we've had today was like 36 or 37 degrees out there. It's yeah, just incredible performances there from the teams to get down this racing surface.
100%. That's only the first of 3 rounds today as well, Mark. So, again, once they come out in a couple of hours' time, that sun hopefully will have gone down. Track temperatures will have cooled. And we'll be able to see if they can reproduce what we've seen in that session, but as well reproduce what they did yesterday, because they'll have the data from that second qualifying session to be able to compare it to those weather conditions.
You know, the other thing with Shane Phillips is that was a whole brand new combo in the car this weekend. So he's just won the Winter Nationals, finished second in the championship, reset the record, the speed record, 272.78 miles an hour. And you know what? Let's take that combo out of the car. We'll throw in the combo that was in his dad's Slammer and see how it goes.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad.
And he's getting on top of it. Well, that was low ET around 5:56. He was 400s quicker than the next quickest ET, which was Daniel Reed with that 5:60.
Most people out there probably like, Dad, can I borrow the boat? Or, Dad, can I borrow your car for the weekend to go out with the boys up to Bribey? And Shane just goes, Dad, taking your Pro Slammer combination and throwing it to my funny car, thanks.
Yeah, just really good performances there from the team. So just put your hands together for all the Pro Ackle teams there in that first round of racing. That was some great racing. Spectacular performances, and we get to see it all again in about an hour and a half's time as well. But don't go anywhere yet. We've got the last of our pro classes here this weekend. The brand new class about to move forward, the IHRA Pro Mod 660 Ironman class. About to move forward. First time ever, this class. It's a brand new class, so we'll talk about that right now. So these guys will be running, over the 8th mile, so it's very popular style of racing in the United States of America. And it's the first time that we've had this bracket here in Australia. So they run to the half track, so it's 200 metres in 3 seconds at over 200 miles an hour. These machines, they've got about 4,000 horsepower. They've got too much horsepower. It's all about power management and taking all the power out of the cars and then applying all that power back into the car as quick as you possibly can without overpowering the racetrack. But they are like the bucking bull. They want to throw you that car. They don't want to do anything that you want to do. They have their own mind of their own, but it is going to be an exciting prospective class moving forward here in Australian drag racing. First time out. And then you look at the field that we had yesterday, that we had 8 cars in the field, 6 of them into the 3-second zone of the 8. First time ever we've had this bracket, and we've got 6 of them into the 3-second zone. Johnny Ricker was the number 1 qualifier. He went 3.72 seconds. Barry Plumpton, all the way from New Zealand, he was the number 2 qualifier. He went 3.82 seconds. Stephen Smith was number 3 with a 3.86. Neil Murphy was 4th with a 3.87. Russell Pavey was 5th with a 3.90 second pass. Rod Harvey was 6th with a 3.92. Jack Danaher was number 7 with a 4.09. And John Cannulli had some issues with his. He rounds out the field. Didn't get a pass down yesterday, but he's back here today, and hopefully we see something. Well, we know with Cannulli, he went 3.7 seconds on debut in this car to half track in slammer trim. So he's got the power, he's got the performance there previously. So hopefully they can bring it here in round 1 of racing.
It's a real class where you need that perfect synergy between tuner and driver, isn't it, Mark? I mean, the driver has to cut a good light. I mean, when you've only got the 8th mile of the racetrack, it's more important than a quarter mile to cut a really good light on a pro tree. And then, of course, you need the tuner to have done his job to make sure that the driver can get that car from A to B.
Well, with that shorter race distance, it really tightens up the racing, so it makes it even closer. Everything is more critical from the driving aspect side of things. Those reaction times, hitting anything you need to do, whether it's your start line, RPM, shift points, if it's not an auto, etc. So that becomes real critical as from the driving aspect side of things, but then it's also critical for the tuning aspect side of things as well. You make any mistakes, well, you've lost. You need to be pretty much perfect or make the least amount of mistakes to get the win. First up here in our first ever round of racing for the IHRA Pro Mod 660 Ironman class, we're calling it now. Rod Harvey in the USA battery car, our number 6 qualifier. He went 3.92 seconds, taking on the Corvette of Stephen Smith for Driven Energy Drink, RCE Performance Warehouse, and KPM Performance. So Smith, he actually had some issues yesterday with this car. That's why the speed was down. In testing, he went 216 miles an hour. Yesterday, he went 386 at only 206 miles an hour. They hopefully got it all sorted. They had some issues with the gearbox. He was out overnight. The crew working all night to get this car ready for round 1 of racing, and here they are, about to move forward in the first ever pairing race here in the Ironman 660 class, brought to us by IHRA. Rod Harvey, 6-cylinder. He's starting to get on top of performances in this car again.
Yeah, 100%. Neither driver had a perfect 3 runs yesterday in qualifying.
But Smith has done a lot of testing.
Yeah, indeed.
And if this cloud cover is going to help anyone, it's going to be Smithy in that Corvette. Harvey is probably the most aggressive car off the start line here in this field. Harvey will need to get out because we know the top end charge for Smith is going to come back around him. He's going to probably have 20 mile an hour on Harvey at the finish line. But Harvey will get to the 60 foot quicker, and then Smith will then chase him down with the big top end charge.
Rod Harvey's out in front of the 60 foot, but problems there. Steve Smith, no such problems to the 8th mile. He'll go through a 394 at 204 miles per hour.
Yeah, 447 from Rod Harvey there at the 60 foot. Harvey was in front like we thought, 1,000 to the 60 foot. Smith was only 104. They had softened it. Looked like he had a bit of shake in that lane for Stephen Smith in the Corvette. It was a soft, easy pass for the team. A 394, 204 miles an hour. Gets the win for Stephen Smith. And the points, more importantly.
Yeah, 100%. And look, takes the first win in competition in
he
this
does.
new...
Stephen Smith gets the first ever win in the ITRA 660 Ironman class. Next pairing out here, it's going to be Neil Murphy in the Camaro taking on the Corvette there that we just saw on screen, Russell Pavey. But here comes Neil Murphy. And Russ Pavey in the Corvette for line-to-line coatings and Royal Precision lubricants on the side of Neil Murphy's car as he backs up here. Now, qualifying, only 300ths of a second separated these two. Pavey went 3.90 seconds. Murphy went 3.87. You wouldn't say it was ideal for either teams in qualifying. It was, but that's the thing with these type of vehicles. It's so hard. They are just wild animals.
Yeah, on paper though, Mark, as you just mentioned, this is the closest matchup we've got in the first pairing for round number 1.
It's Pavey might have lost power here. They're on a solo pass, so Pavey, that's unfortunate. Pavey's lost power and getting pushed back. So Neil Murphy on a solo pass now. So he's going to get a win here in round number 1. And hopefully, whatever issues that Russell Pavey has, it's an easy fix back in the pits, and we'll see him back out in round 2 later on. But all eyes now on Neil Murphy. Great shots here at Willowbank Raceway. Gets off the line. Soft to the 60 foot, goes through 400, 193 miles an hour. Neil Murphy gets the win. He might have been looking for something a little bit quicker, so it was pretty soft at the 60 foot, only 102. He normally 60 foot's well into the mid-9s. And that's he was a fair bit down there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just backed it down and just looked for a clean pass here to get the win.
Yeah, just wanted to get it from A to B and make sure that it got off the line, which it did. And now they can work on that along with the data they got from qualifying yesterday. But more importantly, they can use that as a bit of a baseline to work through and come back for the next round a little bit later on.
Okay. All right. Great shots here of Jack Danaher in the 1957 Corvette for Wild Ink Merchandise. He's about to move forward here. He was our number 7 qualifier. They got a little bit quicker every pass out here yesterday. Ended up at a 4:09. They're just getting on top of a new fuel system set up that they've got on the car. It's getting a lot more fuel to it now, so they're hoping to pick up performance here. But he's got a tough job against the New Zealander there. You can see the flag flying for Barry Plumpton in the Focus Construction Group 96 Camaro. And Jack Danaher there also going through the burnout procedure. So Barry Plumpton in qualifying, he was number 2 with a 382. But the thing with Plumpton is he only got down the track 1 of 3 passes. The other 2 were aborted runs. Danaher was 3 from 3.
Yep.
So consistency-wise, Danaher was the more consistent of the 2. So if they had raced each other 3 times in qualifying, Danaher would have won 2 of the 3 passes. But Plumpton had the performance advantage. I've always been a fan. Consistency is king in drag racing. Being consistent and quick, it's ideal.
That is another story, and sometimes they don't go hand in hand. And when it all comes together,
let's talk about the combination of Barry Plumpton. You see the big nitrous purge there as he was moving forward. 959 cubic inches on board. Jack Danaher, supercharged engine, only 521, the baby. 521 cubes compared to Barry Plumpton in the Camaro. Plumpton can go into the 370s if everything's right. I don't think he'd be trying to run that right now in this session. Danaher, I think in Danaher's position, you'd probably just try and step it up again, try and run a low 4.0 and hope that it's enough to get past Barry Plumpton.
So we'll find out. Jack Danaher with the supercharged power adder on board. The nitrous for Barry Plumpton, flying the flag high for New Zealand. Jack Danaher gets a whole shot advantage. Big move, though, towards the centre line. Barry Plumpton, nice, straight, strong, delivers. A 387 with a 195 miles per hour for Jack Danaher. Unfortunately got loose and it had to button it off, rolls through a 5:52 unrepresentative time mark.
Yeah, he just overpowered the racetrack there for Jack Danaher, but Barry Plumpton, perfect pass in these conditions. That's low ET of the round so far. 387 gets the win, and it should be enough to have lane choice in the second round of racing as well for that team. That was a great run from both, or from Barry Plumpton, I should say, but Jack Danaher, They stepped it up. It went 102 to 60 foot for Danaher, so they definitely got a little bit more aggressive, went after it, but unfortunately, just a little bit too much, and it made a move on him, so he had to button it off and play again later on.
Yeah, 100%.
So far in round one, Smith has got to win, Murphy's got to win, Plumpton's got to win. Can Johnny Rickard join them in this tough Streeters Camaro for Joel's Garage Gear as well on the side? You know what's funny? This morning, I got here at about 11:30, and I was walking through the pits, just talking to all the teams. Everyone was going at 100 miles an hour. Cars were apart, getting fixed, repaired, maintenance, whatever. And I get to Johnny Rickard's pits, not a soul. The car was still undercover, no one there. And I'm looking around and everyone is just going at 100 mile an hour, trying to get things done, and not anyone in the pits. And I'm like, this is the guy that's #1 qualifier, just went 370 yesterday in qualifying. And yeah, they're obviously just like, they're just on top of the deal. It's just really impressive.
Well, I can tell you that it was the same last night, Mark, when I walked through the group on pits after racing last night, about an hour after we finished. And look, it was all hands on deck in the funny car pits and a lot of the other garages. But as you said, for the Rickers,
nothing.
It was a ghost town.
Let's talk about John Canilli in the lane beside him. So this is a brand new car for the team. They debuted it last year, and on licensing he went 569 to the quarter mile in Pro Slammer trim. That was 3.77 seconds over the 8th mile on that pass. They had some issues yesterday. They had to fix the car overnight, so they haven't done a lap yet. But you can't take it lightly because it's got the pedigree, it's got the power. John Canilli has been there. He's done it before. Johnny Ricker, he might be the favourite in this race, but you cannot write out John Canilli here. I wouldn't even be surprised if John Canilli lays down a number in like the second quickest car of the session, and he's up against Johnny Ricker.
Yeah, so has the potential here to ruffle some feathers with the potential of the car, but turning potential into practice is a different story. John Canilli, though, very experienced racer behind the wheel of a lot of different vehicles. What can he do? What can he deliver against John Ricker?
Well, Canilli got the whole shot. Ricker's got the power. And he goes 374 to a 403. Johnny Ricker gets to win 201 miles an hour. John Canilli kept him honest. He goes 403 at 188 miles an hour. Canilli did the job. He got the whole shot. He was off the line first, but Johnny Ricker in that Joel's Garage Gear Camaro, it is just an impressive car. So consistent, so quick. Gets a win. Low ET of the round as well.
Yeah, for John Canilli, though, we'll give the team confidence that they were able to get the car down the track. That's all they needed to do that pass. They've been able to do that.
And that brings a close to the first session of our pro categories. And Johnny Ricker, yeah, that thing is just on a string. Just, yeah, no words to describe it at the moment. But yeah, John Canilli, that you take the positives out of that. Like, considering they didn't even do a lap in qualifying yesterday. No laps, and they come out and lay down a 403. You know, at 188 miles an hour. Everything was right. It looked like it did everything that it was meant to do. Other than get a win, obviously, for them, but that doesn't matter. They've got a car, they've got a race car, and they've got something to work with. So we can see some shots here in the staging lanes here at Willowbank Raceway. If you look at the big screen or the people on overtaking lane, you can see Peter Lay there. He was our #1 qualifying Supercharged Outlaws in that super bad funny car. So we should see Outlaws out here very shortly as well. As we look back up the lanes, we are moving into Super Comp.
Yeah, it should be exciting. So all of our Group 1 and Pro categories will be back a little bit later on in a couple of hours. Don't forget, folks, that if you are here at the venue, your entry into the venue gets you access into the pit area. Open pit, so if you're over on the grassy hill or up at the grandstand, you can walk down behind the grandstand where the Group 1 pit area is. You can see the teams will be pulling apart motors and tearing and returning the cars back into their racing conditions so they can come out a little bit later on. It's one of the fantastic parts of drag racing is just how open our pit areas are for the fans to get up nice and close with the cars and the races. Of course, you might be able to snag some signatures, and the teams have plenty of merch, and we have plenty of trade stalls here behind the grandstand as well. So head on over and have a look. They've been sweating it out under their gazebos, so make sure you support the trade stands that have come out this weekend and buy yourself a singlet or a broad-brimmed hat to keep nice and sun-safe. I know the Willowbank shop was open and they had plenty of good priced apparel down there. So make sure that I don't know if they've got the Street Series merch yet, Terry, but it's not too far away, I'm sure.
You'd think that I'd know, but I don't.
You should.
But I will tell you this though, Wade. We did discuss it earlier for the people that were in the bar, and the stubby coolers were a hot item.
Yeah, they were. Yep.
I think it's, as I said earlier, that is going to be the Valentine's Day present for most males given to their wife.
Well, I mean, look, while you're
with an espresso martini in it, maybe, I don't know. Just trying to give you guys ideas.
While you're enjoying an adult ale, you don't want your beverage to go warm on such a hot day. It's got to stay nice and cool and crisp.
Did you see that great vision there that Brad from Overtaking Lane had there of Kenny Collins? Yeah. How good is it? Ken is just a stager. He's so good.
Didn't want to give us a wave, did he? Had the game face on.
And maybe if Brad flung back there, he'd probably say, well, hang on, give us a wave, Ken. There's our chappie of the year, Mr. Tim Davey. You can see him just there. He's done given us all the our conduit to the Lord. There he is. Have a look at you. Look at him. Look at these boys. Look, number one. Look at Pete, number one.
Did you see how quick Christie was to get out of the shot? Oh, there.
Yeah. Brad goes, no, you can't escape. Yeah, Mr. Blazecraft. He's there. Now, how good is this? That category is just wild. You cannot be disappointed watching that crew that is racing in the bike category today like that. It is so good. But we are just about to move into our Super Comp. So you can see Steve Sloan there in one of the toughest, quickest Geminis. And look, he has gone well and truly 0.338 under that double D OM record. So on a 905, ladies and gentlemen, the car is equipped to do in that category. He has gone, 0.338 under that record. So Steve's either making his life a little bit difficult, but because he's done top qualifier, guess what?
Well, he had the flex in the fourth qualifier earlier today to go. Yeah. You know what? I'm not even going to do the fourth qualifier. If someone else can else can catch me, then fair effort to them.
I did not know that, Wade. I love that he's just gone nah.
It's the games that they play in Group 2, isn't it?
I wonder if he just sat back with a, like a cup of coffee, watching the live stream, saying, "Yeah, let those guys do the hard lifting."
Well, he's got the buy here, so is he going to run it out the back door and go close to that 871, or is he just going to button it off at three-quarter track and go, "No, I'm happy. I know what I've got under me.
It looks like he's going to
damage."
No, yeah, three-quarter, not even half track. He gets off it, but. Yeah, the mighty little Gemini. All those Geminis, a lot of them were made down at Acacia Ridge in Brisbane. We used to have a big sign up out the front, the home of the Gemini.
But he must have some fans down in the bottom end of the grandstand. He just wanted to wave to them on the way past.
Yeah, I love that. Then, the mighty little Gemini. Yeah, and it's a tough bit of gear that Steve's got. We do love calling it. It's very entertaining and quick, and as I said, gives it all a big nudge. So, talking of another man who goes down the exact same route, of course, Jai Schluter in the LVS Light Vehicle Solution Cavalier. Actually, the car name is probably a little bit appropriate for Jai. He's a bit cavalier. If you've ever met him, he's a vocal guy. He's a really guy. If you get into his head, he's got a lot of knowledge, and and all the family races. That's the thing. It's the whole lot. It's not like it's it's not just his show. It's
4 wheels or 2 wheels, and as well as testing the other night, you saw Jai behind a lot of the other teams. So he's happy to give himself.
He's
taken the light. The green.
He took the light. That way he doesn't have to run it. And no reason to either. We looked at Schluter. He is 0.280 underneath that DMP record that he runs on. So it looks like we may have, do I say it? The precipitation.
Mark was giving us some interpretive dance in front of us here in the commentary box.
I'm thinking, what is Mark saying? Mark says, hang on, everybody be careful, there's spirit fingers happening. Yeah. I don't know what that means, Mark. Oh, I get it. It could be, yes. But anyway, you can see it's a little bit bleak down the end of our track there.
Looks great on the overtaking lane.
Actually, look at that.
Like if we just keep that shot, that is excellent.
Everyone's looking at that shot, going, "What are these goons talking about?" But if they fling the camera around to the right, you would you get a different picture. And look at all the people with their umbrellas. Well, that's probably appropriate.
Well, it's a double purpose today, isn't it? I mean, now it's going to protect them if we do get any sort of heavy shower, but it's keeping them nice and sun safe. Thankfully from earlier on.
Yep. We are, and we're lucky. We learnt a lot about what quality umbrella you need to have to survive a willy willy.
There was certainly plenty that ended up upside down.
So the conversation is where we want everybody to face their face to the right-hand side down the end of the track and start just blowing air that way, and hopefully we can push that cloud that's giving us a little bit of grief, Wade. But what do you reckon?
Well, for something that's transparent, I'm surprised we can see it. It's quite clear. Normally rain, but when it's a heavy shower, unfortunately, we can see it down there.
We can see it.
It
is not transparent. You are exactly right. And, mate, how fantastic is it to see?
As you said, we just need everyone to
just
blow in the westerly direction.
Or just if you've got a...
there's plenty of fans around. No, not fans as in spectators, but there's plenty of Ryobi and Milwaukee fans in the pit area. Just everyone start facing them in a westerly direction.
Wade, let's call the big guns in. Where's Tim Davey? Get Tim in, and he can talk to the bloke upstairs and get rid of it. Because he's the man.
What did you call him? The chappie?
He's our favourite chappie.
Yeah.
Well, he is. He's our chaplain.
Yep.
He's our favourite chappie, and he is. Tim's been with us for quite a few years. He said he's training up some new chaplains, which is really good. So, and look, it is always good to have someone actually, look after everybody here and give some kind words as Tim does in this day and age. It's really nice.
Is this where we do a public service announcement? Just with those for gazebos, just make sure that they're tied down securely.
I don't know how you went. I don't know what to say. Well, we learnt a lot about gazebos, and we learnt a lot about umbrellas earlier with the little mini tornado that came through. But so what? Oh, we can see the tractor coming down. You know that tractor parts are easy to come by in country towns. Did you know that?
Yeah, I also know that they'll never let you down, Terry, and they still haven't. The John Deere has not let us down.
The Deere is just. The Deere is just consistent. It just comes down and it does its job. I reckon Justin Simpson has had more time on a John Deere tractor than he's ever had track time in any of his cars he's raced. I'm sure that the John Deere people will be ringing going, mate, how are you going? Yeah, I can do a review on that one now.
Mate, if he could get on a race set and put a helmet on the John Deere, I reckon he'd dial in and know exactly what it's going to run to the 8th and the quarter mile. He'll have it dialed in.
What do you want, with the little tyres or the big tyres on the back? It doesn't matter.
Just got to drop the tyre pressure in both rears. So what we might do, we might just while we wait for a little bit of precipitation, we're just copping the edge of it, folks. For those watching at home on the overtaking lane stream, we're at the venue, so we will just take a little bit of a breather.
If they're home, what's their opportunity to go do?
Their opportunity is to restock the esky, order your Uber Eats, make sure it's more than one prawn.
Because I'm sure, look, nobody would have listened to the Hottest 100 yesterday because that was like a tragedy.
Wasn't much
so maybe
Australian
they've got
music in it,
there
was
was. It was awful. So hopefully they're all listening to something like here. Like they don't have to listen to our commentary. You can turn the commentary off and just talk yourself.
Yeah.
So,
100%.
but we've got the opportunity now. We might have a little breather, ladies and gentlemen, while we just make sure what this little bit of cloud is doing, and we'll be back very shortly. And thank you. We'll just plug a little bit of music. So thank you very much for your patience.
She come wrapped in cellophane. Bring me light from the darkness. Lead me to a wonderland. My lonely days are gone now. Sweet Mary Sea. She got loving when I want it. Show me everything I am. When she talks, yeah, I listen. She leads me to a wonderland. My lonely days are gone now. Sweet Mary Sea. She got loving when I want it. She come wrapped in cellophane. She bring me light from the darkness. Lead me to a wonderland. My lonely days are gone now. Sweet Mary Sea. My lonely days are gone now. Sweet Mary Sea. I keep a running and I'm coming up to you. I feel the rhythm while I'm riding next to you. You got me shivering like a child now. You keep on burning out my heart just like a fire. We got these big wheels turning here all around. Like a wildfire burning into the ground. Down the highway, running to California sun. I'm coming over you. I'm coming over you. I'm coming over you. Oh, 'cause you know, yeah, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Oh, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Oh, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Oh, I'm coming for you. Well, let me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I've been holding it in since the clock came Monday morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. We're walking to the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order up a round of shots and it's away we go. Let's throw down, get down. Order up another round of shots. Run, get drunk, get some, have fun. Get into some trouble, baby, like it or not. I'm a Jim Beam, drinking big, drink, singing, la 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 la, dancing machine. Been a hell of a week and I need to blow off some steam. Look at those. Steam for blow up. I've been holding it in through the whole work week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. So come on down, man, let me play me none of them slow songs. I need boots, scooting, bar, burning, hell, raising, get up and go songs. But give me something hot, just give me all you got. Now let's give old Luke Miller a try. Go ahead. Been a hell of a week and I need to blow off some steam. Got to blow off some steam for a blow up. I got to blow off some steam for a blow up. I got to blow off some steam for a blow up. I got to blow off some steam for a blow up. I've been holding it in through the whole work week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam.
to Chattanooga, boy, had a dollar and a dime. Headed out from Nashville on the Hard Rock Line. I'm working on that old steamboat and I learned to rob and steal. When my feet had touched dry land, how happy I did feel. Been saving every penny for to make up through the fall. Working for that dollar, but it never adds up at all. Coming around the riverbank, heard the old train whistle sang. The very next thing you hear from me, I've been tied to a ball and chain. Well, come this time tomorrow, reckon I don't know where I'll be. But if it wasn't for that old sheriff, I'd be back in Tennessee. Playing cards and crap games, not looking for the score. And if I ever get back home again, I'll never roam no more. Gather round, you good time boys, listen to my song. May not know better, but I know you know right from wrong. Buy yourself a postcard so you can see the lights of town. Find yourself a country girl, keep quiet and settle down.
Gentlemen, just a quick note. As I said, we did have the precipitation, of course, down the deep end of the track, so it might still be just a slight little spit here, but it was fairly wet down the deep end. So we are drying it as we speak. Probably shouldn't, be too hard to dry. They are the boys down there and the girls down there are working pretty hard to get it done. So just a bit of a public service announcement, because we are still planning on going into racing, because that's what we're planning on doing, because it's pushed away. I know we've got the lightning over the back there, so if you're feeling a little bit worried about the storm that's out the back heading out that way, of course, just try and get yourself somewhere a little bit safer. But you know what, really, it's a fair way off heading out now. But we just want to make sure if anybody's a little bit worried, maybe go wait in your car if you don't feel 100%. But otherwise, look, really, we're drying the deep end of the track. We're doing everything we've got to do. We have got racing planned. We've got some loud stuff. And guess what, Mark? Wade. I didn't know which one of you it was. I've got a driver's license has been handed in. And you're going to have to read that out, because I don't have a... I can't read it in the dark. Hang on. So if you're Peter Sonta, it was handed in at the Group 1 pits. So Peter Sonta, if you are here at the track, if you'd like to come to the tower, and we will hand you your license back, but you need to look exactly like you do on your driver's license, Beck. Okay? You need to prove that you can drive a manual. There's a... He's got no conditions. It just says I'm a good driver. Anyway. So yeah, Peter Sonner, if you want to come up to the tower, mate, we've got your driver's license, and as I said, just make sure that that you look like Peter Sonner and not someone else. So, but otherwise, look, as I said, folks, we are well and truly underway, drawing down the deep end, because we want to get back to racing just as much as everybody here wants to witness the racing. So, hold foul, keep going. We will get back to it as soon as we possibly can. I thank you so much for your patience and for coming along, and we love you all to death.
was in LA for a couple of days looking for the Holy Grail. A record shop where the kings of bop were sure to make a sale. A Columbia 6-side #1 pressing and I'm feeling kinda blue. Well, when I walk in the store, you're ready for war, so there's nothing here for you. Here I am. Don't you understand what I am? Mr. Record Collector Man, here I am. Don't you understand what I am?
So just once again, folks, just a quick note to everybody who was over in the big grandstand. Don't forget, folks, of course, we have got, I know a lot of you are probably going down and getting something to eat and going to have a chat to some of the vendors that are down there. Probably with the lightning kicking around, probably might be a good idea to maybe move out of the grandstand for a little bit, because we can see that in the distance there. We know it's a fair way off, but probably a little bit safer maybe. I don't know, just if you feel like you're not happy about it. But otherwise, go and have a chat to go and have a look at the guys down in the pits. It's a good opportunity now to go and have a look and see what everyone's doing down in the pits, if they're rebuilding, whatever they're doing. Maybe have a chat to the absolutely fabulous vendors we have there. Get yourself something for Valentine's Day or birthdays or something coming up. And going back to school on Tuesday, so maybe get the kids something a little bit special. So if you are in the grandstand, if you'd like to go and do something a little bit extra just to get out of the grandstand, would be great. So I've just had some word from our management. Yeah, they would like, we've got, they're going to put some music on and stuff down in the bar area. So if everybody in the grandstand would like to, head on out, go down and see some music, that would be really awesome. We want to make sure that everybody's safe, because this little bit of lightning will probably move on out. And we'd just like you to go and do that if you could now, please. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Righto, folks. Just a quick announcement. As I said, look, I know everyone's sitting here waiting patiently, and I absolutely love the fact that you are doing that. But just to let you know that we are, as you can see in front of us, the track is absolutely beautifully dry and probably ready to race on. But down the deep end, and we had the vision earlier, right down the deep end where obviously the cars need to stop, got an absolute soaking. So they've got the jet out there, they're doing it, and you can see there on the screen there, you can see the jet is down there trying to dry that far deep end, which we have to have dry before we can send any of the cars down and the bikes down anyway. You've got to think about the fact that we've got guys like Pete Farnell doing 200 mile an hour on a motorbike. You don't want to be riding into a big wet, moist patch down the end there. So what we're just letting you know, just keeping you informed that they are in the process of trying to dry it as quickly as they can. So I thank you for your patience. I will keep you informed as I get more information from our management. So thank you, folks. As I said, go get yourself something to eat, get yourself some merch, go see the guys at Toy Locker, Talk Dirty, go and have a chat to them. They're beautiful people. And once again, thank you for your patience, and we will keep you informed as we move on. The mighty Commodore of Maddox. This thing is tough. So we love it. So let's see. As I said, we're just waiting for our screen to update so we get some information.
Yeah, we do have the national records up on the timing board down there. So if your vision's as good as mine or Terry's, the 715 is the national record that Warren Allen will be racing against, and a 940 for Rob Maddox.
So it does seem like it's been an eternity since we've been out here, but here we are. Here we are doing the deed.
Can let everyone know too, Terry, that we do have the Nitro Funny Cars in the staging lanes. They're not too far away, which is pretty exciting, but we will get this round of competition finished and done, both in full stage.
Rob gets out with a 040, but it's all about the 004 from Warren Allen, but it's all about who's going to go under their record. And it will be Warren Allen. Goes a 716 off that 715. Just gave it a little bit on top there, but it didn't matter. The 951 on the 940 off that is a little bit out, but you know what? He did love second. Warren Allen in the rear engine dragster says, I'll take that win. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's pretty handy. So should still be a little bit of track temp in there because the main part of the track, the 400 metres of racing surface, didn't get a lot of wet stuff.
No, it wasn't. It was very, it pretty well stayed solid, didn't it? We had a couple of spits on the window here, but that was it. But that deep end, it just caught the edge of that cloud and just absolutely soaked it. But now we are moving into this pairing, which will be Luke Cartledge and Pete Pisolides. 641, Pete will be off. He has gone under that, of course. Cartledge, he'll be off that 776. In that tough altered. Done the drive up. He'll be hoping to put the two Victorians. Is that like a bit unfair? Putting them up against each other, isn't it?
They come all the way here to race when
yeah, they go, oh my
could have
God.
stayed down south.
Luke's going, I had to race Pete. This is rubbish. What's going on? So here we go. So Pisolides and Cartledge.
Yeah, for Pete, though, hasn't been without its problems here this weekend. A lot of tyre shake off the line. Once it gets hooked up, though, it can generally run under that 641.
Yep, most definitely. Has run a 639 and a 632. So that'll give you an indication. Luke, as I said, Luke's, I wouldn't say late to the party because you know that he's been travelling, so well done there, mate. Good work. Oh, red light there for Luke. Pete Pisolides, 200 light, but he's going for it. Not even lifting that pedal. Look at that. 609 with a 2 at 234 mile an hour. You know what? Get off it, Pete. No. Not in the slightest. Pete goes, no.
Not when it's that. Not when it's hooked up like that, Terry, and can run a number like that. That was impressive for Luke Cartledge. Unfortunately, the win was handed to Pete with that red light on the tree. Car made a move over towards the wall as well once it got out. So it wasn't happy. Pete won't mind, though. He wouldn't have known what was going on.
Well, we have seen Luke, obviously, and you and I have called the winners, and we've called Luke plenty of times, and we know that altered is well and truly capable of going either to that or under that 776. So nice work to see Luke here, though. Thank you for the journey up, mate. Good to see you. Here we are.
From 4 wheels to 2. Performance bike coming out as Brett Copping on the B Street Bike. A 914 is that national record. Has run under it this weekend. Number 3 qualifier. Has run a 904. Jason Clarkin. Whoa, well, he gets the whole shot there. A 0.27 light to a 155 of Brett Copping. So can he convert that into a win? He looks like he's got some work to do. It's not going to be enough. Copping again under that national record, goes a 909 with a 9, 156 miles per hour for Jason Clark, and goes a 916 at 156 miles per hour.
Brett Copping, he's got that Suzuki on song. It's really just doing some damage to that B street bike record. Oh, look at what a pairing. Dad and son. How good is this? Ken Collin, Chris Collin. 777 for Chris in the Rocket Lane. 762 for Ken. AAB bike and ACB bike. That's what we're looking at in the categories. You can see Kenny with the big lock of hair out the back. Chris The sun. This will be exciting because there'll be nothing living here. Oh, Chris got out with a 0.57 and a 1.10, but it's all about the records. Who's going to go under it? Who's going to give it a big shake? It will be Kenny with a 7.69 off that 7.62, and Chris a 7.92 off that 7.77. But Ken Collin did the deed.
Nice.
Done it.
Yeah,
He's done it.
nice work there for Ken. Has the number 1 on the side of the bike for a reason, and run some solid numbers as he has there. So solo run here for Avino number 1 qualifier. He's nearly 3/10 under the B Street Bike national record on this BMW. So a 9.14 is the B Street Bike record. Spends a lot of time here at Willowbank at our test and tune events. Runs our street series as well, which will make a return next Saturday night here at the Willowbank. 0.71 light. What's he got on that 9.14? Cruises through, so backs off it nice and early. Goes a 9.91 at 93 miles per hour. Was running 128 miles an hour to the half track. So he was keeping his cards close to his chest.
And we know what Avini's like. That is a good, clever strategy, isn't it? But when you want to see fast, we want to see fast. How fast do you want the bike to go? How does Pete Farnell on the Blazecraft Suzuki? I'll tell you what, has gone 7.17 off that 7.38 record, and look, 202 mile an hour on that bike, on that no-bar bike. What a wild bit of gear. We do love it. You can see Blaze there just walking up there on the big screen, having a little bit of a... he'll know everything about that bike, everything that's going on. Pete just starts it up, doesn't worry. Just make sure. Look, when you're riding a bike that is capable and does over 200 mile an hour, everything has to be right.
Yeah, and they've made a few changes in the off-season as well, so still getting used to and adjusting those changes.
How good is that vision from overtaking lane, looking straight down there of Pete on that bike? That is just sensational.
Yeah, showing one of the riding styles as well of our bike races. Up on the tippy toes, leaning forward over the handlebars, getting as aerodynamic as possible to slipstream his way. Oh, got a bit squirrely there, didn't it?
Oh, look at that vision.
Right.
Oh,
hang on
at
to it, Pete. Mate, it was like a bucking bull at Johnny Ringo's on a Saturday night. He had his hands full.
How wild was that? And look, a 145 at the 60, an 8th mile, a 4.9 at 161, and obviously the bike a 6.3 to the 1,000, but a 7.7, because it really, you could see that thing just up on that rear wheel, and you could just see Pete just absolutely having to wrestle that thing, like you said. And, yeah, that was wild. It was bad, but it wasn't super bad, because super bad is on its way. That's exactly what we're just about to get.
Will be indeed the funny car moving into Supercharged Outlaws.
And if you're wondering, look, we're running these cars through, of course, because we want to put some heat back in that track. So the guys who are coming in the quicker cars, they want it to just be on straight away.
Yeah, 100%.
And these cars that are running, the bikes running now, are assisting in every possible way by putting heat back into that track. So it's nice to see. So Pete Lay, 6.58 at 210 earlier in the Super Bad. It is super good to see.
Got the air conditioning turned on. He doesn't have the windows in on the funny car. That's a nostalgic look.
It is a serious old school style funny car, isn't it? Except back in the day, imagine pulling out a funny car in 1970 that was running mid-6s at 210. They would have said that they've changed the world of drag racing. So how good is it?
Yeah, you never see a badly presented car come out of the Lake Camp, do you? They're always looking in fine shape. This one no different. Always like the nostalgic look of the funny cars though, when you can see in through the car, see what Pete's doing.
It's really got it all happening. The big yellow riding on the rear tyres as well. It just has got everything that is beautiful, true to form, and it looks so good. Look at the vision from overtaking lane, just looking at that car there now and sitting at home and being tucked in that little cradle. Ready to hit that pedal and just do what he's got to do, that he's done plenty of times and successfully as well. So Coop says it's all good to go.
But look, car's getting towards the centre line as we can see there, but keeps the boot into it, goes a 663 on a 658 dial-in, 204 miles an hour. That is a super bad supercharged Outlaw, Terry.
That is fantastic. I'll tell you what, and kudos to Brad just on the camera there, just getting that vision as the car is tailing away towards the end of that 400 metres. That is some great vision that you really get to see. But just when you think it might get a little bit quieter, but it's definitely not going to get slower, because this little twin turbo, well, I wouldn't call it little, the big bad twin turbo rear engine dragster of Kelly is just about to come forward. Look at that. It looks unsuspecting, doesn't it? Look, except it's got that big snail on the side.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We call it supercharged Outlaws, but really it's become an Outlaws category, hasn't it? Where you don't have to have the supercharger as your power adder for Kelly. Decides, well, I want to run a turbo.
Yeah, not one, two. Pretty sure it's twin turbo.
Yeah, a lot of pipe work on the back, isn't there?
I love it. And as I said, her brother races quite, well, theoretically, the fastest Barra-powered car in the world as well, in a rear-engine dragster at a time of 6.0. So, go figure. It's a fast family. And don't ever go archery with them either. They were national champions, so don't. Just they're very good at stuff. Look at that. You can see Steve there. Look at that. Just look at that thing fire up.
Good at drag racing and aiming for Brisbane 2032.
Yeah. Look at that thing just fire up. Just a big shake. All those boots. Josh Fletcher. He's coming through as well. The Styromax Dragster. So Josh dialing in at a 7.42 to Kelly's 6.73. I like that. I haven't noticed that young Fletch. I haven't seen that before. I've seen that car 11 billion times. I've never seen young Fletch. See Steve Kelly kid on the side there of the twin turbo dragster. So 6.73 to a 7.42. Josh will get the advantage leaving first. He'll try cut a light, give Kelly a lot to think about, but Kelly's going to be coming on the top. Oh, 000 for Kelly Kidd. Will she make the most of it and put Fletcher away? That's a big ask. She most certainly will, because Josh has gone under his dial end. 000, 6.78 on a 6.73 Kelly Kidd. That is how you win a race.
How good's that, Terry?
Oh.
Yeah, finally got the car through tyre shake in the final qualifier today. They've been able to replicate that in that pass. Did everything as a driver.
That is a stunning race. Seriously, Josh Fletcher was doing everything right. We know how good Josh is, but Kelly, she struggled with that twin turbo car, got the good run in that last qualifier, and there it is, right there. That is what happens.
And you can see the margin she had to chase down as well. So Josh would have known that she was coming. Would have been looking for that dragster over his left shoulder. And Josh, of course, multiple-time track champion in Supercharged Outlaw. Not often you see a breakout from a Fletcher.
No, well, Josh, as you said, Josh knew he had something on that Kelly. If she came hard in the top end there, he was going to have to work hard, and he did. And, yeah, look, Kelly, credit to her, the 000, a breakout from these two. That is an impressive. That's my highlight for the weekend so far. That is fantastic.
Every time you see that dragster run in the 6-second zone, it's always exciting, isn't it?
198 mile an hour, so the top end, just nudging that 200 in a twin turbo V8. And Josh Fletcher, 174 mile an hour, so it's we've got some nice top end out of those supercharged, all those Outlaws. And it's not over. We've still got Senior Fletch coming.
Does it have that on the window, I wonder?
I don't know what Bill does, but we do love Bill, and Bill Fletcher with the second of the Styromax dragsters. 694 for Bill. dialing it out, and Peter Wheeler in the Emerald Cars Plus Dragster, dialing it at 665. So Pete to do the coaching.
Yeah, interesting too, Terry, that we're out of the heat of the day, both of these races have dialed in their quickest passes that they think they're going to run this weekend. So for Pete, his quickest is a 665 with a 4, so he's dialed in a 665. For Bill, quickest of a 697. Didn't do the earlier qualifying session this afternoon. Has dialed in a 694.
So they've had the info. They've gone back over the past one because they've raced here a lot, and they've said, no, drop a 694 in there. And I reckon if Fletcher's have got it in the 694. Well, he's just Fletch. Yeah. He's not young Fletch, not senior Fletch.
Is that a flex from the Fletch?
That is. It's pretty well, but I love it. So let's get to see the Wheeler family racing car up against the Styromax Dragster. Styromax the world. Look at these two big local beasts. How good is it? It's exciting if you're sitting at home. I cannot describe how tough this sounds. There's a good crowd in here. No one's left.
Oh, 2 trips in a row this time. Peter Wheeler, 000 in the Dragster. And goes through to get the winner. 667 with a 3 on a 665. For Bill Fletcher goes a 781. So there was problems there in the rocket lane for the Styromax Dragster on that 694. Have the Fletchers ever had 2 000s put on them in 2 races in a row, Terry?
That is phenomenal. I have not seen that, especially to put away Josh and Bill. And we know, look, we know how good they are. If you and I are sitting here, or you, me, and Mark, we've seen Josh and Bill, and we know how good they are. And for 2 of these races to get one up on them, that is a rarity because you know what? The cream is there with the Fletchers. We know how good they are.
Yeah, and as a racer, you know when you pull alongside a Fletcher, you've got to cut a good light. Yeah. You can't do any better than that.
That's it. So, look, I'm going to jump off the microphone because, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to get loud and aggressive. That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring the tractor out, and I hope you enjoy the next 30 minutes of the tractor. I'm only kidding. We are just about to bring the big boys out, so I'm going to hand the microphone back to the very able and exciting Mark Allen.
All right, it's good to be back up here. We can see the pro mods in the lanes. Johnny and Ricky there. It'll be the semi-finals for those guys when they come out very shortly after the Nitro Funny Cars. They'll be up next. Just doing a quick track prep here at Willowbank Raceway. Some great shots here in the staging lanes. You can see the Nitro Funny Cars in the background there behind Johnny Ricker as well. And Damon Patton just over there to the right. But what about that? 2 trip zips in a row against the same team. That is absolutely incredible. That is some sort of, that's unlucky for the Fletcher team, but man, well, it's crazy.
100%, Mark. You're talking a team that last season, Josh took home 2 track championship awards in 2 different categories, but as a family, they've won 25 championships here at Willowbank Raceway. And for Pete and Kelly, they've just gone trip zip, and put them both, unfortunately, as spectators for the rest of the weekend.
What's even crazy is that Kelly Kidd only did 1 full lap this weekend, which was today.
In possibly the worst conditions.
And it was a high 680. So she had dialed in like a 10th and a half quicker than what she had run all weekend. Drops a 000, runs a 678 on that 673. Incredible time. And then Peter Wheeler, who'd only done 1 full lap as well over the entire weekend, dials in a 665, goes trip zip against Bill Fletcher and runs a 667. That's you know what? It doesn't matter what's happened previously before you get to racing. It's the only thing that matters is what you do right here, right now.
Yeah, 100% right there, Mark. And
so we are just prepping the track here, and we got some great shots of the Nitro Funny Car teams there I think now it's cooled down outside. Like, from what we had this afternoon to what we've got now, I think these funny car guys can really swing for the fences.
Yep.
I spoke to a lot of the teams after that first round of racing, and they all said pretty much the same consistent thing. They said we were too soft.
Yeah, right.
We went a bit too soft with our setups. The track was better than we expected. We could have gone a little bit quicker, and that's from the Arky teams as well. So I think, man, if Josh Lay went 398 last night, the potential's there to see 390s again now. Low 4.0 390s in Nitro Funny Car.
Yeah. And 100%. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, the track didn't get a lot of precipitation, so the heat is still going to be there, even though the sun went down a couple of hours ago. The heat is the most important thing to having that track, but now you don't have the sun baking on top of that heat.
And it was actually it's a blessing in disguise that we did have that little precipitation as well for the track. It's actually a good thing.
Yeah.
So the track is going to be better for it. I've actually got the seeding here in front of me for the second round of Nitro Funny Car. I can tell you after the first round of racing, Maurice McMillan is currently on top at the moment with 38 points. He had the low ET and the win, so he's on 38 points. He'll be taking on Adam Murray in the second round of racing. So Maurice McMillan take on Adam Murray. Second in the points at the moment is Damon Patton. So he will be taking on Josh Lay. Teammate versus teammate there.
There's a matchup.
That's a good matchup. And Justin Walsh will be on the solo pass this time around. So he'll have the solo pass to finish off this round of racing. But yeah, I think the marquee matchup there, when I look at the matchups, I think Patton against Lay, that could be a good race. And that's who we see on the start line here. You see the Patton Diesel Services Nitro Funny Car there. Just pulled out here onto the track, so he'll be taking on Josh Lay. Damon actually had lane choice, and he has taken the Rocket Industry side of the racetrack here at Willowbank Raceway. Having a look at what they ran in the first round. So Damon went 479, Josh rolled through for an 891. So it was fairly consistent what we saw in that first round of racing. The funny car guys, they all launched pretty well. They got pretty good solid 60 foots. And then they sort of overpowered the track about 80 to 100 metres out.
Yeah, 100%.
But I don't think we'll see that issue here this time around.
So it's interesting you say that that 398 that Josh Lay did last night. I mean, for Damon and both Justin Walsh, they're still yet to run their first 3-second pass. So, I mean, is there the potential in their session mark that we could see that for me, the racer?
Yeah, you just have to everything needs to the cards need to fall the right way, tune up, driver, everything needs to fall the right way. They've got all the parts there. The power's there. It's just finding that window to get down for that 390. It's definitely doable. They've got everything. So, and I'm expecting big things from this funny car of Damon Patton. So I think he'll be a force to be reckoned with this season in the Nitro Funny Car class. As we are just doing final preps here on the racing surface at Willowbank Raceway.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone in the grandstand and over on the grassy hill who has stuck around through our track cleanup and hung around to see some more Nitro Funny Car racing. A show of hands over on the grassy hill. Who's ready for some more Nitro?
Oh, yeah. We are all ready for it.
And everyone over on the grandstand, you're a good crowd over on the grandstand. You've burnt your bums through most of the day. It's cooled down a little bit out there. But in the grandstand, a show of hands. Are you guys ready for some Nitro?
I'm with all of you guys and girls right there. So the way that the Nitro Funny Car all-run format works, to make it into the A final, the final to win the Christmas tree, you've got to have the most points after 2 rounds of racing. So that's usually 2 wins, and you want to have quick ETs to get those bonus points. And then you can run off for that A final. And then obviously the next 2 people with the highest points will be in the B final, and then we'll have the C final as well for whoever's got the lowest score. So at the moment, the box seat is Morris and Damon. So they're currently the 2 highest point scorers after the first round. Josh Lay is in 3rd. So that's why those quick ETs matters. Those little bonus points really matter at these events.
Yep. So for Justin Walsh, he has a bye in this run. So, I mean, as far as win points go, he gets those.
Yep.
But it's still important that he goes through and runs the quickest pass he possibly can, which is the exciting thing about the all-run format, isn't it, Mark?
Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head there. We can see the Rocket Funny Car there of Josh Lay just getting pushed out as well. So we are not too far away from getting under here with the second round of racing for Nitro Funny Car. And we'll just go through those matchups again. So Morris McMillan will take on Adam Murray here in round number 2. Damon Patton will take on Josh Lay here, and they're on the start line. So they'll be our first pairing up. And Justin Walsh will have the solo pass here in round 2. Morris McMillan would have lane choice. Damon will have lane choice, and obviously Justin can pick whichever lane he wants because he's on the solo pass.
Yeah, interesting as well too, Mark, just seeing some of Adam Murray's crew down there still gathering data on the track. So they'll be in the lanes. There's minimal changes they can make, but there's still the opportunity to do so if they're one of the later pairings.
Well, he was so close to getting that win in the first round of racing. They spun the tyres probably about 400 before. Who was in lane beside him? I've forgotten now. Damon, I think it was. So, you know, it was close. But here we are. It's time to... We are about to get started here with Nitro Funny Car. They are fired up here. Round number 2. Josh Lay. 12 months ago, he was runner-up at this event. Number 1 qualifier. He's got low ET so far of the event at 3.98 seconds. But in this race, it's Damon Patton who's got the lane choice here. He was the quickest of the funny cars in this pairing in round number 1. Well, lots of flames there at the side of Josh Lay's funny car. Had some revs on board.
100% there for Josh Lay. So teammate up against teammate, it's the Rocket Industries Aeroflow Funny Car of Josh Lay. The new livery.
New body?
Yeah,
new car.
Yeah, 100% for Damon Payton, with Payton Diesel Services on board, X-Pro as well, on the back of the wing. Crews will go through their final adjustments. Every crew member down there has a job. They know what they need to do to get these cars prepared for battle. Rome has the Coliseum, Mark. We've got Willowbank Raceway, a Nitro Funny Car.
They'll get the signal out. They'll start rolling forward. Josh Lay. Dame Payton, he had the lane choice. He's taken this right-hand lane here at Willowbank Raceway. We call it the Rocket side. How much have conditions changed in the last 2 hours since we've seen Nitro Funny Car? It's probably about 3 hours now since we've seen Nitro Funny Car on track. Track temps were getting around 140 degrees. They've probably dropped about 30 or 40 degrees since then. We could potentially see the quickest passes of the weekend here in this very round of racing for Nitro Funny Car.
Looks good for Damon.
It goes 4:09 with the shootout early for Damon Patton. He gets the win here. Josh Lay was well out in front, and then I think he might have went up and rolls through for a 6:28, 110 miles an hour. But Patton gets the win here in round number 2, takes out Josh Lay. So Damon goes 2 from 2 here in Nitro Funny Car. What a race. 9:07 to the 60 foot for Damon. Got to half track in 3.28 seconds at 265 miles an hour and goes through for a 4:09. Josh Lay, he was already behind at 3:30 foot. He got out quicker with an 8:90 to the 60 foot. He had the better reaction time as well of the two. But Damon Patton goes 2 from 2 and potentially he could have a final spot here.
Yeah, 100%. Looked like we could have had a side-by-side pass there to the 60 foot. But again, just those positions changing once again. So big shout out to Damon Payton there. A 4:09. So sooner rather than later, I'm sure we'll see the team running their first 3-second pass. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see from Justin Walsh as well. So we're just going to hold them up here for a moment. We've just had a big gust of wind come through there. You can see the amount of dust that's picked up down the racing surface as well.
Sorry, mate.
Mark, you just ducked out the back, did you?
Yeah, my alarm went off in the car from the Nitro Funny Cars, and the wind is insane out there. Like there was stuff getting blown around everywhere. It is gone. Absolutely crazy.
You can see just even the light towers here as well. You can see how much they're moving around with those lights reflecting on the track surface.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Even you can see the gazebos over in the RCE Performance tent. They're struggling to hang on. Even the flags here as well. You can see the Australian flag and the Willowbank Raceway flag certainly have become horizontal.
Yeah, it's crazy out there at the moment. You can see everyone moving at the moment. Yeah, that wind has just suddenly picked up from absolutely nowhere.
Well, you can see some of the umbrellas as well.
Yeah, they've just...
Hopefully everyone over there can stay nice and safe. Oh, my God. Never seen anything like it, mate. We've seen some pretty crazy weather at Willowbank, but nothing like this.
Just trying stay safe as possible here because obviously this wind has just absolutely just gone crazy here. You can see just hold on to your umbrellas.
It happened out of nowhere, didn't it? I mean... So just got a quick public service announcement for those in the grandstand. We do just need you guys to move to the back of the grandstand if possible, just for your own safety. No? Just away from the grandstand if we can, folks. So just appreciate, obviously, everyone moving in an orderly fashion. We want to keep everyone nice and safe, and just keep an eye open as well. Obviously, there is debris that can't be controlled, unfortunately, because this really has come out of
this
for nowhere.
Is absolutely crazy, mind-boggling. This wind that has just came through here. So if everyone just can get out of the just get themselves safe and out of the grandstand and get yourself safe.
Yeah, of course we'll try and provide everyone an update as soon as we can, but. I mean, it's really unprecedented scenes, isn't it, Mark? Because normally it's rain that'll hold us, but wind like this
I've never seen anything like this before on the track.
Just phenomenal.